Now, a lot of you thinking, Kismet, there's no way I thought you were going to come to stream all day long, then take a little bit of a break and come back and stream all night long. Yeah, I'm absolutely doing it. We're going to do it right now. We're going to play some Satisfactory, everybody. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. Kismet going in big time up here in the stream. Working incredibly hard, everybody. Working so incredibly hard. I feel like exhausted all the time, but then again, I feel exhausted all the time anyway, so there you go. Yeah, I took a break and it felt like 5 seconds went by. Because you know how it is when you lay down and when you do fall asleep, all of a sudden, boom, your alarm's going off. So first I have to lay there for a good 20, 30 minutes just trying to fall asleep. Then I fell asleep for like 15 minutes. Then my alarm went off. Got up. Here I am, ready to rock it, ready to get it going. So let's do it. Hey, thanks for those 1s in the chat. 1,000 kids cats for having my back. Appreciate you. Right in there. I see Paul in the chat. What up, Paul? Thanks for coming in there. Some of you probably just lurked in the chat until I came back. I appreciate that. Brando showing the love. What up, Brando? This semester 9, you coming in. Show him some love. Hello, I hear you there, Dr. J. Thanks for coming in, hanging out. We got Subi. We got Junkers coming in, helping out as well. Paul putting that 1 in the chat. Appreciate that. And Dr. J right there. What up? What up, Russ? Hello. I actually met the lady, by the way, who that emote is for. I met her at TwitchCon one year. Very sweet person. Very nice. Now, don't forget to go out and retweet, everybody. You want to be earning those kids caps. I'm telling you, you want to be grinding those kids caps, lurking in the channel every single stream. If you have 1 million kids caps, you ain't got enough. I'm telling you, we're going to be throwing down here in the stream. Been working super hard for months and months here. To get a bunch of stuff rocking and rolling. A lot of stuff that I do, by the way, doesn't come to fruition until 2, 3, 6 months down the road. So I've been working on a bunch of stuff. We'll see if it all works out, because that's how it goes sometimes in life, right? You don't really know if it's all going to work out. Oh, wait. Hold on. Come back here. Oh, I missed the train. I should have jumped on the train. I thought of it just a half second too late. All right. Well, we'll come back and get on that train when it comes back. So there we go. Again, Rotisserie G in the chat showed some love with that tycoon twist there. Yeah, look at you. Whoa, look at Paul. Holy mackerel. You must be in the top percentage there. Holy mackerel, 2 million caps right there. I'm telling you, it's not going to be enough. Not going to be enough. When you see something you want, you can boom, drop it on there and get what you want right there. Now, of course, you can also save them up. And if you are the #1 caps leader at the end of the year on November 30th, 31st, I think, December 31st, not November, December 31st, 2023, you can also get some instant win from me as the top caps leader. So it's really up to you. Save them up or use them up. He's 18th. Wow. That means that somebody has more than 2 million. I don't even look at it, everybody. I don't even look at it because I don't want people to get bummed out if someone's so far ahead of them. But yeah, you can just check your points by going exclamation points. You can also check it a little quicker by just going exclamation loot, which will just tell you how many kids caps you have. But if you want to see what ranking you are, you can go exclamation points. In there. You can also check it out down below. I have a little thing from Stream Elements that you can check out who's the caps leader and whatnot down there. Now, of course, I don't count, everybody. I don't count. The bot doesn't count and so on. That doesn't count, but all the peeps hanging out in the channel, appreciate you guys lurking, showing that love right in here. Now, we're going to get in some Satisfactory. I've been having such a great time playing this game. Yeah, when to be back so soon. Well, I said it on the way out. I said on the way out that I'm just going to lay down a little bit, so at least I'll be somewhat coherent for the night stream. Which is, 50-50 chance here. There you go. Oh, no, you changed your Twitch name. What was your previous Twitch name, Dr. J? You could have just told me, bro. I would have tried to move them over for you. Again, if you do change your name, just let me know. If you have we can check it before you change your name. Look at what the totals is, and then get it fixed. Kyra Doctor. Oh, okay. Well, let me make a note of that and see if I can look it up on my end. I can't always see it on my end, but I will try. How about that? Kyra Doctor. Check caps amount before name change. All right. Now, again, sometimes it does show up. Sometimes it doesn't. No guarantees, but I'll give it a try, bro. I'll give it a try, and I'll let you know. All right? I'll look it up. Not right now, obviously, because I'm streaming right now, but I'll do it off stream. All right, speaking of streaming, let's go play some games. Now, if you guys have not checked out the update, oh my gosh, this update is awesome. Big time over here. One of the things that I really like about this update is the improved blueprinting. It is really, really good. Big time. Now, of course, I'm going to be using my settlement overseer right here. We're going to be checking out our inputs and outputs and writing down our speeds and all that kind of stuff. But what we did last time to try to catch you guys up is we went in and we made a separate train, and we also made a bunch of train stations. We revamped how our nuclear power is working. We gave its own coal node. And right here it comes, right down the line here. Coming down the line. Right over here is our resource train. Now, if our resources are full, and I'll get over here so I can stand on the train. If our resources are full, it's not even going to bother to take it out and put it into the train station because it's completely full and the boxes are completely full. But if you notice that we have two separate train lines here. We have the train line that's over on that side and the train line that I'm on. The one on that side is purely for my nuclear power, and this one here is for my primary resources and my primary factory. So instead of having a bunch of line runs where I'm running a bunch of conveyor belts and all of that stuff, we have the awesome train. Now, of course, I can have multiple trains. I can have 50 or 1,000 trains if I want. I don't know, I'd probably bring my performance way down. But as you can see, we have different trains for different reasons. They're doing different things as they go along. So again, this one over here is grabbing ore like sulfur, coal, and iron and copper. Now, we have a couple nodes right over here that are coming up on the side that we still need to do today. So we're going to work on those nodes. But I've really been scaling up all of the nodes. Now, you can see that this one stopped at this first station. Now, this first station is our sulfur, and I'm going to try to run up here before the train goes. There it is. Our sulfur pickup right here. There we go. So this is our sulfur pickup, and what it does, it runs up here, it picks up the sulfur, and it loads it into the first car, right? And then as we go along here, you can see our nodes down there to the extreme. Look at these extreme nodes. You got 10 backlogging boxes over there doing stuff. And then as we move our way over here, we have another train station. And this train station is actually offset. So the first 3 boxes are ignored by this particular train station. And this is our coal pickup. So way there in the back, it's going to take those 3 coal nodes and it's going to load them in. I've got 2 on this side and 1 on the other side, and it will load that in if it can. But if it goes in and detects that it's full, it won't even bother. It'll just go to the next train station after a little bit. Got to be patient though. Just be patient. It'll work its way eventually. Now, if you notice I'm not in the train, I'm on the train. This way I can drink my coffee while I'm on the train. Or I can just go ahead and let it do the work because I have it automated, or it's just going to each station automatically, which is one of the cool features of Satisfactory, is that you can automate stuff. Look, we got another train up there doing our box right and quick wire. We got another one over here doing uranium, running along over there. And now we're coming into this train station. Now, this train station is also offset by 1 car in the front. That's because that's our sulfur. And then, of course, back here, we have our quartz pickup. So it's picking up a bunch of quartz over here and putting it onto the train. And once it gets all of that stuff, it goes through all 3 of those stations. And I could have just ran everything to 1 station and had to pick up at 1 station. But it is kind of fun to do multiple stations along the way. This particular train has 6 cars and 2 engines. So there's an engine on that side and an engine on this side. Now, the reason why I have an engine on both sides is so the train can go either direction. So it can come this way, and then it can turn around and go back that way, called a push-pull train. And it is one of my favorite styles of trains to do because it is the easiest train to do. It doesn't require any stoplights. It doesn't require any switch tracks. It doesn't require any advanced programming of your schedules. It just says, go here, then go here, then go here, then go here, and then go all the way back, which is what it's doing right now. Notice how it's not stopping at any of the stations? That's because I have all the stations pointing this way, toward the back of the train now. And on the way back, it just does nothing but go all the way back to the main station, which is where it drops off all the loot. Now, right now, the loot's not going anywhere, so it's not really helping us right now. It's not really collecting any more loot. It's already filled up the loot over here, and now it's our job to go in and make factories that are going to make use of those resources. Now, I've already had this working before, and I've already run it and done a bunch of stuff and built a bunch of factories that was doing all of these things. Thus, you can tell by all of the backlog of resources I have down below. But now we have made it a lot easier by maximizing it through our trains. And this is going to collect an absolute massive amount of resources. And right now it's backlogging 10 boxes deep on every single node, way back there to get it going. Now we do have, again, that copper and that iron to work with for our nuclear power. But for right now, we're just going to let the train just kind of go back and forth, really not do anything until we are ready to do our thing. Now, on the other side over here, you can see that way down there on the end, right here, I have another train station, which again is going to my nuclear power, which is down behind the thing down here. And it also has this right here. And you're like, Kismet, what is this right here? What is this thing going up and down? That's 21 boxes right there, everybody. 21 double-sized boxes, by the way, all the way down, and it's absolutely filled all the way to the top. With each and every one of those resources. So eventually we can burn up all those resources and utilize those. And we're using a backlogging technique where I use the minimum amount of nodes, let those backlog, and then, of course, produce more than the actual maximum output of that node. So in this case, we're doing 600 nodes for our coal, and then we have a bunch of pure nodes which go up to 780 maximum, and we have all of that stuff maxed out and running at a very high level. So now what we need to do is we need to utilize our resources down below. So what I want to do is run my resources down there and micromanage them from below. So one of the best ways, the easiest ways for me to do that is to do kind of the reverse of what I did when I brought it up, and that is to go ahead and just run it right into the ground because there's not really anything under here. At least I don't think there is. We can go find out simply by getting in my little hover pack here, leaning over the side. That's right. Oh my God, Kismet. Oh God, a little vertigo action right there for me. And then we can lean right over the side. You can see we're running down even more resources here from another train track way up there on the top, right? This is my my bauxite and my caterium up there. And that's running a double line down. So we want to do the same thing over here, but we're just going to bring it out through the ground like this and then run those down and manage them way at the bottom. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at this. Now that's an input there, and we want to do the outputs like this, and we're just going to double offset them like this. Now this one over here is going to be super easy because it is right next to the thing. So we just put it in there and we say, okay, we don't want it to run in because that would be going in. We hit R, it'll change the direction, and now that's going to run out of there into that one. Now we're doing double line runs. Double line runs allow you to run it much, much faster than you could with just a single line. The single line is going to go a maximum of 780 in the game, but here we're going to be doing 1560, so double that speed. We're going to be running that coal out of there like nobody's business. And let's go ahead and do the same for all the rest of these after it's done save lagging me. The save autosave thing just takes way too long. It definitely needs to be looked at and fixed. But I'm just suffering through it on this particular playthrough. So again, we'll go ahead and offset those. Maybe I want to offset those a little bit more. That's going to help me when I go to run the lines later. So let's just do a little bit more of an offset. Let's say right there. There we go. That's good. And then right up here as well. And that into there as well. All right, there we go. Now we're looking good. And then offset that a little bit. And then, see, the best way to do stuff I find in this game is just to do whatever the repetition thing is. So if you got, if you got to put these down, then just do a bunch of those in a row. I find that's way more efficient than doing them one at a time. Then the same thing with this. If you're going to do this, right, where it's coming out of there, just click that one. Go to the next one, do that one, so on and so forth. So much faster to do it that way. And then this way. There we go. And then up here. And then same thing here. Just do all of these first. And line those up. Now it gives you these great green lines to help you line it up, but sometimes they lie. So there we go. Run those lines all the way down. And just like that, quick and easy, got her done. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm dropping some coal here. All right, what can we get rid of? Let's get rid of some plates. We can always make more plates. Dropping a little coal there. See, when I took the line out, I had too much stuff on me, and I was dropping stuff. Dropping stuff for sure. Hey, Joggers, what's up? Your name is Paul, but you're changing it to Jonkers? I see your little trick there. I see your little trick there, Joggers. I don't think that's going to work. I don't think that's going to work. I think Paul would notice 2 million caps, Kiz caps, missing from his account. That is funny, though. That is funny. Good try. Good try, bro. There we go. All right, so we got all of those going. Now, we got to remember what's what with what, so we can properly run these lines, and we can get all of this working down below. So we're going to go ahead and just do a little bit of flying here. We're going to fly around the corner. And what we want to do is we want to bring these straight down so the raw resources, which basically all of these are, basically reach that lower level underneath where I can go ahead and run them. Now, some of these, I actually want them to end up in the stuff that I've already done. So we can kind of look at where that is and try to connect those together. I know that this part over here is where I want all my coal to end up over on this side and hit this here. So we can go ahead and turn our light on. Oh, that's a little too far for our light, apparently. Our light is on. All right, there we go. A little too far for our light over there. We got to get up a little bit higher. There we go. And you can see all the connections underneath there, which is cool. This is called an underrun, where you run it underneath there, which is pretty awesome. So we know the first 3 are coal. Let's see. You're going to do a little test. The second 2 are quartz, and the last one is sulfur. There we go. Had to use a little bit of my mental power there to get that going. Now, another thing we might want to do, just to do ourselves a solid here, is to pull some power up here, because we're going to be working with these lines. I know I actually put one right in here. Oh, there I go, dropping loot again. Again, we'll take out some of this right over there. Ugh, I hate them boxes. I hate that boxes. All right, take that out. And then we'll just run a little power right here in the center so that we can utilize that power for floating around like we're doing. Okay, so we want to go ahead and put these right here. We're going to put all 3 there. Then up here, you can see that we are using our copper. We got a double run of copper. And underneath that, we want to go ahead and put some of these other ones, which is going to be our 2 quartz nodes and then our sulfur node, because we're going to use the quartz and sulfur for some factories that are going to be on the right side, and then we're going to use the coal for some of the factories on the left side. Now, we also have an extra line over here, which is our iron ore line, which is basically running from over there, which we're also going to use along with our stuff. And we can just very easily run that over like that and underneath what we already have set up, because we cleaned up a lot of our lines. No more hot mess like we got over there. We're clearing out the hot mess, the spaghetti, as we like to call it here at Satisfactory, and making it nice and clean. Mwah! Beautiful as we run those lines. So let's go ahead and make some beautiful line runs right over here. Make a grown man cry. And we're going to go ahead and back up way over here. You can see that I've already diverted some of it over here, and this is to remind me where I want to run these, and so I kind of ran them on that line just to remind myself there. But we can go ahead and take all that out, and we're going to be taking all of this out because you no longer need this, because my train is doing all that for me now instead. And we see our coppers coming up here. So we need to get our stuff from up there to down here. Now, the first one we want to do, of course, is our coal. So we're going to raise that way up like that. Oop, we're going to try. Raise that way up. And again, the first one at the top is already being used. So it's being used from up here when it's pulling down those resources. So I don't want to hit that one. That's my box right. But way up here, we want to get this coal into the second one right there. Now, we've got a problem over here where these are already being blocked by the ones up above, right? That sucks, right? But we can work a little bit of our magic here to get these working. So we can go ahead and go over this way a little bit, and we can go ahead and utilize this one just to really push way out like that. And then, of course, you can use a great little trick or you go ahead and run your thing here. I can run the opposite direction, whatever direction makes it go in there. I can go ahead and do that side thing. Now, if I do that on the bottom one, the top one's still going to be blocked. So what I do is I kind of work my way little by little. Now, another thing you can do is you can use your what's known as your wall hangers. That'll automatically put a wall hanger there. But we need a wall to do that. So let's go ahead and put some walls there. That should help us out and do a little bit of zooping all the way up. There we go. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and go like this. There we go. Now we got a nice little wall hanger there. And we got a nice little... There we go. Wall hanger over there. So that works pretty good on this side, but we got a bit of a problem on this side. Ain't going to work on that side, is it? It ain't going to work on that side because we're going to be blocked right there. So you have to go a certain distance for it to do that kind of curve. And you can work with it a little bit and try to get it where it's even smaller. Something like that, maybe. Oh, that's about the same size. And get it a little smaller. Now, another thing that you can try to do is use the wall hanger first. And this is a great tip for you guys, is to actually get the conveyor wall mount, put the mount on first, and then, oh, I think I did 2 of them. I sure did. And then try to attach it like that, and now it's a much smaller distance. So, great little trick there for you. And then we can do the same thing here. We can go ahead and click this one. Oh, God. We can certainly try. There we go. And then run that up, and then we'd have the next one. Now, this one is going to be the first one, and then we'll run this one in the opposite direction. So we'll go first one to there, second one, end up here as well. Now, the funny thing is we could split these however we want. We could actually take, part of one node and part of another node and do that thing. I don't like to do that because that's going to usually trip you up in the end. So I'm going to try not to do that. Now, again, if I try to move this way, I'm going to be in trouble. So let's use that wall mount technique again, where we put that thing right there, and then try to run that there, and then try to run this up. Now, it's going to end up in the middle of the other one. So that's not what we want to do, right? We don't want to do that. Now, another great technique that I do like to use is the offset technique. And I'm going to go ahead and show you that one. And we're going to take all of these out of here because we're definitely going to need to offset all of these just to make it easier. Now, the offset technique is pretty much like you saw, but it actually is going to back this way instead. So the way we use that is we use our conveyor poles here, and we can move those up, zoop those right up there, create a little segment here like that, and then we can go ahead and use our lifters. Let me get rid of my conveyor pole first. Use our lifter on the end of this, if it feels like doing it today. Come on. Okie dokie. All right, I'll put one on that side just so I can put one on this side. There we go. And you can see that really matches up right there. And that actually really does a great job. Now, of course, if we were really tricky, what would we do? We would go ahead and actually take this one and scale it down so it's not blocking the one that's in front of it. And look at what we're doing. So we're kind of reversing the direction, the height of these, so that we can go ahead and work with them in the same direction, which is very, very cool, I think, in the way that it works. Now, we also need to get some more power over here. We're going to go ahead and grab this over here. Oh, try to grab it a little lower. There we go. And run a little bit of power over here so we can float up even higher using our hover pack. And we can see that those are matched up pretty well. And then we're going to do the same thing here. Now, you can probably guess what we're going to be doing with all of these just from basically what I'm doing here. But we're going to basically stack them in such a way that we can very easily just run those lines, run those lines, run those lines, right? Basically on their vertical height. So we've got that done. Now, the one thing I suggest you do if you are going to do this is actually, I'm going to take these out for right now, is you go in and you do all of your extensions, all of these things right here first before you do all your line runs. Because that's going to make it way, way easier. So again, we're going to do this. We're going to do all of our little mini extensions here like that. There we go. Now we got a bit of a problem, and we're going to go back and we're going to fix it on this one. And that is that the line runs are going in the wrong direction because I pulled them toward me and not away from me. So we got to make sure that our line runs are starting in the right direction like that. And then this one here. in the right direction so that it is coming down and going through. So we're going to start with that, and then we're going to take, or actually we can just leave those in. And we'll just offset this again by usually about 2 should be enough. And right there. And we'll see how that works out. Sometimes 3. It really depends on which way you have your stuff turned. Now we can take those out. Over here, and like this. There we go. And again, do it in the direction. Oops. Look at my foundations. Again, I think they should have a thing that says take everything but the foundations out. I can't believe they didn't add that. That wasn't like the first thing they added as a remover of stuff. When you're deconstructing stuff and you're going in, and because you can actually go in and just hit G, and then now it's a dismantle filter. So now it'll just take out Mark V belts, right? Or Mark V lifters, actually, specifically in this case, and not anything else. But what you'd want to do is not just filter the thing that you do want. You'd want to filter the thing that you don't want, because that would be way easier, because most of the time you're taking everything down and you're leaving your foundations. And so everything but foundations would be a much smarter filter, I think. That's just me and my crazy ideas. You wouldn't know, what do I know, playing games for half a century. I know, huh? Well, Kismet probably knows a few things, but, you know, that's the way it goes. Now, I'm actually using that dismantle filter here for my conveyor pulls, so I don't accidentally hit those as well. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to run these in sequence. Now, this is actually the reverse of what I normally say. Normally, I would say do this one first. But in this case, we're going to do this one first, and because that one's going to end up being the highest one. So we'll do that one first. Then we're going to do the next line. Look how easy this is, everybody, once you get the general idea of it. And then we'll run that up nice and close like that. We'll get the other one. Again, see, this is one of my favorite parts of Satisfactory, is learning new techniques, or learning techniques that help me when I'm in a bit of a pickle. Like that. Like I've got 3 nodes that I need to run down into that specific spot from way up high. And I just want to make sure that they're all lined up nicely like that. That's looking good, good, good. Now all we got to do is get it from over there to over here. And so what we're going to do is do ourselves a solid and basically just run ourselves some power straight up like that and see if we can reach it. And then now we can float underneath here. Now, one of my favorite things are these kind of ceiling attachers like this, because you can just run these babies under here and you're golden like that to fly around. And now you can fly around up here and do whatever you need to do. And you get pretty far away from them. But because I'm so far up and I'm a little bit away from my power, if I do lose power on this one, down I go. But another thing about the hover pack that I really love is the fact that you can kind of spin the thing a little bit to keep yourself from dying. So unlike the jetpack, when you run out of fuel, you fall like a rock. And here, what you do is you let yourself fall, and just before you hit there, you hit the space bar a few times, and it will cycle the engine so you don't splat. So another great tip for you to keep you alive in Satisfactory here. All right, I'm going to turn that one this way and this one this way, just so that when they're running the lines will be further apart from each other. And we're going to go ahead, again, try to get that to go over there. If it wants to save. It's always right when I'm in the middle of something. Not when I'm standing around, but right when I'm in the middle of something. That's when it wants to save. Okay, so this is definitely too far for us to get over there. But we're going to do another great little trick here. Well, we go ahead and we can run these up. See how these actually match up on that side as well. And so we can run these up like this and get that all the way up to the top there. Now, we'll take most of this out, but we want to be able to see the top of where this is. We'll take a couple of those out. There's the top one there, and then... let's see, that one, this one is actually not lined up to that. So this interior one, we want to fix that one. This one was up just a little too high there. I kind of feel like that one's up a little too high as well. Yeah, this one needs to be adjusted. Let's adjust these a little bit more. And just so they kind of line up to the ones that are already there. There we go. And these internal ones here are going to be super easy because they are going to actually snap. See them snap like that? I do the one that's far away first because otherwise the one that's closest to you will be blocking. And making sure you're clicking the right one is vitally important too. There we go. Okay, now those are all nice and lined up to this. Now these ones down here are just going to instantly work when I connect to it there. And what we can do is kind of route these in such a way that they're going to line up much easier down there. So if we go back up, we got to get our go by our little power thing here. Come on, little power thing, I believe in you. There we go. Get our little power thing here, and we're going to try to line these up over here. So the first one I would do is just kind of line it up straight like this, and then these ones I would line up separate like that. So then these are going to go way over there, and this one, because I turned it this way, is going to have a less chance of clipping over there, but you can see that this one is being blocked now. So the smart thing to do, just push it forward a little bit like that, and then we're going to go ahead, do the same thing here, that one that way, this one this way, and same thing, that one, the far one there, and the close one here. Okay, now we need to get this from up here down there to the bottom. Now another thing that we could do, instead of doing all of this, which we'll take all this out, put our limiter on, instead of doing all of that, we could go ahead and take that out, and we could go ahead and lift these up even higher, which I prefer to do. Again, just kind of walking you guys through the different steps, and bring these all the way up. So I can easily match there, and then same thing here, a little bit lower, and a little bit lower, and so on. And you could really offset them. You don't have to put them right next to each other, but I find this way easier than doing all of that, you know, trying to make a thing, making all the small segments and all that stuff. I feel like that is not really necessary when I can just do that, which is so much easier. That's so much easier. Look at that coal going down there now. Nice. Okay, now we have our other one here. Same thing, but it's offset a little bit, so it's not going to clip like the other one. And this one here. And then the last one is pretty easy because we can just go ahead and try to line it up right in front of it. And then get this one over here. Now this actually should be running in the opposite direction like this, and then this one sideways, opposite from the ones we've already done. And then this one could try to go ahead and go in the first one. And then the second one's going to be our biggest troublesome one. We're getting stuck in the belt there. Come on, belt. There we go. The second one's going to be our troublesome one because that one is going to be running over and ending up going through the other one there, right? So that's a bit of a problem. So let's go ahead and take this and try something different. If it'll let me do it. Go around this way. And we're going to do this instead. And that'll let us better control the direction in which it's coming. In fact, we can just test it and see if it lets us go there and see if it lets us go there. And you can see that they're not touching, so they're not clipping together. So that's something I'm constantly thinking about is the way that they're clipping and the way that they're running into there. Oh, man, this electric wire is really messing with me right now. It keeps blocking me. And then we run that in there, and there we go. We got all three nodes in there. Easy peasy. That is literally 600 times 3 right there, everybody. That is 1,700 or 1,800 coal running in there easy peasy and running all the way down to the nodes in which we want. Now, down we go again. So we can go ahead and work with our other nodes. Now, we've got a problem here where we've got these nodes in the way. But much like we did over here with our offsets, the way we're offsetting our stuff here, we're going to do the same thing over here, but we're going to have to do it at a much bigger degree because we have these ones coming up. Now, we can adjust these underneath here because they are kind of in the way. So they're going up right up, but then, of course, they would be blocking them as well. Now, another thing that we could do to make this a little easier is we could take these and run them from the side to end up over there, but that'll also be another issue. But we've already kind of seen an easy way to get it done, so we're going to go ahead and do it that way. We're going to move this back a little bit because we're going to need more room. And we're just going to do what we did over here, working our way backwards from the top one. Now, the top one can't do what this one's doing because this is blocking. So we need to bring it way back to where it's not being blocked by this. And we could rework this as well. Another thing that we could do with this is we could, and let's just do it just for fun, is we could basically fine-tune the way that this is going. And instead of having it there, we could take this thing here, we could move it to the back like this, and we could bring this up and then basically just have it up above, and then have this one up above, and then these two match up. I'll go a little bit higher on that. Have these two match up to each other, and thus you're taking up less space, and thus we have less of an offset. Oh, we've got to change the direction of that one. That one's input. This one is the one that's going the wrong way. One of these is going the wrong way. There we go. Output there, input there. It's still too tall. A little bit further down. Now you can look at the little things on the side. Sometimes I look at them and sometimes I don't. In that case, I forgot to look. And then now we can get that. See, there's little lines on the side that give you an indication of where that level is when you're trying to match up to another level. It's very, very useful. And then there we go. So now it's not offset as far. Thus, we don't have to take our things and run them. Now, of course, we do need to remember to go down here and reconnect the thing down here. Otherwise, we're going to have troubles. So we'll go down here again, turn this way. You'll see me do that a lot, where I turn it one way, I turn it another way, just to make it easier on me, like that. And I don't usually like small segments like that, but it's fine, because that belt's never going to go any faster than that. That's as fast a belt as you can have. That is 780 coming out of there. All right, let's get into it. There you go. Let's see. No more battles? Oh, yeah, not during the night stream, but I will do some battles tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Welcome to come back and join for that as well. I just do that during the day now because I have a lot of stuff I got to focus on at the nighttime. So we got to focus on this. And even when I'm focusing, I even forget. All right, so we're going to try to line that up in such a way that now we're just going to test on the bottom one because that's the easiest one to test on. But this offset actually will be up here, just so you know, right there. But I'm just checking the offset so that I can see that it is not going through my other belts. And actually, we could probably move it just a little closer as well. So let's go ahead and move that. Hit H, nudge that into position, move that just a little closer to right there. And then we'll do the same thing on the other side. We'll take that out. And we'll take that out. There we go. And then we'll test it. Now, remember, I'm not testing the direction of how it's going input and output. I'm just, oh, look at that. That's a thing of beauty right there, everybody. Right on point. Now, this one is going to basically be turning right that way. So these can just go and run right into there. And then we'll have these offset so they can just very easily run down into here. Now, I don't care about all of this, everybody, because basically this is all hidden underneath my primary base, and it's run fairly well. Now, I could go in and organize it even more so and make them all perfectly straight and 90 degrees and all that stuff. And I do that quite often, but not to the degree that is degrading my performance of efficiency. I try to be as efficient as possible when I am playing the game, because that is my mandate, efficiency first. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go back by 1, 2, right over here, and then we're going to see how we do on the next one. And so we'll run this out. I believe it is 2. And then we'll run that up, and then we'll run this other one up here and see how they line up. Yes, it is exactly 2 is the offset. So now we're good. Like this, and what we want to do is go ahead and actually change these around the other way now that we know what the offset is. So we know that one's going to go there, and then this one's going to go here, and then 1, 2, and this one's going to go up by only 2 there, like that. And now we have our offset. So this will be the first one over here, And then this one is actually going to go to there. Again, you could just bypass that one. It won't connect to that one if you just could do it right through the center like I'm doing. So I'm just going to go there. And this way it'll be all one piece like that. And then FG to just collect the conveyor poles like this. And I do this also for making really nice corners and things like that. I use the conveyor poles temporarily, then remove them out, and then you got a nice clean run there. Very nice. Okay, and again, we'll run these up. And this is going to be our first one in line here. And then this one we're actually going to turn backwards like this. So that helps us a lot. And then the same thing on the next one. We're going to run that up. And levitate ourselves up toward this power. Really should bring up that wall. Use that wall. That's exactly what I should do. Hold on. Let's get a wall. We're going to bring ourselves up a nice little wall here to help us out with our power. And then we'll go ahead and find where we have that double wall connector right there. And then we can go on this side and we can bring wherever we did with that power over here and run that power up to there. Like this. And then I'm just going to put it on the outside just to make it visually easier to do so I'm not being blocked by my lifters. And there we go. So we can use that to elevate ourselves to get up here, to work up here on these top sides. Now this one's going to go up even further like we did before because that's the easiest way to do it. And then this one all the way up. And then this time we're going to go ahead and turn this because we've already offset it by using that first connection. So very, very cool, right? That's lining that up nicely. And we're going to go ahead and turn this one this way like we did, and then this one that way, just to make it easier to run those lines. And then this will go into there. If I have this going the right direction, I think my things were not going the right direction. That's okay. We'll fix it. We will fix it. I often forget to do that part, and that's okay. And these are my belts are actually causing that problem because I forgot to do my belts in the right direction. That's my bad. Let's go back and fix it. A little further forward. I'll have to put all these back in again. But that's okay. We can easily visualize it now. It's okay if you make a mistake, especially in this game. You're like in no hurry, no big deal. You're in no rush. And see, when I make a mistake, you guys learn that mistake at the same time. So we want to go ahead and make sure this is going this way. So I want to connect it first here. There we go. And then it's going in like that. We can take all of these out. And get this connection first. In there. Now this is when this becomes tricky because we're going to need to take these out because of the direction that we're trying to run our lines. There we go. Like this. And this actually gets easier the further you get down because the lines are much further out. I'll wait for it to save. There we go. Okay. Okay. Not going to let me grab it because we got to take those and put those there. There we go. All right. Same thing we did before. Running them up this way. And this one will turn that way. And this one. Come on. There we go. And we'll turn this one this way. And I would take out all of your other lifters just in case. Because they might be going the wrong direction. like mine. And like that. And this one's going to offset it so we can turn it like that. And there we go. Easy to fix. No problemo. Watch this. Boom. Goes right to work. Right to work. Bringing that down. Getting us that quartz firing up. All right. Next one. Let's go. Make sure it's going the right direction this time. It sure is. And then this one going up to there. And this one, same thing. We're going to try not to hit that other one. Yeah, perfect. Like this. Like that. There we go. And then right there. And oops. Come on. There we go. And then like that. And you can see I'm trying to line them up and put them right next to each other to make that super easy. And then we're going to go ahead, same thing here, alternate these just so they don't run into each other. And like that. And they create a cool kind of rounded pattern as well that I really like. I like how it gives it that kind of rounded feel. Very, very cool. One more connection to go. Now, of course, we did all the work before where we went and did all of this stuff. And again, watch this. We can go ahead and put that right there and then offset that. So we can just go ahead and run that there. The same thing here. The great thing about stacking them like this is that you can just offset them. And then we just have the two right over here to do. Now on this one, I probably turn this one the other way. Just to make it easier to run that line and it not clip through there. Let's try that and see how we like it. Now this one right here also, I'd turn it this way, but I would bring it down just a little bit so that it doesn't end up going through that other line. And since I'm bringing that one down, I'm going to go ahead and bring this one down, kind of match it. And then we run that there. See, we've already kind of accommodated the top line right there so we don't run into that. Run that over there and you got that cool kind of rounded look that I like. And then down it goes, and that is it, everybody. That is it. We got all of our nodes lined up and looking sexy. Now, we've got a couple of these here in the back, which we don't really want to do. We want to get rid of those. Those are just there temporarily so I could get them on the other side, because if it's really close, it tries to snap to the outside, I've noticed. But we got that going, and we already have the things already run. So this part is exceptionally easy, where we just run the lines. Well, at least it should be easy. My mouse wasn't so crazy. So crazy. There we go. And we'll move down just a little bit so we can see our bottom lines. Now we're going to build factories for all of that later on. And then this one only needed to be 3 high. And let's get up here toward the top. There we go. And run that there. Come on. There we go. Sometimes it's real feisty when you're doing a lot of stuff at the same time. Now our train's just going to keep grabbing us resources and bringing it over here. And there we go. So now we have that done. Now we don't actually need this top one, so we'll take that one out. And now if we did this all correctly, this should line up right down into this next one and match up with all of our other resources that we have running. And we have all of these nicely stacked and not running individually like we did before right here. I'm going to take this power line out because that's going to be obnoxious. Okay, there we go. And now our sulfur looking good. Get our 3 lines of coal in there. Always a little hint of lag there when I'm running lines. All right. And over here. You're like, well, Kismet, what are these ones at the bottom for? That's just so it goes down and touches the road. That's actually not going to do anything down there. They're all going to be up here in the higher side. And that's why I have those extra ones there. More line runs here. And I want to keep them up as high as possible. And the reason why that, so I can run them across the top of my ceiling and not have to run them on the ground, right? So we're trying to lift stuff up off the ground so it's not blocking us. It's such a great thing to do, too. I tell you, it's such a nice deal to have it where it's not right in your way all the time. I'm going to do these two, that side one there, and then this one. And again, the bottom ones are purely there for lifting this up just a little extra. Okay, so there we go. Now we have all of our resources just sitting at the ready, waiting to go, which I always love. And you can see that I've already routed the copper over here to do copper smelting. And then up here at the top, you can see I've got a caterium ore, which is going over here to make our caterium ignits. And then from those caterium ignits, that's going up into our caterium factory that we made over here. And we've iterated over and over and over on these factories. And so these factories have a lot of their own storage and their ability to run independently from all the other stuff that we're doing. And again, create a massive backlog of all of those resources, which is super useful, big time. Super, super useful. Okay, so what we need is we need to decide what kind of factory we want to do next. Now, I would probably suggest the next thing that we want to do is our quartz factories. Now, we have actually 2 line runs. That means it's 780 and 780, I believe. I believe we put them at 780, but we can go double check because we made a priority circuit over here, which is my extractors, and I can go look at my quartz extractors over here. And yes, quartz extractor number N11, which we'll put down there in case our power starts to have issues. And then N12, also a quartz extractor running at 780. We have 3 nodes that are coal nodes that are running at 600. We have another coal node in there as well somewhere, N12, which we'll pull out for later. Or actually, I think that needs to be changed. I think that's 13 now. Yeah, that one needs to be changed. But we'll change that later. And we actually, I think it's 14. What do we number that one now? That's 13, and limestone is 14. All right, we'll fix that later. That's for my coal or for my nuclear power, and we'll go back and work on that. But all the rest of the stuff is for later stuff. Now this is quartz start and end hypertube, so we're gonna just go put that in there. All of our hypertubes can be shut off remotely. Like right now, I can go ahead and turn those hypertubes off all the way back over where we actually are extracting our original resources remotely from right over here. Okay, I can control and turn them on and off. This is literally thousands of extra power that you use in every single playthrough, and I'm guilty just as much as everybody else of letting those hypertubes run because there was no easy way of turning them off like there is over here. Now, there was a switch where you could turn it off, but you have to physically be there to turn them off, and you can't really tell the status of all of your hypertubes from far away. But now I can tell the status of every single hypertube that I put a priority switch on, and I can control that remotely. And I just saved myself, I don't know, 500 power right there just by turning those off because I'm not using them. They're way over at my node over there. And if I'm not using them, then that means I'm not wasting that time and not wasting that power. So we're going to turn all that off, and we're going to go ahead and work with our quartz. Now, before we work with our quartz, we're going to need to think about what we do with quartz. What does quartz become? Well, it actually becomes several different things, and we'll go to quartz here. And we have quartz crystal is one of the things that it does create from scratch. And then another thing that we do create, look at all those cool pipes and stuff, neato, is our silica, right? Our silica is actually really important because that is part of the process of doing aluminum. So probably our silica is our most valuable. The other one you use mainly for creating stuff in the MAM and forwarding the MAM, and you do use it also for some other recipes as well. And if you want to know, you can just go in and search for quartz crystal, click on quartz crystal, and it will tell you derived from raw quartz used in the production of advanced radar technology and high quality display screens. So when you're trying to put up your labels or your screens like I do, you're going to need some of that quartz crystal as well. But not really that much, unless you're doing a lot of signs. Really, you're going to make so much of this, you won't even know what to do with it all. It'll be a lot. And I might eventually divert the production of quartz crystal to just silica, because silica I use a lot more, again, in aluminum production. So for now, though, we're going to put all 720 into one, or 780 into one, 780 into the other. So let's go ahead and start with just some basic stuff. Well, we need to look in there and see what kind of thing we need. Hold on, let me back up into that first. So we'll go quartz crystal again. We'll click on it, and it will tell you right down here it's done in the constructor. Now, I have a bunch of constructor bases that I'm using up above. Now, I could go ahead and do my quartz crystal up above, and I can do my quartz, my silica up above, but I feel like it's more of like a forging, because you're making it to make something else, kind of like you do with ignits. So it'd be better if I did it down here and then use the secondary item on the larger factories up above. So much smarter to put down here, even though it's not really in a smelter or in a in another thing. The other thing is called the foundry, or in the foundry. So let's go ahead and get this going. So we want to go into constructors. Now, we've been making a bunch of stuff, as you can see, and putting them in different categories, which you can do, which is pretty cool. And so we're going to go into blueprints. We're going to make a new category under constructors here. And we're going to say subcategory, and it's going to be, you guessed it. There we go. You guessed it, quartz. There we go. Then I'm going to take that category and I'm going to slide it all the way up to the top here. And then we're going to apply those changes. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and look at our A and B quick wire. Now, because that is the latest one that I've done, and I keep adding enhancements to it, the more and more I do those. And so the one that's usually at the top is the most advanced one. So we're going to go ahead and try to grab this one. It says you do not have the resources for this blueprint. So we need to look down here and say, okay, we need some cable and we need some reinforced iron plates. Now, it just so happens that I'm making a massive amount of some of that, but not all of it. So we need to go over here, and we can also go over here and do this. Let's see. Oh, no, it doesn't want to let me do it again. It's going to do this, is it? There we go. I'm going to try to build something and then get out of it. It won't let me bring up my menu. There we go. It's experimental, everybody. So sometimes this menu gets stuck and you can't bring it up. What I end up doing is trying to build something that's down in my bar down there, like this, or I try to pull out one of my weapons like you saw, and then sometimes that fixes it. But I find when you go to build something, you hit escape, then the menu then comes back up again. That seems to work better. Okay, so we took that out, and now what we're going to do is we're going to click this, and we're going to click this, and it's going to tell us over here on the side exactly what resources we're going to need to make that thing. So we can come back over here and say, what do we need? Reinforced iron plates and wire. Now, I try to use it out of my boxes here, so it diminishes these boxes over time, and eventually I can take them out. Like right here. I'm going to need way more wire than that, though. And I feel like that's a great way of just kind of getting rid of a lot of this stuff over time. For sure. And this is just a backup of all my other stuff that we'll get to eventually. Now, if I do need those resources, I can also go up above to where my actual factories are, where my finished factories are, where I can get concrete, I can get plates, I can get all of that stuff. But I've also got some other boxes up here, which we want to diminish over time too. And eventually wait for it to do the save lag. God, that's got to cost me, I don't know, an hour a night. Every time that thing goes, it's like a minute every 15 minutes. I guess I could figure out the math, but it'd be depressing how often that interrupts me while I am working for a good amount of time. I mean, I can understand 5-10 seconds, but 30 seconds, a minute every time that thing goes off, that's annoying. Very annoying. I'm sure they'll fix it in the long run. Okay, and then we're also going to go ahead and do ourselves a favor. We're going to run back to our blueprints first before we do anything. Now, I could just put it down and then just change it to whatever I want, but I'm trying to be methodical in this particular playthrough, and this way if we have any adjustments we want to do, we can do it directly on the one that goes to that. So we're going to go ahead and go quick wire A. Now, quick wire A is basically the first one in a chain, right? So it's going to have the walls on both sides here and over here. All right, or actually that one does not have a wall. But this is the first one in a chain that's going to go backwards also. So this one's going to go and sit up against another building, so that's why it doesn't have the wall. And then the B is the ones that go in sequence, so we do so many of them to burn up all of the resources. So in this case, the A one is not the one that I want, or is the one that I want, and then eventually we'll get the B one as well. But I find the easier thing to do on the B one is just make it from the A one. But if you've already got everything already set, there's no reason to do any of that. You can just go in and utilize it over here. So let's see, what quartz node are we using? Quartz node number 11. So the first thing I like to do is change all of this display information here, or my priority switches. And then we have some display up here that we can go in and say, hey, this is going to be eventually, wherever it went, right here, going to be quartz crystal, right there, and it is going at 780, and then we'll say quartz over here. And then also we can just copy this name so we don't have to do it each time. Oh, it was N11. So basically that stands for node number 11 that I'm using. Oops, and I'm glad I copied it now because I just deleted it. There we go. Okay, so now you can see it just creates the big sign up there. Looks good. Over here, we're going to go ahead and, oh, this one's just easier to go like this and rename it. Just easy to rename it. That's for my hypertube that is built in. We've also got storage built in, 3 boxes high. So every building has its own built-in storage instead of me having separate storage or having to build towers of storages. Don't need to do that anymore. It's actually built into the factory. So there's less manufacturers and less constructors in the factory, but there is more storage and there's more convenience with the hypertubes and so on in there. Now, what we need to do is we need to run the input in there, and then the output is actually going to be on this side, which actually the output is really into the boxes, but going to be on this side. Now, we need to take this and we need to tell it what we want it to be in each of these. Now, I do have the back part of this off because they're going to be stacking next to other factories. So it's really easy just to go around the back there, tell it I want to be quartz crystal, copy those settings, and then I can very easily go to each level, go to that level, then this level. There's no reason to have 2 walls there, otherwise they'll just clip through each other and really not serve any purpose. Now, once I've pasted in every single one, I go and I look at every single one to make sure that it actually says quartz crystal right over there, which it does on all of those. Very nice. Now, we also want to go ahead and tell it that we're going to be doing our quartz crystal right down here. And I have a spreadsheet that you guys can check out if you want right there in the chat. Feel free to go check it out. Is this available on YouTube as a series from the beginning? I'd like to see how you got to this point. Absolutely. Daddy, I'm one of the few people on Twitch or even on YouTube that save every single stream. I'm talking about terabytes upon terabytes worth of video. I have literally thousands upon thousands of videos over on my YouTube. I suggest you go ahead and pop on over there and hit that subscribe button. And of course, they roll out over time. You can also watch this on my VODs here on Twitch if you prefer to do that. They're all there for you. Every single stream is there. I have every one of them archived on YouTube, and here on Twitch, they stay on there for 60 days or so, and then they roll off. But they will eventually all roll out on YouTube. But they don't just drop the next day because I am a partner. I can't drop stuff from Twitch just immediately onto YouTube or I get in trouble because there's a 24 to 40 hour block against me just doing that right away on the content that I produce. And so I have to wait. Now, also, I have a backlog of them because I run out of video every single day. Sometimes 2 videos, 3 videos every single day on YouTube. I'm that hardcore where they roll out. So the one you're watching now will probably not roll out until the end of November. Yeah, that's how far, that's how many I've got queued up now, everybody. So the one now is like November, maybe even December at this point. I forget where I left off on my, I have a giant spreadsheet. I know, surprise, right? A giant spreadsheet of every single video that is up on my YouTube and when I did the video and, you know, what it was about and all of that stuff. So this whole entire thing's up there under its own thing, under Satisfactory. So feel free to check it out over there. It is available from the beginning. How to get here. Now, one of the things that I love to do in Satisfactory is start again. So you know I'm going to do another playthrough. This is like my 40th playthrough. So the next update when they come through, we're going to play through again from scratch. I'm going to show you all how I did as well. And if you watch one video that's going to rule the game, I don't just play games, everybody. I destroy games. I annihilate them. I take them to the mega level, right? To the insanely incredible level. So you guys learn all those tricks along the way, along with me. I always play through again every time there's a new update, usually, because it's super fun. I really enjoy it. Okay, so let's get back over here. Let's do our inputs. Our quartz ore is going to be 780 and 780. Our quartz crystal here that we're going to be working on, our input's going to be 780 from our ore input. And then our inputs into our machines are going to be 37.5 right here. We're going to go 37.5. And then our output is 22.5. By the way, great question, by the way. We have the whole entire chat, 1,000 Kiscats for a great question. Appreciate it. 22.5 over here is going to be our output. Now, this is where numbers start getting funky because Quartz Crystal loves to troll you. I'm just saying. And then also what we can do is we can go up here and we have a bunch of auto calculations that we've done. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to copy that from up here, which normally is 6 factories per factory, unless I'm doing the assemblers, then it goes down to 3. And we're going to be doing a whole bunch of that stuff later. So we're going to copy this automatic calculations right over here. So now it's going to say, hey, if you want to take 780 ore, and you want to, and the input is 3.75, guess what? You're going to need 4 factories. So it just did the math for me instantly right there. Because it says I need a total of 20.8 factories in there. So if I take 6 times 4, which is going to be 24, so a little bit more, and I have it rounding up over there. But really, I need 3.47, which is that number there. But I always go more. And the reason why is because I have extra resources, right? I'm backlogging that raw ore that I can go in and do that raw ore and use that extra raw ore, that backlog. And when it's done, then it will go down to just 3.47 factories. But believe me, most of the time, you're going to have such a huge backlog that it will never catch up, because by the time it does get to the point where it starts catching up, you've already filled up every single box in your entire base, and thus it starts to backlog the ore again. And that's exactly what's happening right now. Right now, it is extracting from 13 different ore nodes and putting all of that in 10 separate boxes of just raw ore. While I'm busy doing all of this part, it's backlogging, and then it's going to make that stuff just that much faster when it's time. And I feel like that backlogging is my new favorite way of playing the game. And I played 100 different ways through, or well, 40 different ways through, because I play differently each time in different styles. I move my bases around to different areas. This is actually my new favorite area over here. It is just off the side of right here. Oil is up here. We've got our pure nodes right here that we're utilizing. And then, of course, we have this massive empty space of water, and we just put the base on the water, and thus if we need some water, we just pull up a foundation. Oh, there's some water, and get the water, and you only have to run it small distances, which is what you want to do with your pipes. You don't want to run your pipes up and down and over and run them 12 miles. That's a waste of time. You might as well run a train for that, for sure. Now, I'm not tapping every node. I'm not going to the extreme, not yet, not till this game releases. Then we're going to do that. We're going to have 2 servers, everybody. We're going to have a server that I'm playing on and then a server that you guys can come and play with me on, for sure. But right now, the servers are very unstable when it comes to experimental versions, so I very rarely play experimental on the server anymore, because it just, like, I'm in the middle of my stream, and then the server goes down, and I'm just sitting there screwing with the server, not playing the game. But the game's pretty rock solid on the solo version. Speaking of, I should probably save, because now I'm making myself nervous, because it has crashed, definitely, because I'm pushing it to its limits in a lot of ways, doing the blueprinter and doing all of that stuff, for sure. But we're going to go ahead and save that just on our own, just in case that save gets corrupt. I suggest you have multiple saves of the same thing as you're going through, so in case your save does get corrupt, especially in experimental, you won't be going like that later on, right? Definitely want to have multiple saves, so at least you can back up to some point that you left off. You might miss, you might be missing some stuff that you did, but you can always pick up from there. Okay, so quartz good. Our circuit breaker good. And quartz over here. And 11 quartz, 780. And that's all looking sharp, everybody. I think that's ready to rock. That is ready to go. We did all of that. There's nothing else we need to do. Now, all the other stuff's already built, so we don't have to, run splitters and mergers and do all of that stuff because we already did that in the first prototype, and then we iterated on that prototype of our constructors to have storage, to have hypertube, to have the priority switch, and do all of that stuff so we can then just go in, make a few changes, and then do another blueprint, and then make a few changes, do another blueprint, right? Because that's what we're going to do right now. That's what we're doing right at this very second. Now, I suggest, by the way, when you're doing your blueprinting that you stand pretty close to your blueprint designer so you don't get zapped, right? So you don't get zapped and get stuck in there. I've got stuck in my blueprints a couple times and had to deconstruct it and then move out and then get the thing again. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do quartz. And let's see, quartz, this is quartz A. I means in, and it's coming in from the right. It's going out on the right, and it has no wall on the outside for us to use. Now, we need to change our, we need to change our color here so it looks a little bit different from there. So we'll just, give it kind of like a pinkish, purplish color there to just differentiate it from our other ones. And there we go. Now we'll save that, and that's ready to rock. Now, we also have a B version, so we're going to clear the designer. We'll take that out of there. And then we'll go to constructors. We'll go ahead and get our B version. We'll move that up here in just a minute. Now, our B version of our factories, if you notice, does not have the priority switch, right? We've taken the priority switches out. We've redone a bit of the wiring and the power wiring there to make that a bit easier to run our wiring and so on between factories. And we're running them down in the foundation, so you don't see the wires going between factories now in there, which is pretty sweet. And then this one is just has the quick ability to drag, lock it in, drag, lock it in. You're going to see me do that a whole bunch, right? And we need 4 of these total. So the first one counts as 1, and then we need 3 more of the B versions. So all I really need to do at this point on this B version is do what I did earlier and just paste that quartz crystal in there. Because right now it's set for quick wire, so we'll set that in there. We'll roll out this side, which we have off to make this easier, and also so it doesn't run these walls into each other. Over here, and then paste, and we looking golden, everybody. We all golden up and down, and that's it. See that small little change because we've already got all the other stuff down, and we spent 6 hours doing that, by the way. We spent a lot of time going in and just iterating and trying to make it better, and then once you got it to where you got it, it then affects every other blueprint you do after that. So this is going to be quartz B. We'll save that. And now we're ready to build. Let's go. Or really, it should be quartz crystal. But we can go ahead. Actually, we just change the name real quick. Let's call it quartz crystal just to save us some time. Because we're also going to... Well, the other one's going to be called silica, so it would be no big deal. We'll just call it silica. Okay, so now we're going to run down here to the end where we've got a little bit of room. Now, we're going to run into some of our aluminum production there, and we had a bunch of production here, but we're replacing it with a much better upgraded version of our factory. So we did some basic factories, and we put those down with blueprints, and we thought, what would be better than this? What would be better? Some storage, some hypertubes built in, all of that stuff already built in, turn the priority switches on and off, and all of that stuff remotely. That's way better than this hot mess we got over here, the spaghetti city that we have going. Now, all of this is going to come out, and all of this is going to be replaced by really beautiful, clean factories that have all of those extra features built in. So let's go ahead and build a factory, everybody. We're going to go to our factory building mode over here. There we go. And then we're going to get our blueprints that we need right over here. We're going to edit this. We're going to move these up into quartz like so. Very nice. Oh, we got to wait for our autosave to irritate us a little bit more every 15 minutes. I had it on every 5 minutes, but I couldn't handle it. It was like 1 minute out of every 5 minutes was wasted doing autosave. It was really annoying. So there we go. So we edit that in there. Now I'm going to go ahead and set this to number 6, and then this one number 7. So it's down part of our stuff down there. So let's go ahead and go number 6 right here. And then we want to look at the direction at which this is going, which in this case, it should be going forward. And then we're just going to nudge this over. And then another fantastic feature of the new update, update 8, is the hologram. Now it is actually set. So it's there, but it's not actually down yet. And so I can nudge the entire blueprint, everybody. That, I don't care who you are. That's freaking cool, man. That is awesome sauce right there. Now, we got some big trouble coming up back here, though. We got a foundation in the way, and we've got this box, which is filled with so much loot. I'm about to blow your mind right over here. Check it out. You're like, dang, Kismet, that's a lot of loot, brother. That is a lot of loot. And we're going to have to take care of that loot before we go ahead and put these factories down. And that's because we had a giant loot stackers here. We had giant loot stackers that were 4 high, filling up every different type of loot all the way down the way. But why do I need it to be separate? Why are we running all these extra lines to run it from where the loot is to the factory? Why not just have the storage built into the factory? So you don't have to run it to a separate thing. So it's in every single factory, and every single factory you can go to, grab some out for you, but then also send it down the line to the next factory. So that eliminates literally hundreds of line runs just by building it into the factory itself. And that's really, really fun as well. All right, we'll go for a little swim first because I didn't make it. There we go. And now we're going to have to make a lot of boxes over here. And I'll move these boxes back just a little bit. And these are all temporary boxes right down the center here, just to hold all of this loot. We got a lot, and we're going to need to put them down. There we go. Now, this one I'm going to turn sideways like this. The ones I turn sideways like this are usually the loot that I was using in the moment. And so let's go back to this one. We could probably get away with putting that in there. Now, I need to take all of that loot out of that box and bring it over here. We go for another swim. Come on out of there. You gotta press the space bar a whole lot because it's a little awkward when you're in the water. There we go. And now I'm just gonna say, give it all to me. There we go. But that ain't all, everybody. I'm telling you, that ain't all. Yeah. We got a lot. We got a lot there. Now, that was all the stuff that we made before. Now, here's a great little trick. If you're making it right now, there's no reason to put it into a box. But if you're not making it, like I'm not making that right now, which I should be working on that first, but that's okay. We'll work on it over here. Then I want to save it, because otherwise I will not have those resources when I need it. And I'm building a lot of stuff right now, and I backlogged a lot of this, which you can see. And then I'm just going to run back and forth to get the idea to put these back in a box so I can use as I'm playing through. But as I replace this stuff, I no longer need all of this, and I can run in the awesome sink or just throw it straight away. Because, you know, hold down control, drag that item to the trash, and it will pull everything from that box that's the same thing and throw that in the trash. I could do the same thing with this over here. I could go in and just grab all that stuff out of there and drag it in the trash, and boom, it'll all disappear just like that, which we are going to do here in just a moment, just to show you. You're like, Kevin, you're going to throw away thousands upon thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of resources? Yep, and do it here in just a moment. Because I'm already good. I'm already good on that particular resource. So we're just going to keep pulling this out of here. Oh, there we go. Until we hit that resource that we don't want, which in this case is quick-wire. Like, Kismet, why don't you want quick-wire? Because it's producing quick-wire right there. And you can see that it's going really slow. And then up above here, you can also see in the stacker that it has more than enough. That means that there's 3 boxes here, 3 boxes here, and 3 boxes, 9 boxes of the ignits for Caterium ignits here. And then I bet you I could go up above there and it would have the same thing with the quick wire. So there's no reason for me to save that quick wire now and lug it around and put it in a whole bunch of boxes and go run over there and look for it. I just simply drag it to the trash just like that. And then anything that's left over, I grab that and that box is gone. Just like that, because I already have it now moved to my new location by it just making it again instead of me remaking all of that a second time. So let's go ahead and re-managing that a second time. So now I don't need that anymore. And now we're going to go over here and continue to remove these out of our way because we're going to need to work back here. Now this is our aluminum production, and I'm going to take all of that out now too. We'll get back to aluminum production later. We have plenty of aluminum sheets already made, and thus it's going to help us build all this stuff in the long run. There we go. There we go. Okay. And I'm just using G to get that. I really should get it down where I hit G again, and then I get multiple things at the same time. You can do multiple limits where you can go ahead and say hit G and limit that, and then you're just getting these pulls. And then you can hit G again on something else while you're in the middle of pulling that one out as well. I've got to get that into being a habit. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, and then it's going to be back about right here on the 4th one. And we'll go ahead and take these containers out. We'll take this line out here. There we go. And then we're just going to take out all of these foundations all the way back here. Get these out of the way for our factories. There we go. And looking good, looking good. Now that we got all of that stuff squared away, we're actually ready to make some factories here. And you're going to see how incredibly easy that the blueprinting makes this. So again, oh, we got to go get our stuff. We got a whole bunch of stuff on us again, including some tickets there. I don't know where those tickets came from. They came from somewhere. But we'll go ahead and put all that in there. And we'll put all this in here. And then the one I put sideways, I'm going to grab that one back because those are the bulk of my resources that I needed. But some of that I actually put in one of these boxes as well. I think it was in this one. We'll take all that out. There we go. Now we're getting close. And we got a little extra stuff there, and that's okay. Then we'll go along here, and we'll look for any reinforced iron plates right here. Again, I try to use them out of here first before I go pull them out of my factories now. Again, that's just to diminish all this excess resources that I have on me. This allows me to slowly diminish that while I'm working. Okay, once again, we've got this turned, so the arrow's toward us. We hit H, we nudge that right there. You're like, Kismet, why is that yellow? Well, if I nudge it far enough away, you'll see that it turns blue. But really, the reason why that is yellow is because it is touching the side wall of this one. Right? If I nudge this out, you can see that I've removed the walls for that purpose, so that when I'm rolling it up and putting it up against that side, just like this, it will then match that wall. And we got ourselves a quartz factory, just like that. Very nice, right? And then another thing that I do is I'm chaining all of my powers together just by doing this right underneath the foundations, like this. And there we go. So now that's chained forward over to this one. And that's allowing me to go ahead and run that forward over there. Oh, this is these factories. That's right. Hold on. I just remembered that we did have an issue where we're going to need to fix that later. But let's just go ahead and fix it on this blueprint while we're at it. And that is the problem of it's not going to turn the factories off after this one. I did notice it when I was doing the blueprint. So we're going to go ahead and clear this out. We're going to go ahead and load the primary blueprint, the A blueprint here. And we've got a bit of a problem. That's right. We were doing that last time where we discovered that we've got an issue. Now, the issue is the fact that that this one here goes on the inside. And that inside's running up here very nicely. But the problem is when we chain it to the next one, it's being changed from the primary power, which is A, and not from the B selection, which allows us to turn all those factories off just by simply flipping this switch. And I didn't discover that till pretty late, so we're going to have to go back and we're going to have to fix it. It's a pretty easy fix, but we're going to go ahead and fix it right now on this one. So every one that we do after this one will already be fixed. So we're going to go ahead and put this back in here, and let's go ahead and see if we can get in here. Going around here, the doorway, we'll jump over, we'll get up here so we can, whoa, okay, that was a pretty big jump. Wasn't the jump I was trying to do, a little lag jump there. And we've got to try to get a connector down there. Now, this thing is right in our way, so we might be better off just putting the switch up here at the top. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and get one of our double switches here, and we're just going to put that, let's say, way up here. That seems pretty good to me. And then we're just going to revise the way we're running our B connector here. Now our B connector right now is running down to this switch. We're going to go ahead and take that out. I think, oh no, it's running up here. Oh, now we got to fix that thing, Baghead. And so we're going to put this back in. Right there. Actually, let's take this one out. And we're going to go ahead and do a higher level one because we're going to need to chain this forward. So we're going to do a level 2 outlet because we don't need really a level 3. I'm going to put that right there in that corner. Reconnect the A power back in there. And then the B power is going to connect up here. Oh, right where our screen is. Oh, I don't like that. Don't like that at all. Let's go and put it over here. Right there. I like that better. All these doors in the way. There's got to be an easier way of doing this. Let's try it the other direction. Yeah, let's put it over here. That's going to be better. All right, so we're going to go ahead and put just a connector on this side of the foundation. And then we're going to go ahead and see if we can run it down and then over. So we're going to put this down there just so we can control the way the line runs. Now, this is all cosmetic stuff, everybody. All this extra line running and stuff like that, purely cosmetic. So you don't see those line runs as much. And that's going to run there. We'll just run one up like that and then run that to the interior. And now we have our B connector much better controlled and looking better off there. And then when we connect this one to the next one, we're going to use this connector to connect it forward underneath the foundations. And thus it will be able to be turned off in all the factories after it turned off. I didn't do that on those. I wish I'd thought of that earlier. But again, that's why you iterate. That's why you continuously make it better on each and every one that you do. Okay, now we also need to make sure that over here that we do connect this across as well so our hypertubes are working. So let's connect that across. And we've got that now fixed in our constructors. We already fixed it in our assemblers. But now we have fixed it in our constructors. That's looking good. Let's put our foundation back in. And all of that should be good. Okay, we need to put our wall back in as well. We just took that wall off to make it easy for us to do it. And now all of our connections are looking good. Okay, so now everyone after this will be better off. Okay, there we go. Save that over there. Let's clear the designer to get our resources back. And then again, I'm always iterating on my designs as I go forward because you may not see that until after you've been using it a while and you're like, oh man, I forgot to do that. Especially like me, I've been playing 12 hours and you're like, oh God, I forgot the thing. I forgot the thing. Now I could just tear it all down and refix it really quickly because I can fix it in the blueprints and then just do it. But I just, at this point, you want to, because you have everything already line run and everything, most of the time you just want to do little quick fixes on the thing. Okay, so now we're going to go to our power. We're going to go to the A power over here because A is representing the power line that's going in, and this one's the going out of the priority switch. That's why I'm talking about A and B. And this is going to connect to this A power over here. There we go. And then this one is done over here. We don't need to look at that one anymore. And I leave it open so I can chain it to the next one, chain it to the next one. Okay, so now we have that set up and ready to go. It's got power. We could actually turn the factory on, which is already turned on by default in the plans. Notice that this one is actually off by default. I just turned it on myself to make sure that it is working. You can see we've got our hypertube entrance working just fine. Now, let's go ahead and make some B version of the factory, which is the part that's going to be in the back. We're going to nudge that also into position here and line it up. You're like, well, Kismet, this is going to be blocking your thoroughfare. No, I actually made the thoroughfare built in so I can get underneath the factories and go all the way down as well. So yeah, thought that stuff through, everybody. Thought that stuff through. And we're going to get that in there. And now we're going to do that thing I was just talking about, which was chaining it forward. Now, I actually thought of another idea where I could just chain it in the back. instead, where I can run it through the back and just have the back off of there. I think maybe we'll switch to that instead. Yeah, let's switch to that instead. And that's just going to make it where I don't have to run all the way around the front every single time I want to line run that. It will add an extra thing to our blueprint, but I think it's going to be easier in the long run. So let's go ahead and try that tonight. We're going to go ahead and get the A like that, and we're going to go around the back of this. And we're going to run that B connector back here so we don't accidentally run the wrong connector. Now, another thing we should do is look at the offset of where we're running our power to on the B one back here. Oh, this looks like it's weirdly too far one way. That definitely is a different factory than the one we're working on. That's way over there. There we go. This is it. Okay, so it's basically one in, and it's lined up on that ladder. So we're going to go look on this side. All right, this is it. It's lined up right here. So it's not really lined up the third one in like we did here. So we've got it on that left side, but it doesn't really matter. As long as we've got it easily run, I would probably put it still in the third one over and then just run it across like that. So we're going to take out that back one, the third one over. And it's really good where you can put it down and then test it, get an idea. You can pull the whole thing up and redo it in one swift move. So let's go ahead and go third one over. We're going to take this out, and then we're just going to add a nice little wall thing there. And then we're going to cross connect this back part from the B connector right there, from the B side, so we can turn off all the factories that are behind this factory. Much easier right there. And then we're going to leave that off so we can go ahead and chain it to the other one. And that's going to make that super easy. We'll make that change. We'll save that change over the one that we've got. Now, it doesn't automatically just apply it. You have to actually put it back down again. It'd be great to have a feature that does that, that automatically applies it to all of them if you so desire. But I would probably not turn that on by default because that could screw up some people's factories. But if you wanted to have that option, I think it should be there for sure. All right, that's going to make this way easier on all future constructors that we do. Is that it's already run the B line, and so I won't forget to run the correct line from one to the other. Now, I did take that up, so I do have to run back over here and rerun that line from the A connector to the A connector. Come on, you. There we go. And you can see that that one has 7 connections over there as well. And we'll definitely have to go back and fix all of that stuff. Let's turn our hypertube on, just for funsies. There we go. And now, if we go around the back, we see we've got the one missing, and we have this connector that we can just connect from one factory into the other. That's much nicer, much easier to connect it from the back than to keep running around the front like I did on a bunch of my other factories. And then I can just cover that up. Now, that's good. Now, it has power being chained backwards, and I can turn that front switch off. All the other factories will go off along with it, which is what I want. Now, I also want to go ahead and chain the resources from one factory to another. You can see that's green. That means input. I also want to go ahead and work on my hypertube. Now, the hypertube is separate from all other hypertubes. It's just its own line run here that we can go ahead and run forward. Where's my other? Oh, I think it's this one is the one that I'm using. Yeah, this one. Okay. And then running that through there. And now we got our hypertubes connected. We got that connected. Now we want to connect our output. So it will output forward right over here. So we're going to take that and we're going to connect it up here. This way it's going to run through all of this, end up on this, run in here, fill up all these boxes. When these boxes are full, it's then going to backlog, fill up those boxes, and so on and so forth down the line. And that's it. So we've got it down to a science where we can just do that over and over. So let's just go do that. And we're going to go ahead and select our B1 here. We'll put it on this set. And then we'll just do that over and over. Now, one of the cool things that it does is it actually remembers your alignment when you're putting stuff down. So it remembers it when you're doing it over and over again, like I'm about to do. Boom. Right there, it will let me just put a whole bunch of these down. If I have the resources. That's the hardest part. That's the hardest part, having enough resources. Oh, we need some more concrete. Now, also, we can go ahead and clear this to-do list out of here because we know all we need now is a little bit of concrete, and we can do that last one. Then we can run all of our line runs, and we'll be good. Let's see if we got any concrete down here. Really need to move some concrete down here. Nope. All right, we'll go grab a bunch and bring it down. Or at least as much as we can fit in our inventory. Now, we've got a concrete factory going here that's backlogging all of that right over here. So I can just grab as much as I want. Right there, I would definitely sort it down so this stuff restacks. And then bring it out. Always put the smallest one back in there, I suggest. And now what it's doing is it's double running. It's double running the box from up above at 1560, bringing that down into the bottom box as fast as it possibly can. It can't go any faster than that. And it's going to run that down that bottom box and start to produce more concrete for me because I'm busy doing something else. It's better if it does it for me. Okay, now we got a bunch of concrete here, so we want to go ahead and use our little sideways box here, and we want to put all of that away because that's way too much for me to carry around. But now I've got some down here at the bottom level. That's when I'm building out the rest of these factories. I'll have it. So that's factory number 1, factory number 2, factory number 3 of our quartz, and then factory number 4, which is exactly how many factories we need. Oh, I thought I hit H there, but apparently I did not. There we go. And then we'll go ahead, line that up nicely. And then there we go. Now, probably a good idea is to keep connecting these forward. Oh, I should have done it on the other ones too. I should have done it on the B ones. Hold on. Let's do that too. Now, watch this. I can take this whole thing out. I can take the B1 out there all at one fell swoop, which is just nothing short of awesome. I can take all that stuff out. Now, I'd suggest to go in and remove all the extra runs that you did here and put those in at the end, because what I should have done was do the same exact thing I fixed on this one. I should fix that on my B version so that I can just run it from the back. Much easier than I have to run from the front and then run it to the back over and over like I've been doing. I can do it the easier way. Clear that designer. Let's load up the B one right here. And then we're going to do the same thing. We're just going to run that straight back. And I'm going to do the same thing over here where I put it in the center one because we got these lifters here. Going to make it a little bit more difficult for us to grab it. We're just going to put that right back there like that. And then we're going to run it from the front one up here to the back one. And that's going to make that a whole lot more convenient to do those line runs. All right, there we go. Easy peasy. We'll leave that out on purpose so that when we put these down, and this is what I've been doing, iterating, making it a little bit better, and I see something that I want to change. I go back, I change it, pull all those out, put them all back down again. Easy mode. Easy, easy, easy. And that's what blueprints do. That's what makes the game so much more fun now. Is it removes a lot of that tedium of building each individual item, which I've done. I've built big, gigantic factories like this, item by item, everybody. I mean hardcore. I mean all in. For sure, for sure. That's a lot of work. But the fact they added the blueprinting makes it so incredibly nice. For sure. I don't think that's good. Oh, it did reach. Okay. Okay, we'll kind of jump over this way. Oh, no, thank you for that lag. Right as I was jumping, trying to mess me up. I swear sometimes the game tries to troll me. All right, there we go. Put that down. On to the next one. And again, let's count them again. 1, 2, 3. Wait, that might be it. Let's double check. Always double check your stuff. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now, you can also have it count for you. You can just go in and tell it that you need so many more of these particular things. And it will keep track of it for you. That's the second time it tried to lag me while I'm jumping. And there we go. Now notice how this one turned blue, and that's because there's nothing next to it, because this other one, this other factory before it ends, before that, it actually ends on this factory. And so that's why it's blue and not yellow like it normally is. And there we go. Looking good. Now the best thing to do is to put all of those down. Once you have the rhythm of it down, you put them all down in sequence. And you do the same thing all the way down. Like the first thing that I would do here is pull this back out again and reconnect our power. And I go around the back of this one and just chain that power all the way down So easy when we think that stuff through. Whoa, and a little lag sent me off the side there. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, game. Right there. And that's it. That's GG's. That's all done. Okay, back to the front again. Now, I would leave all the powered things out of there until you're absolutely sure that this thing is working, because otherwise you're just running all of that, and you're going to have to do it again anyway. Now, I find that you have to do this a lot. You do this over and over and over. You'll be trying different things. It won't be the thing that you want it to be. Your lines will not be right. They're not going the right direction. Some things of that nature are going to happen. So, man, it just keeps pushing me into the water there. Not pushing me in the water, bro. Over there. And then that. All right, so our inputs, outputs, and our hypertube line. So we're running now. We'll run our hypertube line here, and again, just rinse and repeat. Oh, look out! Thank you very much for that raid love. Appreciate that, Unforgiven, for coming in, showing some love. Let's show some love in the chat there. Let's give you a shout out and see what you were playing. Overhaul. Let's see what you were up to. Now, Unforgiven plays with us a whole bunch, everybody. Make sure to go over there and check out his stream. Oh, I should have guessed that one. Elder Scrolls Online. Over there. Go ahead and click that link in there. Go ahead and hit that follow button. Check him out the next time he goes live. I appreciate everybody's support and friends of the stream like that. Big time. Okay, so now we're going to run this over here. We're ready to close this all up and see if it works. All right, I'm going to trust in my skills here. And if not, I can just take it all out and do it again anyway. There we go. And also, it's good to leave some of the foundations in there, as you saw, so I don't end up in the water, unless, you know, lag is knocking me out. And that's it. That factory is ready to rock. Now, there's only one more thing we need to do, and that's test our hypertubes. That's working good. And then also what I've been doing is putting a priority switch in the back. And the reason why I put a priority switch in the back is purely so I can access the, purely so I can access the one in the front from the back. Because I can access it through any priority switch, any other priority switch. Also want to go ahead and put an entrance here. If we are going to enter from this side, use our little sliding doors to help us get inside and connect it to the power on the inside there that we set up. And then now that hypertube is working. And away we go. And that switch doesn't even need to be on. That switch is not doing anything. It's just there so I can access the one in the front. And this way you only need one switch that's actually working. Now, I can go to any switch, and I'm going to run over here to this over here. Oh, and I forgot to name it. Hold on. Let's name it first, and then we'll run over there. Let's grab this, and let's test it the other way. We're going to copy this. Control-C. Run to the back. Give it its proper name. Again, every one of these has a built-in hypertube, so I can get to the back or the front pretty easy. So this one's going to be called back. I know, crazy name, right? And again, it doesn't need to be on. It just needs to be where I can access the one in the front. And some of these are 9, 10, 14 factories long, so there's a pretty long ways to go. But we've got that built in. Now, I can go anywhere else over here and find a priority switch, even on the other side, the whole entire thing, as long as I got the wire runway over there. Access it over here and go over here and say quartz hypertube and turn it off from over here. And let's go check it. Let's go see if it actually did it from way over there over to this one over here. And we can see it already just by looking at the light. You can see the light's not green, but we can see that it actually turned that priority switch over here. Priority switches are awesome. They're an incredibly fantastic addition along with blueprinting to the game. This is me, everybody. This is what I've been asking for since the game launched. You're welcome. You can thank Kismet for that one. You can thank me a lot. Feel free to go ahead and hit that follow button if you appreciate the priority and the other switch, because I've been asking for those since the game came out. Both the power switch and now the priority power switch, so you can control all of your power easily like that. Okay, so we fixed that problem. Now, we're going to have to go back and probably fix that on all of our factories, but I seriously doubt we're going to have a problem at this point, everybody, because I have so much power production going that is crazy. So, let's get this quartz going, over here. So now we got to do some line runs. And we're going to wait for our save lag. Good time to hydrate. It's going good, Unforgiven. How was your ESO run today? Did you have some fun in ESO? I did a shout out for you, and I looked and see what you were playing. And I can see you were playing some ESO there. I really enjoyed that game. It was really, really fun. I just didn't like the traits, and also I don't have enough time for MMOs, everybody. It's just way too much time, whether I'm playing World of Warcraft or playing Guild Wars 2 or whatever I'm playing. It's just so time intensive to grind that stuff all the time. Like, I was playing New World, and I'm like, you know what? I'm getting to the age where I just don't have the time to do this. Now, of course, maybe one day after my kids are gone and they're all grown up and they, move on, maybe when they're 45 years old and I'm 79, I'll actually have the time to do that. But we'll see. We'll see. Plus, I don't like to grind too much on any singular game. If you do that, I have a tendency to feel like I'm burning out on that game. And then I don't really want to play it. And that defeats the whole purpose of playing a game in the first place. Some people like to play games and just get through them as quick as possible. Say, oh, okay, I'm playing this game. Let's get rid of it. Let's finish it as quick as possible. And then, okay, move on to the next one. And hey, if that's your jam, more power to you. Go do your thing. Oh, wait, we should divert that first one here and use the second one over here. And this, actually, I could make this a singular one. So I'm just going to put that one down below and then pick this one, put it right here. I do this a lot, everybody. I call it the switcheroo, where you put one down below to make the thing that you want to make, and then you can take the one out top, and you can middle mouse button that one and then put it up above it, and then take the other one out at the bottom. It's way faster than going in here and clicking walls and scrolling down and trying to find the wall, I find. Okay, so we got to get this one actually to turn a little bit early because we got our input right over here, which I totally have forgotten it was right there. There we go. So we want that to divert. So we actually want to back this up just a little bit so it can divert a little cleaner. Let's say right here, and we'll put that down there. And we'll take these out. And we'll take this line run out. And then we can make this look really nice. All right. Actually, we could run that up a little bit, I think. We have to go under that line anyway, so we'll just leave it down where it's at. So this one's going to go here. And that one's going to go right there. And that'll be our primary thing. Now, if this factory just starts up and starts making quartz crystal, then we did it right. Let's go see. Oh, that needs to go down. I like my lines to be nice and straight as well. So they're going straight across from where I'm running. And again, this is all cosmetic stuff. Stuff like that's all cosmetic. Now, I'm also one of those people who would like that to be a perfect 90. Right there around that corner. And I could add a thing and then turn it around the corner and do that. But if you're really obsessed, and when I play this game when on release, I'll be more obsessed, even more than I already am. But I would go in and actually make that so, right? I would go in, zoop this sucker all the way up here like this and run that up like that. Now, actually, that's not the right way of doing that. If you are going to do that with your conveyor poles, the smart thing to do is first turn this way, right? You want to turn this way, and then you want to go here, and you want to look at where you got there. You line that up this way, but then you also want to line it up this way, right here. And you're going to see that it's going to line up already from down there. And I'm going to kind of look at where this is at on this foundation up here, because it's going to be the same on the bottom. So it's about, let's say, in between this line and that edge. Turn my light on. Between that line and this edge. So I want to kind of get right there where that same spot is. So let's say right about there. And then I can hit H and I can nudge it back 1, 2. And then click on it. It's going to zoop its way up. And I'm going to show you the magic that is knowing your techniques here. Right here. Now I can either just do the curve or I can do it from the long side here. I'm going to do this from the long side just to make it spectacular as we make a perfect 90-degree turn, just like that. Again, offset is 2 from whatever it is you're trying to line up from, including your lifters as well, as we learned earlier. So if you have one lifter and then you want to put a lifter right behind that other lifter, just move your things back by 2, and then they line up right on each other. So 2 is the magic number, everybody. If you're watching that commercial, it said 3 is the magic number, but now we know that it's 2, at least in Satisfactory. All right, let's take out all these conveyor poles, and now we have our perfect, beautiful 90 coming out of there. Very nice. And now what we're going to do is go ahead and do the same thing kind of over here that we're doing down there. And we're going to bring this forward so we can then go ahead and go here. Now, the same thing here. I go in, do the thing, run that up, and make that line. I'm not being efficient when I'm doing that, everybody. I try to do a balance between making it look awesome and being efficient. You're like, Kismet, what the heck are you doing back here? Well, what I'm going to do is double infuse my thing. Oh, we forgot to run our connections there. Look at that. Look at that. Kismet forgot some stuff. I forgot to run my connections. I can see it right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's going to be number 6 right there, the max line run. And then also when I'm running my lines, I'll want to bring them up because it's just wasting vertical space. So I'm going to go ahead and put that there. Now, right about here in the back side of the factory, and this is how I noticed that I forgot, is the fact that I'm going to be running this back here. You're going to see all those raw resources eventually popping out of there once this is done with it up here. And eventually, as it runs through, there it goes, it's going to run to the next part. Except for, I already have 2 lines of quartz. I'm already running 780 and 780, and I have a backlog of quartz. And so what I could be doing right now is I could be double running this. I could be double infusing this to make this go just that much faster until it burns up all the excess. And then once it burns up all the excess, then it will go back to running a lot slower. But for right now, why not just infuse these second 2 with that extra amount? And then now it's going to burn up that excess, and you're going to get a much faster output, and you're going to end up with a lot more quartz crystal. Not that I really need any in the long run over there. Now, speaking of quartz crystal, now would be a good time to take a little side trip here on our favorite rocket ship. We're going to put this over here and put all of this stuff I was working with in there. We're going to go ahead and take a peek in some of these and look around for a very specific type of resource that you're probably guessing in your mind right now that I am looking for. Let's see. Not in that box. I know it's in one of these boxes. I think it's this one. I know it's in here somewhere. That's right. You guessed it. There's a whole bunch of quartz crystal already done that I can now go ahead and throw into these boxes and let it backlog that and store all of that stuff right over here. So we go to the box. Boom. And then I walk my way backwards like this and just kind of fuse it into the bottom boxes because that's easier for me. And then it'll figure it all out and condense it all down into the front boxes for us to use big time. And then down here, oh, wrong one up above, over here. We're going to take all that mess out. I leave it there for reference so you guys can see how it looked before and how it's looking now. How much more clean it is. Wow, we got a whole nother round to go there. And then back there. I mean, why throw it away when you've got an actual place to store it? I know, crazy, right? I could have done the same thing with the quick wire earlier. I could have went and grabbed the quick wire and put it in with the quick wire, but that quick wire is already full. Quick wire is like the #1 thing to make in the game, I think. To run into the awesome sink and just to make in general, because it just makes a massive amount of it. No matter, I have tried to make less quick wire, and it does a massive amount. Now you can see I'm up here on the top of the base now, accessing these ones on the top. And there we go. We just moved all that in there, and now it's going to very quickly fill the front box over here with all of this loot. Now, one of the things that this particular factory a little bit suffers from is that between the factories, it only has a 780 connection. But in the boxes itself, it does have a 1560 because both lines are running out. And that's because I need an input from the actual factory itself. So I have an input coming out of the factory that's being produced, and then I have an input that's coming from the other factories, which you can see are running at full speed at the same time. So basically it allows me to double up on that. Now this one over here is not going to be going at full speed. That one's actually just producing the stuff at whatever rate it can produce it. But this one definitely is going at as fast as it can go right here, 780. Now, of course, I could go in and put another box on top and make that box on top be the double run of the one from before, and then run it down and do some splitters and mergers and all sorts of cool stuff like that. But don't really need to. I think we're good. Now, again, also I could do a merger over here and just merge this second one down and then have a double line run out of here. So not only does it run out there, but it also runs out in this position into there. But again, running that stuff out, or I could do it from down here because actually I have it running down. I could do it from down here. It runs up. It merges in with that second line. So when this one's not working, it'll do that other line, which actually isn't too bad. But I actually like to have these lines ready to be used otherwise. But if I was going to do an upgrade, that would be one of them I would do. So maybe in your factory, you go in. And it's really easy to do because I could just easily go in, run this over here, do a little wall hanger, run my lifter over here, put a merge that in there, and be going to double line run right there. Believe me, I'm gonna have way more than enough quartz crystal than I need, big time. And that's just so it moves it to the front 3 boxes. That's his primary goal, is to get it there. Okay, so we got our quartz crystal done. That's it. That's GG's on our quartz crystal. Now that we made some modifications to our quartz crystal things, we're now going to go do our silica, and that should be even easier because now we fixed our problems we had in our previous run. So let's go in here and get it going. Is it technically a raid with only one person? Yes. It's still a raid because it says he raided my channel, and that's still, I appreciate it. I don't care if you got 1 person or 1,000 people. I appreciate everyone. I don't appreciate people based on how much raiders they have or how many people they know or what kind of social status they have. I just appreciate them all. I know I'm old school in that way. I know I'm crazy in that way. Oh God, Kismet, you should appreciate people because they're more popular than other people. No. That's not how you should do it. You should appreciate people who appreciate you. And I appreciate people when they raid my channel. Again, that's my old school thinking right there. That's how we used to roll in the old days, everybody. Not this, oh, well, you don't have, oh, God, like that one guy who was giving away oh, my God, I'm having a flashback. That one guy who was giving away the PC, and he said that the streamer didn't have enough followers. And then the whole entire company went bankrupt. Oh man! Oh, that's that moment, everybody. That's called karma. That's messed up. But that cool thing is that girl did get another awesome company went and made her a machine and gave her a machine because that guy was being such a freak. Oh man, that's what happens when you're not thinking that stuff through, everybody. That's a PR nightmare right there. All right, we're setting up silica here, everybody, because guess what? We just run the raw quartz in. Going to make us a ton of silica. Got to backlog that silica, which we're going to use for our aluminum production eventually. So we want to get all that stuff going. All right, looking good. I have to say we got that done. That is going to be silica right there. Then we'll save that one, silica A. Clear the blue printer. And load quartz B, which is going to become silica B eventually. And then I will probably remember, and I have to give it a minute to fill all that up so I can open my door. There we go. I always go in that way instead of just going around the back. I don't know why. I don't know why. But again, we're going to paste this in all of these. That one there. And the cool thing is I can kind of hang off the side and be able to float up and down to just paste those. It allows you to paste from pretty far away. I never trust it, though, because I want the peace of mind of knowing that I looked at every single one and that every single one is correct, because I'm going to be duplicating this, and so if one of them is wrong, I'm going to have to take it all out and do it again. All right, all silica, all day. All right, now this is going to be our silica B. Silica B, save. Clear the designer. Grab any loot that's laying around in there. Nice how there's none in my inventory, but it's all in there. Okay, and then we have to go and do some math. Well, actually, we have the spreadsheet do the math for us. But we're going to go... Oh, I forgot to look at it in the thing. I could have looked at it in the blueprinter. All right, hold on. We'll load it back up again. Load blueprint. Notice how it's put it in the same category because we pulled it from that category. At least it does that for you. That's nice. I'm going to run around the back this time. There we go. Run around the back and wait for it to fill in. There we go. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go into the constructor, and we're going to say 22.5 in, 37.5 out. I know, weird numbers, weird numbers. So we're going to go up here. We're going to do 780 in, and this is going to be, this is actually number 11 here, and then this one's going to be number 12. Oh, we forgot to change all the names and stuff. Oh, I forgot to change the names. I'll have to do that here in a second. Let's see, 22.5 and 37.5. So 22.5 and 37.5. And then all the rest of the stuff, it just does the math for us. Oop, a little too far there. It's just going to do all the math for us, and we know that we're going to need 6 total factories. And you're like, Kismet, what the heck? How did you do that? Well, it's pretty simple. You just go look at the input, 22.5, and you divide that by 780. Then it calculates how many constructors are in each factory, which in this case is going to be 6. And then it just divides that out, and boom, it rounds that number up to 6, right? It's actually 5.78, but we might as well add a little extra to burn up those extra resources, right? Burn up those extra bits and run those in there. So it's actually going to output more than the input. Now, one of the things you got to watch out for when you are doing a total, when it actually goes up from the input, is that it may actually produce more than the input, and thus you need multiple lines to run it out, which we do, because the actual outrun is 1,300. So it's going to create 1,300 silica in this factory, roughly, depending on what it is. Now, it's actually calculating it based off of 5.87 and not off of the 6 that's rounded up, right? So it's just going here, and it's calculating that to create that total, the output amount versus the total constructors needed, and then that is going to give us that number of 1,300. So now what we need to do is we need to take that, and we need to divide that in half. In this case, we'll go ahead and divide by 2, and that's going to be 650 per belt. So we know that we need 6 of them. So the smart thing to do is to figure out, okay, where is kind of half of it? Doesn't really matter, because what I'm going to do is just say these 3 are going to be on this line, and these 3 are going to be on that line, because that is easy math. Even though the 6 factory is not going to be working all of the constructors all the time, it doesn't matter. 1,300 is a lot of silica. That's a massive amount. So we're going to need 6 total factories. That's what we need to know. And we also need to rename our factories, because I totally forgot to go in here and name this 12 silica. So let's go do that as well while we're thinking about it. Right over here. And we've already got this already named. So we can just go 12. And this is going to be silica. And there we go. So boom. And we can actually just double. We do this. We'll just go ahead and highlight just that. Copy. Get out of there. Go over here and double click this, delete, 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 and then paste. Easy peasy right there. Too easy. I got that done. Let's go ahead and change our sign up here, which is going to be the same thing here. We'll just highlight it, paste it right in there, and then we'll change the image to silica so we can see it when we're walking along there. Select image, and there we go. I almost forgot to rename all of that, but we got it. We got it. We're good. And let's save that one over our current one. And let's see. Anything else we need to do on the other one? The other one is fine. We got that all with silica. This is the only one that needed name changes. All right. So let's go ahead and clear that out of the designer. And now we're going to need a lot of these. So we're going to go into our blueprints, and we're going to say I need an A version, and I need 5 more B versions here. And then it's going to give us a laundry list of stuff that we need to go get right over there. A lot of stuff. There we go. Do the blueprints you create carry over to a fresh new game when you get the resources to build? I actually don't know, but you can share your blueprints, which means that in theory you could share your blueprints with yourself, right? And just kind of move them over to your new game as well. So you definitely could carry them over, and you can share them with friends. Now me, I'm not making the blueprints to share with everybody, but that'd be a great thing on Patreon. I might do that at some point. If you guys want me to do that, I can make little designs like this design and put it up on Patreon for all my patrons. You guys let me know. Feel free to give me that feedback in Whisper and in Discord. And if I get enough people who want me to do that, then I'll take the time to do it. But I don't build for everyone because if I was going to build this, I would first build it at its lowest level. And then build it out that way. But the problem is a lot of the components that I'm using are the higher end components as well. But in theory, at the very beginning of the game, you could go ahead and do a bunch of MAM research and unlock a lot of the things that I'm doing now. So just by going around and collecting resources, there's a bunch of resources where you can just manually collect it. You don't have to do factories at all. You could progress really far in the game making it by yourself. You could just queue up a ton of this and queue up a ton of that, let it run, walk away, go watch a movie, go get a sandwich, whatever you need to do, come back, bada bing, bada boom, you got a ton of stuff. Just like that. But you can absolutely share the stuff. Now we can see our quartz crystal is ready to go. So you absolutely can share it. And again, if you guys want me to do that, you let me know. Let's see. I don't think they automatically, but you can copy the files over. Just what Thurbrick said right there and what I said as well. Because I do know that you can share them. So that's going to be super useful. All right. Now we just happen to have all of our resources in here. We can go ahead and grab that out now and have that. Oh, that's getting real close to that. Look at all them motors and stators and heavy modular frames. And we got so much of this encased industrial beams. It's scary. But we don't have our stuff going. Now, I'm actually being a little bad right here, everybody. I should be working on my steel things, but I'm going to see how far I can let it ride before I need to really get onto my steel. We're going to try to get to steel tonight, but we definitely want to get our quartz and everything going just because we're working here. We're going to get it going because that's fun. The thing about working with steel is that you need to take it to another level, and we're going to need to redo our foundries and get our foundries going. So this is just much easier because we're using constructors, and constructors are easy. Are the easiest of all of the stuff. All right, what do we need over here? We need a bunch of everything, it looks like. We need a bunch of pipes. What do we do with all those pipes? We just had a ton of those. Oh, my God, right there. Absolute ton of those. Let's get those on us. Let's take an extra bit. And then over here, we put all of these down. So we got tons of those. What we got over there? Lots of concrete. That one is actually empty. You take that one out. Again, see how I diminished that one down because I was using the resources in there? I diminished it down to the point in which I no longer need that one. Oh, I forgot. I ran a thing out over here of all of these. All right, see, look, we can see what's in there, or at least what was in there. Not anymore. We can grab those off the front. There we go. Got some of those little guys in there. Let's see. Anything in here that we need for what we're doing? Doesn't look like it. Let's go try one over here. This is plates that we need. We definitely need some plates. Now, again, I brought some of the resources from up above down here and just threw them in some boxes, as well as from the previous amount of resources I had. Threw them here. Look at that. Bunch of fused modular frames, everybody. That's a high-end item there that we had made in the previous factory that we were building, and then we just made it messy, and now we're cleaning it up and making it much nicer and trying to innovate on our previous factories that we did. Okay, so don't see any of that stuff down here, but that's okay because, again, we did backlog. I'm surprised I haven't run out of aluminum sheets at this point, everybody. I'm just absolutely stunned that we made that many aluminum sheets, which I typically do in every playthrough. The thing I make the most, aluminum sheets, other than plates and concrete, of course. But aluminum sheets, I use an absolute ton of that. Look at that turbo fuel in there. Very nice. Again, that was from our previous production that we tore down right here. All right, let's see how our aluminum sheets are doing. Where is it? Oh, we got a little bit down here. Oh, my God, are we running out? Oh, boy. I hope we're not running out. Maybe it's this one. We definitely have a lot of it laying around. I've seen a ton of it laying around. Oh, my God. Maybe we did run out of aluminum sheets. Where did I have my aluminum? I had it right. I thought it was on that one. Yeah. I might have moved those aluminum sheets somewhere. Take that out. We need that. Yeah, what did I do with all those aluminum sheets? I took them out and put them somewhere. Let's go check. We might be in trouble, everybody. We might have to get our aluminum back up and run it. Again, when we run out of aluminum sheets, we're in trouble. Now, I've been purposely trying to see how far I can push this before I have to actually break off of what I'm doing and go make some stuff. But right now, we've been doing good. We've rebuilt this whole entire thing. So far, I believe I put some of them up here. Somewhere. Should put them in a separate box. Why did I not put them all in a separate box? And what I'm doing is I'm hitting F like I'm going to deconstruct it just so I can kind of peer into that box without actually have to go into the box. I might have left a bunch of these on the other side too. Way in the back there. Let's go down here. Check these one more time. I could have sworn I put a bunch of that somewhere. Maybe we used it up. I know there's a bunch all the way on the other side of our construction here. I could have sworn I had more out here. Let's just double check this again. Maybe I'm short on my boxes here. I thought it was this one. But that is the one that's way out there. It was probably the one before that one. This one. But let's just double... Oh, wait, no. That's where my my Nobilis are. Okay. That's because we took out one of the boxes over there. And there they are, right there. I knew I had a bunch more. Yeah, we took out one of the other boxes, which threw me off because now it's one forward. Yeah, okay, or one backwards that way, depending on how you look at it. Okay, we got that done. Now I'm going to make a separate box for that, and I'm going to put it right here. A separate box for this, and then we need another box that we can just turn sideways, put all the stuff we have on. So when I'm looking for that, it'll be actually in that box, so... Grab all of that out of there. There we go. That's a lot of that. And just to make it easier visually for us to find it, we're going to use it to... oh, we got to put all this in here and get a little bit of this. Wow, look at that mess. Sort that out. Get this and a little bit of plates so we can make a little line run here. Oh, we forgot our rods. A little line run here, which is going to say, Kismet, if you're looking for this... Okay, try it again. If you're looking for this, it's right here. That should be pretty obvious now. Okay, so that box is full too. We got a bunch on us over here, so we'll go ahead and grab all that out of there. We'll sort that. We'll get rid of some of these raw resources that we don't need. We certainly don't need that many of all of that on us right this second anyway. We'll use this second box and burn those up like this. There we go. Now we need some reinforced iron plates and cables. Now, it just happens to be so convenient that we're making a bunch of those. Right up here. Right up here on the top. So, we're making, over on this side, we're doing all of our copper stuff, which includes wire right down here. And, of course, it has built-in storage. So I can just roll into that storage from underneath and grab myself a nice little wire. Put the small one back. Put the small one back so you don't have to end up having just a small stack on you. And then over here, reinforced or ref iron plates or reinforced iron plates. Right over here. Wow, boxes and boxes and boxes of it. Over here, looking sharp. Okay, now we can make 6 factories in a row right over here. Let's go do it. Whee! Ah, God, we're going to die. All right. I certainly do not think that's going to reach. This is only 4 factories here. We need 2 more. Room for 2 more behind here. So we might as well just clear this out ahead of time. Then we can do them all in a sequence. Right back here. Let's go. And these factories all line up to each other down the line because they are a repeat of each other in the way that they're spaced. Uh-oh, there we go. Let's go ahead and throw some plates away. Kismet making a mess. There we go. Oh, because we took out that other run there. Oh, come on. What's the deal? Got 200 plates out of that one thing? All right, fine. Make me throw some concrete away and some plates away. That should be stacking those plates, but apparently that was 200 plates right there. I hate those boxes. I hate them a lot. Okay. All right, we still got a stacking problem there. But let's go back over here. and burn up some of these resources so I'll have room in my inventory to clear that when we get to the end. So maybe better to clear use it and then clear it as you go. Okay, so we need to go back to our set, which is number 10. We need to tell it that we want to do the A silica here. We're going to go ahead and just run that right there. Put the arrow toward us because that's how we have it designed. Where the control pad is, it's aiming toward us in the front. And that's going to make that so much easier to line up, know which way's front and back and left and right and all of that. And of course, the second I go to work on anything, that's the second the autosave has to kick in. God, it's so annoying. It is so obnoxious. It's the only thing I don't like in this update. Is the annoying autosave. It is incredibly, incredibly annoying. I could turn it off, but then, of course, then I'm stuck with not being able to autosave. And that sucks even worse than waiting every so many seconds for this long save to happen. All right, we're just going to keep it in that. We hit H. And then now we're putting in the B version of silica, so that's 3, I think, right there. And of course we can look up in the corner because we already told it how many of each things that we need, and that's telling me that I have 2 more to do. This is going to be pretty close. Let's make sure this is not hitting that in the back. It is not, and this wasn't over far enough, so we're going to take it out, do it again. Probably the most annoying thing about the blueprints is that it doesn't let you nudge far enough, I don't think. It's usually the nudging is based on the size of the item, but with blueprints, it does like one thing instead of doing it half the distance, which would be 2 foundations. I think that would make it way nicer. Now look at this thing. Kismet, you got to deconstruct that whole thing. Watch this. Boom! Just like that. Now, they didn't have that in Update 7, everybody, and that's why I didn't do too much blueprinting in Update 7, because I knew I'd have to take out every single thing. But the fact that you could just, go in and say, you know what, I don't want that whole entire thing. Boom, has made it night and day more fun to actually use your blueprinting. So big love to them for iterating. They're the kings of iterating, everybody. They've iterated so incredibly well on this game. Every update, I'm saying every update is a leap forward. Go back and look at every single update they've done in the game, except for, there's probably 1 or 2 in there that were just fixes. But every big update like this is just incredibly, incredibly great. It's just so, wish every game developer could be as good as them. That's all I'm saying. And this game's still early access, everybody. This game is better than some release games that I paid $60 for. In fact, I bought this game twice. I like it so much. I bought it on the Epic Game Store, and then I bought it again on Steam. That's how much I like this game. I cannot recommend it more highly than what's going on. Hey, Cameron, what's up? Thanks, Thurberg. I don't know if Kismet answered because those wasted garbage ads. Yeah, sorry about those ads, bro. Again, that's a Twitch thing. Sorry about those ads, but Twitch trying to stay in business. I'm just here to bring a little positivity into your day if you're getting ads from Twitch. Now, here's what I suggest, everybody. I'm one of the few streamers who'll tell you not to subscribe to my channel. I know, it blows your mind. What? Kismet's asking not to subscribe. Why not? Because you go get Twitch Turbo instead. Go get Twitch Turbo right now while they're on an ad spree, and you still support the creator you're watching. So right now, if you add Twitch Turbo, boom, no ads for you. But it still helps my stream with a few pennies that I get from that. It still helps my stream in the long run. So go check that out, everybody. Go check out that Twitch Turbo, because not only if you're watching my channel, but if you go to someone else's channel, it's like helping them too. And they got ads in their channel, and someone else, and someone else, and someone else. So you can see it affects a lot of streamers and helps them survive. Like my stream, I'm always trying to survive every month, right? Having just 100 subs, everybody, is not a lot. Because if you take that number and you say, oh, well, Kismet, that's $500, right? No, because Twitch goes and takes half of that. So I'm basically working for I'm working 225 hours a month for basically $200, for like $250. So I make $250 a month. It's easy math. This is not hard stuff to figure out, everybody. You can just look at that sub and figure that out. So the best place to support the stream is either through Twitch Turbo or on Patreon. Patreon, 95% goes to the creator, which I just take and put all right back into the stream in the form of giveaways, projects, other things like that we do here on the stream. All of that stuff is just to go back in and create a little positivity, a little fun here in the stream, big time. That's easy to figure out if you really wanted to. But that's what I like to do. That's what I suggest to do. I always tell it to you straight, everybody. I'm not going to, BS you. I'm not going to pull the wool over your eyes and say, oh, well, sub to my channel. That's the best way to support. If I see another way is a better way to support, I'll tell you to do that instead. That's just the way I am. I'm of the old school mindset. Big time. Big time. But if you want to subscribe to the channel, you do get a bunch of perks for that. I'm not going to say not to, but I'm going to suggest that if you don't like the ads, Twitch Turbo is a great option, not only for my channel, but every channel that you love to watch. Big time helpful to streamers, helps them go. I keep going. Someone like me who is partially disabled, and this is the primary thing that I'm doing. I'm not working anywhere else. I had to step down from my job at Apple because of my disabilities, and because I'm not at 100% anymore, everybody. I'm 75%, maybe. That's probably a high estimate. 75% of who I was just 9 years ago. Because of my disabilities, because of my inability to sleep and all of that other stuff, it is incredibly difficult for me just to do basic stuff anymore. It's really tough. It also really cuts your momentum down too, and your inspiration a lot too when you're just feeling sick all the time. But I've grown used to it now, and I just live with it every day because that's what I have to do. What other option? Just lay down and die? I don't think so. I don't think so, everybody. I'm just going to get up every day, as many days as I got left, bring a little love, bring a little positivity, and tell it to you straight. That's what I'm going to do. Every day. Boom. Right there. You're awesome, says Real Slim Death. Well, there you go, Turbo Master. In fact, for you using Turbo, I'm going to give everybody 1,000 Kids Caps in the chat. They might win a giveaway in the future just because of you. Thank you, Turbo Master. Appreciate you. Let's show some love for all of our Twitch Turbo peeps in the chat, everybody. Let's show them some love in their help and support, not only my channel, but all creators site-wide by stepping up and doing that Twitch Turbo. Appreciate you. Big time. Now, again, remember that Twitch is no longer run by the people who ran Twitch before. It's now run by Amazon. And Amazon, all they see is little dollar bills. They see dollar bills going out the window. And they're like, this thing is not profitable. We're losing money. We got to send somebody in there to make it profitable. And that's why they're running all them ads, everybody. That's why they're doing that. Again, I appreciate you guys toughing through those. Because we can only do what we can do in life, right? We can only do what we can do. Why is that power not going through there? I kind of feel like there's something up with my power. That one's good. Yeah, that one not so good. Why is it not connecting? So, oh, there's something going on with that power. Look at that. See, these connections right here should be helping me power. There's a missed connection somewhere. Oh, I didn't connect the front yet. That's exactly what it is. I forgot to connect the this one into that one. I got all talking to the chat. That sometimes happens. All right, we got to connect this one over to that one. There we go. All right, you can see the lines now going up to the thing. There's little white lines telling me that it's connected. We did this one up there and up there. Yes, we got it. And then hypertubes connecting to the top, connecting to the top. Yep. Looking good. All right, I think this is where we left off. And now we should be able to float. Yes, over that. Good. All right. Really helps if you connect it in the front. Now, again, we're just chaining these together. We're chaining them going that way, and then we're chaining them going back this way. Our inputs and outputs, and then also our hypertube. So we don't have to basically run all the way back here every time, just right now when we're working on it. Like this. And I have it all programmed into my little bars there at the bottom, so I can very easily switch between the things I need. And that's another great tip. Down there, I have a certain set that's just for putting down factories. I have it on factory on set number 10. That's it, everybody. That's it. We just put 6 of those suckers down right there. And I believe those things are ready to go, but we're not going to know until we know, you know. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of this. Fill this in behind here. And now what we're going to do, again, put in a little priority switch over here. Again, all we got to do is plug it into that A switch right there. And then what we can do is put in a entrance. And then we'll go over here and we can test and see if this is going to work. Like this. Now, if we go to the entrance right now, it should have no power because the one in the front is off. See, like that. And then if we go over here, we go in the priority switch. We look over here on the side. We say, okay, we need to turn on our silica hypertube. We just turn that baby on, and that sucker is off. Those priority things are awesome. Now, this only serves one purpose, so I can access my priority switches. It actually is not a switch, not doing anything other than allowing me to access it. Now, if I jump up here, we can test our hypertube all the way through. I suggest you do test your hypertubes. And I keep all my hypertubes off now. And that just basically saves me thousands and thousands of power. And if you only learn one thing in my stream, that's the one to learn. That just saves you so much time, so you don't have to have your power running all the time. We're also going to copy this, run this to the back, right back here, like so. Ooh, that's pretty far. That's pretty far back there. And then we'll take that name, we'll go ahead, turn this on, and we'll paste that in there and say back. And then now we can go ahead and control that from the back and know which one's which. There we go. We appreciate you too. Thank you, Real Slim Death. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate that, Twitch Turbo. I appreciate you guys coming and using it. There you go. Did you get any channel sub emotes from Twitch Turbo though? You do not, but if they added that, I would do that straight away. In fact, that is a really good idea. I'm gonna go do that right now. Let's see, what's the name of the CEO of Twitch? I forget. I'm gonna look it up. Hold on. When you have a great idea, everybody, do it right away. Of Twitch right now. I forget what his name is. That's not the CEO. That's the old CEO. Who's the new CEO? I don't need the old one. I need the new one. There it is. Daniel. Daniel, that's his name. Or Dan, he goes by. All right, let's see. Let's see if he's got a Twitter. Nope, that's not what I want. Right here. I'm going to go tell him on Twitter. Twitter is actually incredibly useful. For talking, I talk to Elon Musk all the time, everybody. I just tweet him on the thing. You're talking to billionaires, everybody. Just talk directly. Don't spam them, obviously. But you can, send them if you got a good idea. Send it over there. There we go. That doesn't seem like the right one. That doesn't seem like the right guy. That seems like a guy pretending to be the CEO of Twitch. See, I actually liked it when they had the check marks so you would know the real person versus someone trying to fake who you are. I mean, they should at least have a different check mark that does that just says this is the real person. This is confirm the right person. But there we go. That doesn't seem like him. That doesn't seem like him, but let's go look anyway. Let's see how many followers he's got. Oh, wow. I think that really is him. He streamed, let's see, how many, 7 days ago. What do you know? What do you know? Well, let's give it a shot in the dark. Let's give it a shot in the dark and see if that really is him. That's going to be fun. Where is it at? Right here. Now, I'm not going to tell you the address just in case it's actually not him. All right, writing it out right now, everybody. That's going to mess up my retweet thing there, but that's okay. Let's see. Put myself a little meme in there. I always like putting a little meme in there because it's going to catch their attention between the thousands of things that get sent to them today, hopefully. All right, I'm trying to hook you guys up. Oh, there we go. I'm always one of those nitpicky people that I spend 40 minutes or an hour on one tweet, everybody. That's the way I am. just making it so. All right. Boom. Sending it. There we go. I sent it to him, everybody. Again, I've actually had Emmett Shear reply to me, too. I asked him when he said that partners can actually stream on YouTube, and I said, I just want to clarify that as a partner, I can go over and stream on YouTube right after I stream on Twitch, and I can go to YouTube over to Twitch, right, without getting in trouble. And he's like, yep. And I'm like, cool. Because I'm a double checker, everybody. Some people are like, break the rules and ask for forgiveness later. I'm like, know the rules so you don't have to ask for forgiveness. And double check the rules to make sure that you don't get in trouble. And that works for me and has been working for me for now 6 years. I'm a Twitch partner this month. That's right. Two streamers and subscribe to them to get the emotes, etc. Oh, that's it. Okay, send that in, Rotisserie G. If I'm sending it in, it's just one person. But if everybody in the stream goes over there and gives some feedback to Twitch, you might put it at Twitch as well. And the CEO, I don't know. Don't spam him too much, though, everybody. He's easy. But go over there and tell Twitch that you think this would be a great idea. Give them some feedback. I think they also have other social media you can post it on. But that's a great feedback to get emotes for supporting your local streamers through Twitch Turbo. And then I think you should, if you have Twitch Turbo and you're subscribed, I think you should even get even more. More loot, for sure. Absolutely. I think so. Yes, that's the way to do it, Real Slim. That's what I say. Just go in, use that Twitch Turbo, and just eliminate those ads while they're ad spamming everybody right now. That's just the way it's got to go because they're trying to stay in business and they're losing money like crazy. And remember, the people who were there, who knew all the community and built the Twitch community or whatever, they're not there anymore. They're all gone now. And now it's just Amazon in there. Of course, you still got some people who worked there during that time. But the actual people who had the vision, the people who made it into what the great thing that it is now. Of course, you made it into the great thing it is now, and so did I. We did a lot of the hard work. They did the back end work, but we did the getting up every day and streaming every day and building up our communities and doing giveaways and playing games and doing all of that stuff for years and years and years. Like me, I'm on my 9th year here on Twitch. And that's a lot of work, everybody. It seems like it's not a lot of work, but anything you do, you put a lot of passion and love and effort into it, it's a lot of work, on top of also being fun, hopefully, if you have that kind of job. Not everybody has a job that's both something they can work at and something also that's fun. When you're in there, pressing, you're in the press, right? You're pressing, parts of automobiles. That might not be the most exciting job. You're just doing that all day long, pressing that. But if you love automobiles and that's like your jam and you're like in there and you're super excited to work there because you love automobiles, and that's a whole different way of being able to do the same thing that someone else may absolutely hate doing, but something that you actually love to do. And if you can find that, then you're styling like me with graphic design, 3D animation. I love doing gaming as well, and just bringing a little joy and positivity into your day. I've found what I love to do because I answer to no one now. I just do whatever I want because I'm disabled and who knows how many days I got left. So I just enjoy every day as much as I can. And I feel like that's the way you do it. See, if you just did that when you were younger, not wait till you get older like me. But of course, when you're younger, you're like, well, I have to go and get this thing, and I have to make more money so I can get more cars and more fancy stuff. And then eventually you'll realize that all of that work that you did to impress everybody else because you have all your fancy crap didn't matter at all. It was a waste of your time. That's one thing that I learned in my life, everybody. That all that fancy stuff I had that no one really cared. The only time they care is when they got something out of it, right? Like the Kismet's going out to the river and I'm renting 40 Sea-Doos. They can come and, piggyback on Kismet renting them a Sea-Doo. That's all they cared about. And then guess what? When I don't got that money to rent 40 Sea-Doos anymore, those people ain't around. They disappear. Fair weather friends, gone in an instant. Absolutely. And your real friends are the ones that are there when you had no money, and then are still your friends when you still have no money. When you had money, no money, then you had money, then you had no money, like me. Those are your real friends. Those are the ones are the ones that will be there when times get rough, right? Those are the best people to have around too, because they're not there just for your thing. And that's one of the drawbacks, I think, if you're like a celebrity or whatever. You never know if it's just because of your money or your fame or whatever, why people like you, or they just like you because they want to get something from you. They're looking at you like a turkey dinner. I forget who said that. I think it was Chappelle, I think it was. Yeah, Chappelle's like, once I had all this money, everybody was looking at me like a turkey dinner. What can they get out of them, right? And see, then the real people who are your real friends. Versus the ones who just want to scam you for whatever they're thinking of scamming you of. That's tough. That's a tough life decisions right there. All right, let's go ahead and get this going. Now, again, it's your life. You make your own decisions. They're all on you. Me, screw it. Screw it. I'm doing what I want, everybody. And I feel like when you want to do something, you also do it just that much better. Like me, I'm so far away above and beyond in this stream, everybody. I put every stream on YouTube. I go and I have, 6 monitors set up. I have all this stuff set up so I can do a bunch of different stuff. Not just stream games, but I can also do Lego stream, which we're going to do on Friday, tomorrow, right? That's tomorrow. No, it's day after tomorrow. This is Thursday now. Thursday, and let's see, I don't even know what day it is. I spent so much time working on the stream. I don't even know what day it is, everybody. And again, the one problem also when you wake up and go to sleep on the same day, and all you third shifters know what I'm talking about, that you start getting confused as to what day it is. So, do a solid to all those third shifters, everybody. Everybody who works late, or in my case, streams late. Just know that it's very confusing after a while. And especially when you have your head down like I do, I just, I go from one, fire to the next fire, one problem to the next problem, and try to solve those problems as I go. Now, what I'm doing right here is I'm running the primary line over here into there. And I don't know why that doesn't have quartz on it. What happened to all my quartz back here? Ah, there it goes. It's running it in. Okay. What it's doing is go ahead and running that in there and infusing that into that one. You can see already it's made a bunch of silica right here. Boom. If we know it did it right if there's silica in the front. Right, now another thing we're going to do, just like we did over there, we're going to go ahead and infuse this in the back, because this is a lot of these suckers, man. This is a lot, right? So we got these 3, and then we got the 3 in the back, and then we have to cut the output line right here. We're going to have to cut that output line and run back, and then we'll have 2 output lines for silica, because this is producing 1,300 silica, which is way more than we need right now. But that's okay. We'll work on that when we need to work on that. Right now, we want to, not double click, just single click. There we go. We want to run this line forward. So let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 right there. And we'll run that line right over the top of this factory. And probably one more round here. We got that splitter right there. And let's say something like this. Run that nicely there. Oh, come on. We're really trying to get used to this new thing. They changed the way that the cursor aims. And it's still awkward getting used to it, but I'm going to just keep at it until I get it down. And I'm sure they're fine-tuning it still, too. All right, there we go. So we're infusing it also in the back. So the back 3 factories are going to get that going. Now, if I see that going down there and I don't see anything coming across here, then something is horribly, horribly wrong. There we go. All right, that one's making it there. And then back over here, we're going to see how this goes. Eventually, it will catch up, and we'll start to see these going. One of my favorite things I've done in these factories as well is I have the lights above the factory, so I can just look at the lights and see if they're working. Those two are working. Those two are working. Those are all working. All right, we got all 6 of those going. Now, again, as this infuses this and start to use that overflow amount, it will then start to backlog into each of these. There we go. That one's green now. I'm going to start seeing some extra come out of the back of here eventually. Once it backlogs into the constructors themselves, once it backlogs in there, it'll then eventually take that extra and run it down the line. And again, it'll take a little minute for it to do it. Now that we can see the ones down below are working. The ones at the very bottom here, these ones are not working yet. There, that one going. And again, it does take time for it to spin up. But that is a lot. That's 1,560 quartz coming in there. That's a lot of quartz. And then, of course, it's producing a bunch of silica. You can see it just flowing out of there right now. And it's going to produce twice as much silica as we're actually, or well, not twice as much, we call it 125% more, because the inputs and outputs are different. So the input is going to create more of the output. Normally you have an input and then it creates less, but in this case, much like screws, it's going to create a lot extra. So we need to go ahead and think about how we're going to run that. Now we're going to backlog it like this for now while it's spinning up to speed, but we are going to go ahead and do a little splitter here on this line to just actually run this eventually separate when we're ready. That's a little awkwardly crooked. Well, we can correct it up here. We'll just go up here, do that, and we'll move this forward just a little bit. And now what we're doing is we're line running this back so that we can use it in future things. I'm also going to line these up now and align those, just because I know that those are going to be at the perfect distance I want them to run. So again, we're bringing this back like that. All right, so now we have our line run in, we have a line run out, and a line run out here. So we have 2 line runs out that are both around 600 each. Where is the front of this factory? Right here. Right here. This is why another reason why I keep the front off, so I can go up and down between the two things. Let's see what else we want to do. I think that's it. I think we're good on silica and on quartz crystal. And again, you can, if you count it right here, this is 6 boxes, so 6 times 3, everybody. Hey, Siri, what's 6 times 3?
6 times 3 is 18.
18 boxes of silica backlog right there. That's a lot. Now, of course, we're not using the silica right now because we got to redo all of our other processes that use silica, but we good on the actual original silica. Now, there is one more element that we have running over on this side, and you guessed it, it's sulfur time right over here. Let's get our sulfur going as well. You get off at 7 a.m., but I have to work at 2 p.m. tomorrow. It's kind of rough tomorrow. Yes. I used to have to switch every week because I was doing pre-press and printing. So I would work during the day a portion of the week, and then I would work during the night on the Friday and Saturday. That's really rough, everybody, where you're switching days and nights every single week. That is really rough. And when I was really young, in my 20s, I used to work all the time. Like, you think I'm streaming a lot? That's me working, everybody. I used to work like 15, 16 hours a day because I love doing it. And I made so much money, everybody. I made crazy tons of money. More money than some people make in an entire lifetime. Spent it all because I was young. Spent it all because I was young. And I did save some of it for my retirement, which I then had to pull out to pay out these doctors. And now I'm a 53-year-old man with 0 retirement and probably $10 in the bank. I think it was like $8.70. Not kidding, everybody. Not trying to get your pity or anything like that. One of the things that I decided when I did become partially disabled is not to take disability because I felt like that's me giving up, and there's probably a lot of people who need it a lot more than I do. So I opted out of that. I did not want long-term disability. I wanted to be alive. I said, no, I don't want any of that. I want to have my problem fixed, or if you can't fix it, I'm going to find somebody who fixes it. And you know the person who can fix it? Me. I'm the one that can fix it because I'm the one that gets up every day, and I'm the one that just says I'm going to do as much as I can today as possible. And screw doctors. Screw every single one of them except for my couple of my good doctors. All the rest of them are a bunch of scumbags. Just like auto mechanics, but for humans, everybody. Human mechanics. That's what they should be called because there's a lot of bad ones and there's a few good ones out there. So make sure to get a second opinion on every single thing that you do. Never trust doctors because they're just as susceptible to being a scumbag as everybody else, as I learned going through my adventure with 11 different doctors. Out of 11 doctors, everybody, only 2 gave a damn. That's pretty sad, I think. That's pretty sad, big time. And it'll be rare that you find people who actually give a damn, either in their job or what they're doing or about you, because you're just some random person to them. Yeah, that's pretty sad, I think. All right, what can we do with sulfur in here? Let's go ahead and wait for it to autosave for what feels like about 50 minutes. And then we're going to look for some stuff we can make in here. Okay, so we can make some canisters, we can make some iron rebar, we can make all some stuff in here, but I don't think we have anything with sulfur in here. We got copper powder. That we're going to need later, too. But no sulfur stuff in here. So now we're going to have to step it up a little bit into the next level. And the best way to know is just to go in here and look up sulfur. Look up sulfur like this. And we're making sulfuric acid out of it. We're doing that all the way on the other end of the factory right now. We can package sulfur. We can look under alien DNA. But actually the easiest way is what I call the play yard, where if you don't see it in the constructor, you throw down an assembler. Like this. And then you look in the assembler and you say, is there anything in here that is using sulfur? Oh, wait, black powder. Oh, okay. But we need coal and we need sulfur. How convenient that we brought some coal down over here where we could use it, right? Very convenient. Very, very convenient that we're going to use that coal. So now we need our assembler. So we'll go ahead and take these out. Right here, clear that designer. And we've already got some assemblers we've used previously right over here when we're doing our modular frames and our reinforced iron reinforced iron frames. And we can also use this category that I see is right here. Right over here. We're going to edit that category. There we go. Oh, I don't know why it doesn't select the whole thing. Let's see. Mod frames, reinforced iron plates, and mod frames. Oh, I put those separate. Oh, we can just rename this to just reinforced iron plates. There we go. And this is going to be sulfur and black powder. All right, sulfur black powder. We're going to put that up at the top, right over there. We're going to apply them changes. And then we're actually going to load the modular frames and work from that. So we're going to load that up. Assembler. We're going to do our A modular frames. And we should have fixed this here, the B and A thing. But now we think, hey, wait a minute. We can integrate that new idea that we had, that we just used over there. And take this out of the back. And put these connectors in the back to make it easier for our future factories that we're going to build. So we're going to go ahead and take this. We're going to make sure we're on the B1 right there. I think that one's the B1. Yep. And then we're going to run this to the back just to make it easier to chain it to the next factory. There we go. We got that in there. Now let's go ahead and check this out. We've got some inputs and we've got some outputs. And our inputs are going to come from down below. So this is actually one of the ones that we're going to put up on top because it's going to be producing black powder from those resources. So we're going to go ahead and change this over down here to black powder. There we go. And then we're going to copy, control copy. And then we're going to go over here. And we're going to do some pasta. Whee, jumpy, jumpy. Jumpy, jumpy. Also, we're going to need to take out the walls over here because we are going to chain these factories next to each other. So let's take those walls out. Plus, it's going to help us while we're working as well to reach in there. Now, if you notice that this does not have a lot of these in here, and I could try to cram 50 of these in here, but I don't think I'm going to get 50 anyway. But that doesn't do me any good. What does me good is that the line runs are already run, that I have storage, that I have hypertubes, that I have all that stuff, and the priority switches. That's what helps me. The thing that helps me is to have the ability to just easily chain them together. And then from one blueprint, I can make 50 factories or how many ever I want to make or ever I need to make from that. So coal and sulfur here. So let's go right here. Actually, we can go ahead and use down here black powder. We already got it. We're going to go ahead and say we're going to take our coal ore, number 13. And then we're also going to need our sulfur ore, which is actually numbered way up here as number 8. Maybe I should have renamed that sulfur. Wish I could rename them remotely. That would be awesome in the priority switch. That'd be awesome if you could remotely go in and edit the name. I don't think you can, but you know what? Let's go try it. See what happens. I think I tried it before. But again, it'd be great if you could just right-click on that or double-click on it and just change that name right there. That'd be another great one. Yeah, that would be great, but it don't do that. At least not yet. You never know. They might add it. You never know. All right, let's paste that black powder in there. You know what? We'll just go with this. So coal ore there, and we're going to do coal and sulfur. So coal ore node there, and we'll move this down. Actually, we'll add another one here. Move that down to there, and then we're just going to copy this one again up here. Where it wandered off to, sulfur. That's coming out at 600. It's actually being diverted and being used elsewhere also. Half of it is being used elsewhere, but that's okay. We'll use that and figure out the thing all based on our coal. Or actually, we should do it on our sulfur. It's going to be half. All right, so let's change this input to half, 300. And then black powder is going to be 15 in and 15, and I think 30 out there. Yeah, 15, 15, and 30. So input's going to be 15 and 15. The output's going to be 30. And we should base that on our half of our sulfur going here and half of our sulfur going on the other one. So we'll just go off of the sulfur to calculate how many factories we need. And then we're going to go ahead and grab this and do this. And it's going to tell us we need 4 total factories. Pretty cool, right? Again, that's what's cool about it. It's like, Kismet, how can I get that spreadsheet? Well, bam, right there. Follow that link, go up there. It has actually not only for this game, Satisfactory, but it has a bunch of stuff for just a bunch of games that I play. You can find all those tabs down there at the bottom. Now you can save it out, use it for whatever you want to do, and kind of see what I'm doing, get a general gist of how I'm doing all the calculations and figuring all that out. And I give that out for free. Give that out free. Now you can't modify mine, but you can grab it and use it for yourself. Feel free. Feel free in there. Okay, so black powder. Again, 15 in, 15 out is going to be our sulfur. And so we just need 4 factories, and we get 4 factories together, and that's going to output 600 total. So it's not more than 780. It's going to output 600 total, so we can have it on one line. It's going to output a massive amount of black powder and then backlog it. So 4 factories is what we need. So let's get back over here and just go ahead and put this in all of these. Over here. Oh, wait. Hold on. Hold on. No, that's not right. Because the number of factory, one of the ones we have per factory is 3. Per factory is 3. Why is that not changing that number? Uh-oh. Something's going on with this calculation here. E39. Oh, see, I have it built in right there. Oh, that was a mistake. I should have done this. Yes, I should have done that. Hold on, that's got to be recalculated. Oh, I think I fixed it up here in these ones. Oh, wait, I changed it another way. 17 divided by 17 total factories needed. Gives us our total output. Yeah, that's easier. Just the total amount of factories versus the total input gives us that. That's way better. Yes, let's just replace all of that calculation with that one. We had an old calculation in there. That's not doing it justice. Let's do this, and then if I change this number, that should change that number, and it does. See how I changed the number of factories? Because this one is, this is being calculated off of that, and then if I change this number, it just tells me the right number of factories. So pretty awesome. Okay, and this is going to be in the assembler. Assembler, there we go. And don't we have another one up here that's assembler? What's our other thing we're doing? We're doing our reinforced iron plates. Yes, right here. Let's see how we're having that. Okay, so we have this offset like that. Let's try to keep this consistent all the way down. So here's what we're going to do. Yeah, we're just going to do this the other way. So we're going to move this over here so we know what that is. And then this is black powder is the thing we're actually trying to make. Like that. Oh, like that much better. Okay, there we go. And then it's in assembler. And then up here, probably give that another color too. Like a purple. That tells me what that's in. This is assembler. This is assembler. Now, I'm going to assume if I don't have it marked that it's in constructor or in a in something else, but there we go. In the assembler, we're going to make that, and then also we know that it's this line is what's telling us. So 7 total factories is actually what we want because we only have 3 per factory. Okay, so that's looking good. We're going to double check these are all black powder again, just to make sure, because we got distracted there. And black powder, very nice. Okay, we've got our inputs from down below. We're going to run our double inputs. We need to rename this over here to black powder. And what number do we want to name this under? Let's just say 13. It's actually 2 different nodes, but we'll just do 13. And then, oh, I forgot to do the outputs of those other ones. I should go in and do that. Let's see, what is the output of this? Total output is going to be 600. And the output, actually I should probably put an O there. O for output. Well, I guess it's, I guess I've been using that as the input and not the output. Maybe I should change those to output. And then the input being on the priority switch. That's a good question. Let's just put it as a ratio. So copper slash sulfur. Yeah, we'll just put it as our inputs as a slash. That's the first time I did on the assembler like that. I think that's a better way of doing it. Okay. Then down here, let's change our names to, I should just include the N in there because that's just so much easier. And then again, this is, we'll say this is just 300, black powder 300, because that's the, because our sulfur eventually would go down to 300 if we were to do that. Black powder hypertube, and then we're just going to copy this because eventually we're going to put one in the back. And I think we have that ready. Okay, let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. Let's make sure not to save over our modular frames, or that would be very sad. Which I have accidentally done before, which is a bummer. Black powder. Oh, let's give it a different color too. Let's give it a red. There we go. Select, save, and there we go. So we're going to clear that, and we're going to load another one. Assembler here, and we're going to load the B version. Confirm. Confirm. Out of there. Get out of all of that. Confirm. Jeez. Okay, and then we have this connector over here, which we need to connect in the back. That was another change we wanted to do. Right back here. Again, once we change it to this one, and then we use this one as the new template for any future ones, then that will already be built in. And that's kind of my progression that I've been doing here in the game. is just trying to, every time I make a new factory, iterate on my previous factory forward, forward, forward. And I can always come back and tear all those other factories down and use the latest version, and then just go in and change what it's producing. But it's really not necessary. It'd probably be fine. But again, it's kind of fun to iterate on it and keep going. Okay, so we got that, and we have our other input. We have our two inputs going here. Oh, this one. Oh, that's because they're coming out of the back of that one and going into this one. That's right. That's why that's like that. And we'll go ahead and save this as black powder. And then again, select the color to be red to differentiate it. And save. And there we go. And then we can go clear this out to get these resources back. And take all of that. All right, looking good. Then we're going to go in and organize it under our constructors. We're going to edit this. Run this one up to here. Oh, not that one. This one up to there. And there we go. Got them all nice and organized too. These are all blue because those are using iron. And then these are red that are using sulfur. Right there. Looking good. I won't comment on doctors. They're the reason my dad's appendix ruptured and it killed him. There you go. Unforgive it. There you go. That's what happens. Doctors are, remember, you gotta keep searching for the good ones. It's like finding a mystery thing. No one wants to be told that they're bad at what they do, but I'm telling you, there are some bad doctors out there. And actually, all you gotta do is watch all those like files on the doctors that were doing all the especially like dentists who are doing like unnecessary surgeries and things like that. You got to be wary. Now, again, not all of them are like that, everybody, but be aware. They're just as susceptible to being a scumbag as anyone else in the world, and that's for sure. And that's too bad too. Too bad that's a thing, but you got to be. If you're aware of it, then it's not as bad because at least you know what's up with what's up. All right, we're going to drop that in there because we're going to need to do some work over here. Let's use this one here at the end. Now let's make another sideways one here. Right over here. Put all that in that. Two sideways ones there. All right, now I've got to clear out this next box because I'm going to put the... Oh, wait, no, I'm going to put it up above. I'm going to put it up above. What am I doing? What am I doing? Get that out of there and get that out of there. We're going up. Putting it up above. So run those lines. Oh. Our other factories are up here. Now, because this is a dual run, I'm going to put it up above because it's going to be way easier for me to manage it up here and run those lines underneath. Oh, speaking of, we got some silica running right there. I can see it running on that line and some quartz crystal that is now obsolete. Oh, look at this factory over here. Man, it's going to take a while to tear that thing down, huh? Or I can just do it like that. Boom, now it's gone. Now gone, just like that. Okay, oh, look at us dropping stuff. Look at us dropping stuff. Oh, more boxes. More boxes because we're dropping loot. I hate those boxes. Maybe we can downscale a little bit of this while we're working. Oh, we got a bunch of that. That's why. Bunch of that stuff in our inventory. Bruh. All right, we got a lot more mess here to clean up. Let's do a little mess cleaning. Dee-lee-lee, we got connections all over the place. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Reminds me of that song from Guardians of the Galaxy. When Rocket is, they're trying to attack Rocket in that ship that they crashed. And it's like, dee, 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 and then boom, they all get blasted. It's like that kind of a little happy little song that is just absolutely owning all of those bad guys, which is funny. Totally reminded me of that song. I forget what the name of the song is, but I'm sure that wasn't exactly how it goes, by the way. That was exactly not how it goes, but it is like that kind of song. Okay, let's zero in on all of these. Zap all of these where we can find them. Over this way. And then we'll get all of these out of here. We got a lot of those. We were using those earlier, and I usually like the 3 ones. But, of course, now I'm aiming at all the ones that are not 3. And this is really good. The limiter that they have in here, the dismantle filter is what they call it, is really great for just getting the unique items that you're trying to get in that moment. Now, I don't know if it's easier than just taking everything out, but it feels a little easier. There we go. And then we can limit to this, so we can just get rid of all of that. And just trying to take out all this underrun stuff. Same thing here, just hit G. And then we're just going to get all of these things we have laying around. Like that. Very nice. And we got that box we got to get. Let's go get it. Oh, we don't have power out here. We got to... fine. Fine, make me run another line. Going up. Come here, you. Give me that loot. Okay, so we cleared that out. Make sure we don't have anything in here that we want to get rid of. Sulfur. Alright. Also getting a bunch of our stuff back here. Get rid of all of them lifters. Get rid of this manufacturer as well. How's our inventory looking? Bet you I dropped a box there somewhere. Maybe not. Just on the dot. Okay, so again, we're trying to just make room right here for us to run this back. Or I have to move our space elevator at some point. Let's run that back as far as good. How many factories was it again? 7. Okay, so the last one we did was 6. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So yeah, we're definitely going to run into this stuff back here. And we're going to definitely have too much stuff as well. Let's run back down, or actually let's just run over here. And we will put another box over this way. And you'll see me do this. I'll just keep dropping loot as I go along. And then come back to it when I need it. Instead of running all the way back to get the loot back where it's being produced, I just move it forward with me. And I just keep moving it forward, and it just makes it a lot easier to work on that stuff. Now we can leave our awesome space elevator there for now. Try to take all this stuff out. Actually, better to take out the floor hole because it'll take out the lifters on both sides automatically, which is cool. Trying to get this down. There we go. Then you hit Control. G. Hold down Control. Nice big fat lag there. F, G. Get these out of here. And a little power connector under there. Get rid of. And this is going to be really... Really? There you go. Get out of there. And we got lines running all over the place. Making a big old mess there. Yeah, so again, we need to see how far 6 is back. Wow, we got a lot. That's going to be real. That's going to be a lot of factories there. That's a lot of silica, or sulfur, I mean, black powder. It's going to be producing, but that's okay. Look at all this. Look at all this up here that we can take out. Very nice. Take all that out over there. I'm using that one. That one's just one we're not using. Those are our big computers that we're no longer running. Take all that out. Yeah. Yeah, we can take all of our hydrogen out right now. We're not using that anymore. Right now, just to kind of clean up the underruns here so it's not in our way. We're doing it on space. All right, we can take these factories out in the back now. These things are not being used. Oh, come on, fingers. There we go. Take these suckers out. All right, time for these to go. Let's see. Yeah, this is all my aluminum stuff. Now I got to watch out because my inventory is going to get full pretty quick if there's a bunch of these laying around in here. Oh, yeah. And get rid of that. Come on. There we go. And we can take out all these aluminum factories that we had. Again, sometimes it takes longer to dismantle it and redo it than to do it right the first time. I feel. Obviously, making it takes longer, but sometimes it feels like, again, should have just done it right the first time. But you don't always know what you're going to do, though. That's the real part. That's tough. It's like, okay, what am I going to put there? Where am I going to put this? Where am I going to put that? If you knew all of that ahead of time and pre-thought it out, you could definitely do it. And I've done it on mini playthroughs of like 7 Days to Die and things like that, where I'll pre-think out how I'm going to build the base. And then sometimes I'll just do it kind of, you know, however I feel like in the moment. For sure. Just take it out of there. What's in this box back here? Let's go see. Nothing. Okay, cool. Because it would be running down if there was stuff in there. Take those all out. There we go. And I like the limiter because it helps me not pull out a whole bunch of stuff behind there that I don't really want to take out. When you hit G here, it's just going to take out these lines instead of all that other stuff. We might as well just clean all this up back here because we're going to have to redo our aluminum eventually. But man, is it going to be nicer now, though. Going to be so much nicer. And then when you're doing this, I would not aim toward your factories. Just for safety's sake, I would turn this way, away from your factories, and then you can just hold down control and sweep a lot of this all at the same time. Boom. That's way safer. Trying to turn it off. Come on. Fingers, work with me. There we go. Sweep all of this. Again, I think the take everything out but the foundations would be like an incredibly great addition to the game. Because I've done this before where I'm just like trying to take stuff out and accidentally took out some line way over there. And then my whole factory goes off. That sucks. And see, all these line runs were just done in the moment, and we're not done in a cohesive way. And when you're doing line runs in the moment, your base starts to become a hot mess, like this one used to be. But now we are fixing that hot mess with all sorts of sexy. Oh, we're going to put these back on. Put these walls back on, because these are back here by themselves. Like this. Very nice. There we go. Oh, and we forgot to put our foundations back in, which means if I forgot to do it on that one, I probably forgot to come back and do it on all these. And these are all working good, making us some silica over here. Very nice. All those in. All right, that's looking good. Put that one in, but the one next to this one we can put in now. There we go, and as we work our way down, we'll get that going. Now, we're not working down here, we're working up here. Up on the tippy top. Oh, there you go. Yeah, one of those Kismet brainstorming events. Well, I think most people do that when you're really into something. You start thinking of all the ideas that you want to do with that thing. And that's good. That's good. Means your imagination's still working good. All right, so we need a total of 7. So we need one of these, and then we need... Oh, we should... Did I have anything on that list before? I don't remember. Let's just clear it just in case. All right, so we need 1A, and then we need 6 more... 6 more of the B's. Okay. What we got over here? That's doing nothing. And this is doing nothing. Awesome. Oh, boy. Let's see, we're... Got ourselves a box over here. Let's take all this extra stuff out of there. And I don't need these package stuff. And then we can get that box up. There we go. All right, now we want to trade out the stuff that we don't need for the stuff we do need in these boxes. All right, let's sort. Let's keep our filters on us just in case. Look at all that silica. Do not need that much silica. Yeah, we'll keep one in there and throw the rest away. See how I moved it into this box? It doesn't take it out. It only takes it out of the box in which you're throwing it in the trash. So if I put one over here and then I drag this, hold down control and drag it to the trash for my inventory, it'll just get rid of whatever's in my inventory and not over here. And then I can move it back and I got a single stack of that. Don't need aluminum scrap that I can throw away. Don't need that. Aluminum ingots at this point. We'll come back to all of that. We'll keep our automated wiring for right now. That's fine. That's something else we were doing. We were doing this up here. We did 103 of them before we decided, all right, we're revamping the factory. Okay, so what do we need? Concrete. Let's get that in there. All right, concrete, good. And aluminum sheets. Let's just take all of those. Throw that one in the trash. Let's see. What else? What else we got in here we can use? Wire. And cables, rods. Really? It always astounds me that I don't have the things that are over here in this box. And sometimes I just don't see it in there, but that's not in that box. All right. Wait for it to save. That's the only part I don't like, everybody. The saving thing is annoying. It just should not be doing that. I've had autosaves on before that I never even noticed it was on. That's how autosaves used to work, and that's how I hope they work once again when they get that fixed. Big time. Put that back in there. And do this. And then wire is something we have in there. There we go. And quick wire. And the other circuit boards, these ones. And then crystal oscillators. Got a whole stack of that. What can we put back in there? Computers. Those back in there. And then we need more of our things from over here. That's not going to be enough. And we'll put those heavy modular frames in and max those out. Take that circuit board out. God, too many of these things. Way too many of those. Actually, way too many plates too. Let's just get as much as we need and then a little extra. Oh wow, actually I did need all those plates. I sure do. I actually need every one of those. All right. That's good. About over here, 168. So 200 of that ought to do it. Just trying to reduce my inventory so I can carry all of this stuff. There's a lot of stuff to carry. Let's go back over here and get some loot from over here. Is this where I put this stuff? I think I put that stuff down below. I got steel beams here that I can use. And then down below is where, yeah, that's where that aluminum is. I should bring a bunch of this up too. So I'll have it also up here where I can access it. Let's fill the rest of this back in. Because this is the thing I'm always looking for, which is the aluminum sheets. So put all those back in there and get out what we need. And a little extra. Okay, we're ready. That's it. We can make 7 factories in a row here, everybody. Let's do it. God, I just love this part, everybody. I love the part where you get it all the way you want it, and then you just build out a whole bunch of factories in a row using the blueprinting. Hey, thanks for that follow. Appreciate that. Taco Guy coming in, hanging out. Appreciate you. Show some love in the chat, everybody. All right, we removed that wall there, so it will combine with the wall that we already have. And there we go, looking sharp. Let's check that sign in the front there. Black powder. I forgot to change the thing. And we just take it right back out, run back over our blueprinter, and fix it over there. Because we might as well fix it in the original, since we haven't really done a whole bunch of connections yet. fix it in the original here. And again, when I see a problem, I just go iterate on it, make corrections to it, and then just keep iterating over and over. Super fun. Oh, look at that love for you in the chat, bro. Look at all that love. All right, black powder. Now, again, we're just going item by item by item and redoing the whole factory to use our kind of updated way of doing our factories. Really liking it. I think this is working out really well in the long run. And so we'll run back down here to the end and make ourselves an obscene amount of black powder that we don't really need, but we'll throw it in here anyway. Okay, once again, let's put that down. Let's use our blueprints. Get that going, and boom, there's number 1 is down. Let's go, let's go, let's go. And then we're going to put down our B selection here. Oh, wait, nope, we got to switch. I almost forgot to switch. And this is going to be B. There we go. And I actually you can see the name of your blueprint when you're putting it down. And that's how I could tell. And also I could see that there was the priority switches on the front. But I can also see by the actual name, which really helps you a lot. That is super, super useful. Now aim toward the kind of the middle between the two sides when you're trying to line it up like I'm doing right now. So that just is easier for you to run it. Here. Oh, this one I did 3 across. That one actually already matches up to the one I'm already removed on the other one. Ah, look at me being all smart and stuff. Being all tricky smart. Again, it's just super cool to drop down a bunch of factories in a row. Like that. And it's just going to do all the work because we already pre-figured out the math. Oh, that one didn't quite make it. Again, that's why you aim toward the center, so it's easier to nudge them into place because you have you're a little bit closer to where you want to end up. Come on, there we go. A little lag there. Now we got a whole lot of factories right there, everybody. Again, how do we figure it out? We figured it out by doing the math here in the spreadsheet that we need 7 total factories. Now, if I was actually running the assemblers in here. I mean, running it based on the coal and running in all of the sulfur. I would go by the lowest common denominator since these two numbers are the same. I would go by the coal ore, which would be 600. And just for the sake of fun, let's go ahead and copy these numbers up here and see how many I'd be putting down. I'd be putting down 14 right now. Do I need that much black powder? Probably not. I would probably guarantee that I absolutely don't need that much black powder. That's a lot of black powder. That is an insane amount, as a matter of fact. So yes, that's why I didn't bother to go with that top one. I'm using half the sulfur for over there and half the sulfur over here. Half the sulfur is going to producing sulfuric acid, and half the sulfur is going to go over here for black powder. And when the black powder fills up, then all of the sulfur will be going over there because this goes pretty fast. This is very much reminds me of quick wire and quartz crystal. It just makes an absolute ton of it, really a lot of it very quickly, and then you probably don't need any for the rest of the whole entire game. In fact, I already got a bunch of it down there that hopefully I can bring up here at some point. Okay, now we're going to do all of our line runs, and I kind of feel like we'll go ahead and get this started like this, right over here to our inputs. Before we do all of our other line runs, let's go ahead and do this. Now, when you're first running your things, you're using A/B like I'm doing. You got the front factory, which is one thing, and then you got the second factory, which you're going to run into and then do a bunch of connections. I suggest to do those two first, connect them together, try to solve the problems, and keep doing that over and over and over until you have the A and the B working really good together. Then put the rest of the factories in. I was making that mistake of putting too many of the B factories in and then realizing that I need to change it, and then I kept having to take them in and out, in and out, and out. Just get that A and B to work, and once you get those working and everything looks good, then you go ahead and put a bunch of them down like I did. I'm trusting that my thing is pretty good. We'll see. Oh, no! Oh, no! And in that very moment, I just realized that it is not good. I made a mistake. There we go. And that is the front of this. I should have removed that part right there. Because this has that front offset, which I forgot. But watch this. This is going to be super easy. You just go back here and you just pull these babies right back out again. And that is update 8 right there. But it allows you to pull your blueprints out and redo them. But no problem. Again, just keep iterating on it. And if you make a mistake, it's not as bad when you're doing blueprints, because you can just take those blueprints and put them right back down again. But this time, kind of offset a little bit more forward. I always look at the corners, too, to make sure that it is fitting right there in the corners. Now, that doesn't look right. So if you do something that doesn't look right, where's my priority switches? Well, that means it's probably rotated around the wrong way. Again, just take it out like that. Rotate it where I try to have the arrow toward where I'm going to be, where I'm going to put it down. Makes it a lot easier. And just kind of oriented that way. And I have the actual blueprinter there oriented that way on that side. So that when I'm running my stuff down this line, the front of it is aiming where I'm at, right? It's aiming that way. As you can see with the big arrow. And the arrow is another thing they added, which makes it a lot easier to manage all of my stuff here as well. So there we go. Now we know that's the A one. And we'll go in here and we'll put this back in here so we can run along there. And we'll go ahead and take all these other ones out really easily. Now we got to be careful it's not going to drop. There we go. And then we can move the whole thing up by one foundation. Super easy and quick. Because that would take a long time, and if you're doing that one item at a time and then you found that mistake that you moved it forward by one, that would be pretty rough. Now, I've done that. I've done it many times where I've built every single piece here one at a time, one item at a time. I'm talking build a foundation one at a time because they didn't have souping, and then went through and built every piece of the factory one after another, one at a time. But man, blueprinting is the stuff. It is the stuff, and it makes a grown man happy. Just like that. There we go. Oh, and I forgot to count how many we were doing here. All right, let's see. We've done 3 so far, and so we're going to tell it we need 3 more, and it's going to count for us. Right over here. There we go. Oh, wait. No, we don't need 3. We need 7. So we need 4 more. Right? Again, double check again. 1, 2, 3. Oh, we already have 4. So we're going to do 3 more on top of that. Okay. That's right. Again, always checking and double checking what I'm doing to try to reduce mistakes and issues. But if you have a little problem like that, no big deal. Tear it out, redo it, get it done. Don't sit there and kick yourself for about 5 hours because you're wasting all that time you could have been doing to fix the problem, right? That's what I do. I just go and fix the problem and move on. I don't kick myself anymore and say, oh, how could you make a mistake? Oh, my God, I can't believe it. And some people try to hold you to that standard, too. You can't make a mistake in your life. No more mistakes in your whole rest of your life. Obviously, they are not familiar with human beings. Because I think that's hilarious. Yeah, human beings learn by mistakes. That's what makes us as great as we are. But that's why we dominate the planet. At least we think so. It allows us to think that we dominate the planet. But there we go. All right, we got that back in. See, that's why I didn't run all the lines and do all that stuff first, like I was saying, in case something is wrong. And I did do that on purpose. That was actually my mistake. If I do it on purpose, I will tell you. And if I did it on accident, I will also tell you. All right, so there's our inputs there, and we need to get our coal and our sulfur right over here. And let's go back to where we're running this. What are we running in there? Where's our... What's going on with this line? This line over here is a little funky. I don't like what's going on in my quartz there. What's going on that second quartz line? It's empty, and I don't know why. Now remember, this is still an experimental game, so sometimes things will just go weird like that. Because you can see that the 1 is fine, the 1 quartz line over here. 1 quartz line is just running, where this quartz line has nothing going on. And that's what's running to our silica right now. What are you doing to me here, brother? Oh, it's loading right now. kind of telling me that one silica line is not getting enough, or one quartz line is getting less than the other quartz line. I see that one dropped all the way in. This one's full. Oh yeah, something going on with our quartz line. Let's go for a little ride. Check it out. Oh, let's save too while we're at it. We'll do our own save lag. Again, I don't think you should ever see the save. It should just be doing that in the background while you're working. It shouldn't bring the entire game to a halt like that. I don't care what game you played. And they didn't used to do that. Didn't used to do that kind of save locking it does. This way you can keep working, and it interrupts your thing constantly too, depending on how long you have it saving. Like I had it every 5 minutes, which I used to have, and I had to crank it up to every 15 minutes because I just couldn't handle it. It's just too obnoxious, for sure. But again, remember, it's still a work in progress, big time. They're still working on it over now. Speaking of working on stuff, how's my videos doing over here? They're working away. Working away. Now this is where it picks up the sulfur, but apparently it's got plenty. Oh, I was gonna think, oh god, am I standing on the one that is trying to load? Yeah. I don't want to get crushed. Now we're going to the coal area. Now here it's actually collecting 3 different coal and popping that in now, popping and locking it. And I'm gonna try to get out the way. Doing another save. I get more to the front of the train here. Boom. So I'm not sitting on the thing it's trying to load. Must be already full. Now, one of the things that I probably would, I might modify on this is to have a backlog of those raw resources at the bottom. This way, this train never stops, and it just goes and it backlogs a massive amount of resources. Right now, our quartz is not being loaded fast enough. One of them is doing fine, but the other one is not loading at the max level and filling up the other end. Or this one is using up more quartz than the other one is, which is another thing that we could look at. But we want to go ahead and eventually just go look at how much quartz is in here. Yeah, see, they're both full. And so we'll wait for it to pick those up. And this one's probably already partially full or fully full. Okay, so that's rolling out. Getting a feel for how fast it's going. Actually, we could time it. Let's go look at the other one. Go look at the other one before it fills. Oh, that one's not even done yet. Okay. Let's see how long it's doing this one. We'll do a stopwatch on it. Go. About 4 seconds. About 4 seconds. All right, they're still loading at the same time. This is 692 items per minute. This one's 457 per minute. So it's telling me that for some reason this is not feeding in as fast. So somewhere I've made a mistake. It's a lifter, it's a wire, it's something that's going on. Like there's a level 4 belt somewhere. Slowing this down. Or maybe that's a total throughput on the other side. One belt could cause that all to get messed up. Did seem like it was loading at the max speed. It might be on the other end. That it's using more on the other end than this is. Let's go look at our math here. Let's see. Quartz crystal is going at 780 and using up all 780. Where the quartz ore for silica, they're both going in at 780. What's this production rate? So the input of 11 is using a lot more. It's using a lot more as an input on number 11 than it is on number 12. So that's what that is. That it's using a lot more quicker as it goes in, so it can't keep up with the delivery, which is telling me that we need another train. We need another train to keep up with that delivery, and we can do that real easy right over here. Oh, if we had some darn plates. Oh, it's always something. Always out of something. But yeah, we could go in and add another train and then have the train come back and loop around. But we got to watch out that the train doesn't run into this train. So this is telling me this train is not going fast enough to keep that quartz supplied on the other end, because it's using up all that quartz before it gets there. And that is a big problem. Again, this one's using up way more. I should have looked and see if that actually filled that whole thing in time. We'll have to wait for another cycle. We want to see if that fills that in the time in which it makes back. It should. Okay, so that did that. And this one used a lot less, so that's going to fill all the way down before it gets back, probably. But does this one fill by the time it gets back? See, I think it did. I noticed that the line did stop eventually. So probably that's the best idea, to let that run. Let's let that run for a minute. I'm going to do a quick AFK, and I should be right back while we're letting that fill and see if it fills by the time it gets back. And I should probably move off the platform, too. Let's go down here, just in case it grabs it out from under me. All right, I'll be right back. Back at the perfect timing, it does fill. Okay. So it is filling it. I can see the train. See, by the time that fills, there should be another train there picking it up. So I think we should come back and add a second train. Absolutely. So we can keep up with that demand. And we could just add a train that just grabs the quartz and runs it back. Because we could run this separate, just the quartz. And then it would just go back and forth picking up the quartz and not stopping at all the other spots. As well. And just cut the quartz off of that, one. Create a separate one, or we can create a faster train. But do we really need train for all the other stuff? Do we need a second train to go and collect the sulfur and collect all that stuff? Because that stuff's always full right now. But eventually, probably the coal, I would think, because it's going to burn through that coal pretty quickly when we get that set up. That's a good question. Good question. And see, it stops there anyway. There's actually a thing that, what was the thing that said don't stop if full or something like that? Hold on. I think there was something like that that you could do. Let's look at the timetable. What was it? Okay, so coal pickup station. Info. God, what was it? Oh, man, that is... sulfur pickup. One load has been completed. Locomotive should stay until the station until freight weight is fully loaded, unloaded. Is that what it is? Fully loaded or fully unloaded. One load has been completed. Or wait 5 seconds. Oh, look, you can even tell it to load only and unload only. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Oh, that's cool. I don't think I've ever got that deep into it. All right, 5 seconds maximum. Wait, oh, we got to get back on the train. Get back on there. Oh, God. There we go. So, yeah. What if I can do it while I'm driving it? Driving on it. All right. Open the train menu. Yeah, there we go. So, yeah, we're going to do coal pickup. The sulfur pickup, maximum 5 seconds. Quartz, maximum. Or wait for 5 seconds. So if it's full, it'll only wait for 5 seconds, which gives me time to get on it if I need to. But it'll get the heck out of there. Unload, wait till load is completed, or 5 seconds over here. We'll try that and see if the train goes a little faster in there. Now, one of the things that I would do, if the train's full, just move on. Freight weight is fully loaded or unloaded. Now, maybe fully loaded. Let's say if it's already fully loaded, lower should stay until the freight wagon is fully loaded. And then coal, same thing. Fully loaded, or 5 seconds. And then quartz, that it's fully loaded or unloaded. Okay. Now let's see what happens. Yeah, see that quartz is going all the way in there. Now it's heading out. Now the place where it's going to save us, so we might just need the one train if we just organize it better, is if it goes to the sulfur station and sees that it's already full, it should just move on and get out of there. Because we can see that the sulfur is not even being loaded or unloaded, and it should just blaze right through there. It'd be nice if it already knew it before it came to the new station. It like radios ahead. Hey, you got sulfur there? I'm already loaded. Down. One 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000. Yeah, it should have moved on. Let me get out of the locomotive and see if it's me. Sometimes it's you. Yeah, it's me. It's because I'm in the train. It's waiting for me to do it. All right, let's go to the next one. Now this one should be fully loaded already as well. And if it rolls up on here and detects that it's fully loaded, it should just go on to the next one. One 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000. That's about 20 seconds. See, it should detect that it's already full and just go on. In fact, it should detect before it even gets by there. I wonder if I applied it. Maybe I didn't apply it. That was the thing. All right, while this is loading, let's jump off and see if I actually applied that to this run. All right, come on. Auto save. Always right in the most annoying point. All right. Edit timetable. Sulfur. Did it save? No, I didn't save it. Ah, that's my problem. I didn't save it. All right, save that. Coal. 5 seconds. Unloaded. Unloaded. Save. Quartz. 5. Save changes. Quick, back on the train. No. Land. Go. Stupid thing. I hit C, and instead of hitting C, I hit V right on the side, or F, one of those keys, and then it tried to disable it, and I couldn't land. All right, well, whatever. We'll work on the timetable while we're waiting. I can just make another train, too, and just drive back. Okay, so we can go to this particular timetable, and we got to fix this one anyway. So, fully unloaded or loaded, and then 5 seconds. Save there, and then save changes down here. See, I don't think I did save changes down there, which didn't save this. All right, fully unloaded for 5 seconds. Let's see if that works a bit better in the long run. All right, now we'll just go ahead and create our own train if we have enough resources. Let's see, we do. Awesome. Let's go. Get in the train. Nope. In the train. In the train. All right, fine. Gonna go make me put it out here. Fine, fine. So I'm not getting the thing by mistake. There we go. We got our own train. We don't have to wait for that train. In fact, we're gonna ram it. We're gonna ram this train. Yes, you ordered Polypop reward. I did see it. I did see it. I don't remember if someone already redeemed it earlier. I forget. I forget. We'll get to it in a second. We're trying to solve problems here. We're trying not to get distracted. Now, we got to watch out because we really can crash into our other trade. But we got to watch out that we do a little trickery here. Oh, yeah, it's still going. It hasn't even made it there yet. Oh, wait. No, it's coming this way. Look out! No! My train! Ah! Collision alert! Oh, no! Train's off the tracks. Now, the cool thing is you can just go ahead and re-rail the train back on the track. I don't know where it went. Over here. Same thing over here. Just re-rail the train on the track. Oh, now I got this extra train here. There we go. So it puts it back on there if it does get broken, which is really fun, right there. And then I can tell it to go back to work. Let's see. Let's get up here on the top. I think it automatically disables the auto drive. Turn on self-driving. Yes. All right. We're actually going to get out of there and get up on top of it. This thing would stop floating. There we go. See, I'm using that hover pack. So that hover pack sometimes makes me float. Okay, let's see how it goes. But now we knocked all the stuff out, so we'll see if it has to reload the sulfur or not. Oh, see, it was full. It went right to the next one. All right, hey, we got this going now. I knew there was some sort of feature like that. I'd fooled around with it on previous playthrough, but I've not used it in a long time. Now, again, if it's already full, there's no reason for it to stop and sit there for 15 seconds. It should come in, oh, full, move on to the next thing. One 1,000, two 1,000, three 1,000. Oh, no, that's way more than 5 seconds. It's moving on. Way less than 5 seconds. It's like 2 or 3 seconds there. Took for it to recognize, nope, and then moved on. And I had a 15-second delay in there, which I don't like. I don't like that delay in there. Because now we just saved 15 seconds, 15 seconds, and 15 seconds. That's 45 seconds, or almost a minute of the train time. So now I can just come down here where it needs to get to and get this quartz going. Now I still feel like we need to do another train because this quartz is not being run down enough. Or we could add another car, which would deliver twice as much on the other end. And we could just siphon some of that off into that second car. But this is definitely, this train is not going fast enough. Not getting over here fast enough to keep that throughput going. So let's go back and think about doing our trains. And while we're going, we can make some plans right over here. So let's see. We're going to need another locomotive. We'll probably just do all of them again now that we've got that figured out. I forget how many we have. I think we have 6 freight cars. We'll figure it out when we get to the other side. 6 freight cars. We're going to need a lot of railways, so let's get that going. Over here, we're going to need a bunch of foundations, so let's get that going. Right over there. Now, we could use a switch track where one train's coming along, and when it's coming along, the other one will just wait for it as it goes by, and then it will then go either if it's coming toward it like this, it's coming toward it, it will just stop and then let the other one go by, which is basically like a switch track where you can switch out like that, or we just create a circle track and have it running back and then basically exchanging in there. Now, of course, you got to watch out that the 2 trains don't collide to each other, right? That's a problem. Big time. But we're going to see if this alleviates the problem a little bit. We're going to let that run and see if that ends up getting more quartz on this side than before. And it does look like it's running out a bit better, and it just ran out right there. So it just ran out by the time it got back, and I actually delayed it because I knocked the thing out. And so let's take a look and see if it runs out faster than it brings back another load. This is also the load time and unload times as well. Yeah, and the same thing with this quartz over here. It's running out as well. So both of those are running out by the time it gets there. Now they're both full. This one's not completely full, because that one's already burnt through those items per minute. Yeah, this is the incoming, and this is the incoming of those. Let's see how long it... Well, they're going to be the same speed because it's going out at right now at max speed. Yeah, this one's burning up a lot more, or burning up a lot less than this one. And this one is the... I think that's the top one. This one is the top one. Yeah. That's the top one, and the other one's the bottom one. Okay, now we got to wait and see if it comes back before it runs out. Well, this one obviously has less, so it's going to run out quicker until that kind of catches up. We could divert some of this just to help this one out. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to divert a bunch of this over to this one, just to kind of help this one kind of catch up a little bit. So when it's dropping it off, it'll drop off the full amount, as opposed to just dropping off a portion of it. Now this one's going to run out first, potentially. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Again, that definitely needs to be increased. That's not going fast enough. Yeah, see, that's starting to slow down now. That's starting to slow down because it's getting into the machines now, and that's slowing it down because they're getting maxed out. Yeah, this might make it back before that even runs out, because now we've got it going faster because we got it. Oh, it's full. On the other thing, full, on to the next thing, full, on to the next thing, right? There's no reason to wait, to have it wait at the station if it's full. It needs to get to the resources it needs to get to faster and bring those resources back faster. And that's a cool feature. I like that. I've used that in a long time. There you go. Thanks for that, Lurker Love. Right here. Going to take a minute for it to get back, but it is on the way back now. I can see it moving up there at the top. See it moving across there? I know that's this train that I'm working on because it's moving really fast. It's going to go full speed coming back. It goes in, collects the stuff on the way in, and then full screen back. Full steam ahead on the way back. Now, I could have just did my line runs and run it all the way over here for my other line runs that I had. But I feel like it's much better to use the train eventually so you can get the mechanics of that down as well. Let's see how we're doing in our boxes before it gets here. See, that one's not even empty yet. You know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to take all this out of here. I'm going to put all that in there. So I basically allow this one to get a little bit ahead of the drop-off. And then this other one's going to get completely filled and run a lot slower than this one's going, because this one's going way faster at 600. And you want to create a little bit of backlog there, and then eventually it will catch up. Yeah, now that one's not totally full, but another couple rounds coming through. This one's going to get filled right back up again. Because again, now this is going 393 per minute because it had the extra over here. So eventually those will balance back out again to where the one's being 600 and this one's being 400. But we got that going for a little bit. Let's go ahead and jump down and dive. Let's go. How about not? There we go. Okay, now that we're back in business, we know what's going on with that. And you know, later if we want to put another train in there, we totally could. Let's go over here and see how we're doing on our black powder. Is it being produced over here? Okay, not yet. Okay, so we got to run all of our line runs and do all of that stuff. But it does have power. And so let's go back over here now that we've kind of got a handle on that issue. And get our sulfur. And get our coal. Okay, we're going to bring our coal right down the center. Right next to this one. Oh, if we had some plates. A little bit in there. I'll just grab that concrete out of there too. And really, all those plates we had on us. Oh man, we used a lot of plates, didn't we? Used a lot. I feel like it's longer to look for it than just go grab it in this case. Yeah, no plates down there. Let's just go grab a bunch. Right over here, and then we'll just go make me more. You're not kidding me, you grabbed too many plates. Yeah, I'll just grab them and put them down here. With the rest of my stuff. I got concrete right there. We should put it right next to the concrete. And then we can go ahead and run this out, and it will tell us that that's concrete. Run this out, and it will tell us those are going to be plates. And then we don't have to run up there for plates all the time, or at least not as much. And then grab a little concrete, because we're going to do a little bit of that work too. Okay, we got all that squared away. And we're line running. That's what we're doing. Line runs. Okay. On running this down the line. And let's see, what do we need here? 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Perfecto. And this is much cleaner than the way I was running it before, but look how clean those lines are. And not only am I running them cleaner, but I'm also running them double, at double the capacity. So that is even doubly better. Autosave, I hate you. I wish you worked. Or you did make me blue. There we go. Let's go over here. Now we'll bring this forward over here so we can route that underneath there. So much nicer. So much nicer. And more aluminum sheets. And we put a bunch of those down here. Boom, 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 boom. And get a whole bunch of those. We're going to do some line runs. All right, let's keep her going. So much better. Hey, Down Incognito, what up? Thanks for that lurker love, Unforgiven. You have a great night. Popped on to say hi and got to go to work mode, but it's that bedtime of day. Well, there you go, Down Incognito. Thanks for coming in. Everybody say hi to Down Incognito in the chat. Appreciate you coming in. I know you got to take care of that IRL. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But again, appreciate you dropping in, hanging out in the stream. We are trying to run some sulfur right now, along with some coal down the line, which we're going to use. Now, some of this coal, we're actually going to divert to the other side over here for our smelters and get that going on. Hopefully after this, we have enough time. You know, maybe. Now, also, if you notice that up here at the top, of this, we're going to run our box right over the top because it's going to go way to the end where I'm going to be doing my aluminum, and my aluminum is going to be in between all the stuff I'm doing here and all the stuff I'm doing on the other side, so I can use both of those resources more effectively down the road. Now let's just keep this rocking like this, and like that. Ah, so nice to run the lines like that. So beautiful. Oh, look at that. Make a grown man cry. Look at them beautiful line runs. So beautiful. No, little cry. Little cry. Oh, look. Yeah, Kismet Love Train firing up. Who's that one showing some love? Down Incognito with 14 months of sub love. Show some love in the chat, everybody. Not too bad. Yeah. Working toward that next sub badge over there, I see. Appreciate you. Big time. All right. Now, some of this I'm going to divert over to the other side over there, so I'm just going to leave that as is, but I am going to go ahead and run this box right while I'm at it. I know I'm going to need that later, and I'm going to go ahead and use this coal right here on this sulfur and sulfur area up above right here. So we got to get over here and look at our inputs. So we want to get some stuff in there, and we want to get some stuff in there. So we'll go ahead and use one of these lines to run the sulfur right up there, and then we're going to go ahead and run this second sulfur line. Actually, we probably want to run the second sulfur line. There we go. Run the second sulfur line so that we can do some logistics here, and run that first sulfur line kind of like this. Ugh, I don't like how that's running. That's not good. Not good. Let's do this. And let's go ahead and take this one, and we're going to run it under this. There we go, because our silica is coming back. And then we're going to take this one, and we're going to run it up. Run it up there, and hope it doesn't clip. Perfect. Run that up there, and now we've got two sulfur lines running down that way. We're going to do the same thing over here with our coal over here. So we're going to run the lower line down there, and hope it doesn't clip. It does not. And then the upper line just straight right up there. I think I'll do it. Don't need this one. All right, so there we go. So we figured out the logistics of running two of those in there, and then eventually we're going to need to get this sulfur line on this side to run nicely into there. Now, this is actually going to be for double infusing. So when we get to the back of the factory back there, we want to run these under and then run it up and then infuse it on over there. So we're getting all the excess at the end. Now, all we want to see is some black powder coming out right over here. Look at that, already working. Already doing its thing right from the bat, right from the get-go. All right, now we run all of our lines? I don't think we did, but let's get on it and get these factories a-working. And we're going to go ahead and run our lines there. Should have made it easier for me to run my line from down here. Maybe I can still do it. I can still do it from down here. Yeah, there we go. And let's get into our set here so we can run all of this stuff as well. Oh, that's looking good. On to the next one. We'll do our power line. Like that. Run our inputs and outputs. And hypertubes. Okay, now if we did this right, what we should see is the resources coming through. Oh, wait, this is double input, so I forgot. This is double input, so we got to get the second input in there as well. Duh, it was an assembler. Of course it has double inputs. And you can see I've got it perfectly already preset where it has that little bit of curve in there, so it can line up perfectly on that side. And that's mega building, everybody. That's mega building. We put the little curve built in, so you're running your lines nice and straight, like that. That's awesome. So now it's going to run into here. That one's going to start up. You can see it can run into that one. That one's going to start up, and so on and so forth, and start to backlog all of that stuff. Now, let's go ahead and see why these ones are not started up yet. Let's hope I actually told these. Oh, no. Kismet done screwed up. Kismet done messed up again, everybody. That's how it goes. And when you mess up, gotta go. Gotta go. I did it on the first one, but I didn't go back and fix those on the second ones. And that's okay. Because remember, these are blueprints. And what you want to do on your blueprints... Oh, I'm dropping stuff. What you want to do on your blueprints is continuously iterate on those blueprints. And if it doesn't turn out right, you just go, okay, go back and fix it. And you just plop them back down and run it. And this was great. And you don't want to run all the line runs. You want to check it as you go. And you can see that I've taken in and out a bunch of times. And that's why you usually want to check the A and B first. But I did just go for it there. And see, now I'm going to end up doing all of this again. Doing all this again. But again, doesn't take too long. Just store that stuff over there. And over here, do we got some room? Yes, store all that over there. Store all that over there. That's just going to allow me to go over here and get these little bit of resources right up here. Again, don't kick yourself for making mistakes. Kick yourself for not fixing the mistakes. That's what I do. So you got to fix those mistakes. Fix that stuff. And keep iterating on it until you have it down. Well, that was just my error. I didn't go in and change all the things all the way down. And they're still set to modular frames. Whee! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That was a close one. Come here, you. Give me that loot. Oh, that one over there is going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem. That's really far. We're going to need some power. And I know just where to get it from. Right there where we left this little thing in the back. Oh, we don't have any wire. That sucks, brother. That sucks. Take all that stuff out. Alright, we happen to have any wires we can take out over here. What about over here? Boom, they're going to give us some wire back. Kind of feel like it's gonna. Let's try it again. Oh yeah, we got lots of wire. Run that over there. And we can float over this way. And snatch it. Got it. Ooh, look out. We're gonna fall. Take that back out, because now I no longer need it. Oh wait, let's take the fast wave. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Boom! Take that hypertube back. Take that hypertube. Again, keep iterating, keep iterating. It's part of the fun. Yeah, 14 months is good, man. Again, appreciate that support. The stream just gets by every month. Just barely. Barely, but, you know, I keep at it. 9 years in now, or going on 9 years. I just keep at it. Keep doing what I like to do. I'm one of those people that never give up. I just keep at it. Every day. All right, blueprints. Where are we doing the blueprints? Up here on this level. Because they're facing... This is what we're working on. So we'll run all the way down here. I need a hypertube that takes me up and down the front of the factories. We might be getting that going on soon. But let's go ahead and fix this B version. Because Kismet done forgot. My bad. I done forgot to change them all. Oh, and I forgot to take the wall out, too. Oh, I'm glad I saw that. Yeah, I forgot to take the wall out. Well, hey, that's something else we got to fix. That's probably why I didn't go in there and fix them. I forgot to take the wall. I was busy fixing that other stuff. All right, these are all got to be switched to black powder. Copy. Not take that long, and there's only 3 of them, so get past the wire here. Black powder there. You don't have to open up the thing to paste it in there, but I like to do that so I can see that it is working. And no problemo. Save. All right. Now we just tell it what we want here. And in here, blueprints, we need 6 of these. All right, total 7. Total 7. We already got a spreadsheet, which is telling us how many factories we need based on how many constructors are in there or how many assemblers, and based on what the inputs and outputs are. All right, let's grab all this back. Maybe downscale a little bit of some of this stuff. Probably don't need that much of all of that. We're definitely going to need a lot of this. There we go. A good amount of that. All right. Let's try to find our plates over here and just grab all of them. And what else we need? We need some of this other stuff that we drop down here. What do we do with all the rest of it? Where did all the rest of it go? Over here. There we go. And this, that. And now sometimes you lose some of your resources when you do take them in and out. They could end up in a box or something like that. And sometimes they just diminish. They don't show back up again, which is not good. So you end up having to go find a little bit extra as well. Or you might have dropped it in another box. That always is something too. But there we go. That should get us 6 of those. Sure glad I looked at that before I went connecting all of that stuff together. All right, there we go. Again, it's super easy. I'm going to put 6 of these down. Tell me how many I got left. 2. All right. That thing will vanish when you're done, but I like to see the number of how many I got left to put down over there. There's gonna be so much black powder. It's gonna be nutty. So much. But hey, we got that much loot. We might as well run it. Okay, now let's double check all of this again. We're gonna start with the B one here, the first one, and we're gonna connect that there. That should start that up. And then we're going to do our connections over here properly this time. And we're going to run those into there. Oh, actually, this is the first B1 over here. This is the first B1. There we go. How can I tell? Because the resources are coming out. That's a dead giveaway that that's the first one in line. All right, let's go down here. So turn that power on. There we go. And we already did the output. And then we can just land over here and do our hyper tube. Okay, now we should see some. There we go. Yeah, now it's working. And then if we go up on top, we should see that the top one has a green light. Especially the first one after this one. That should be cranking away on that black powder. But now it's making me paranoid, so I'm just going to go look and see that they're all three working. Because just one of them could be working, and then like it's acting like it's all doing it. But we got it right that time. We got it right. Okay, and now we got all of that connected. Move on to the next one. That one's already connected. We already connected it up there. And waiting for it to save. There we go. And on to the next one. Oh, wait. Did we do the hyper tube? Nope. That hyper tube in there. Okay, now if we're really tricky, we should be able to do it from down here. Yeah, there we go. And get this one here at the top. Into there. Those all look like they're working. And then this to here. And then, see, the cool thing is if you finish on the power pole, you're ready to go and connect the power pole on the next one, which is really cool. Again, we just do this from down here. Make it nice and straight, like that. And from here to there. And we'll come back and we'll infuse those other lines about halfway down. Once we get all of this going. Power line. Light on. There we go. We'll come back and double check all of this as we go. Because the further down you go, the more start. Wow, we did them all. Wow, that was quick. The further down you go, the more starved for resources the ones in the back are. Especially when it first starts up. Not so much later on when it gets its equilibrium and all the ones in the front have already filled. But definitely when you start it up, it's going to seem like it's going really slow in the back. And just, you got to tough it through it. Being awkward because I'm on the belt. On the belt problem there. Okay, and then we need this up here. And then we're going to test the hypertube right over here by going in and tell it black powder hypertube on. This will tell us if we forgot a hypertube in between. Also allow us to get to the front much faster because we're going to name the one in the back pretty close to the one in the front. And we're just going to copy that. Go back in the hypertube. There we go. Turn that on. Call that back. Boom. All right. Now we got our black powder going. Looking good, looking good. Now we want to test that everything's golden. I look, oh, look at that. They're all running all the way back. Already they're already running. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right. See, if I see that the one on the top is running, because this is running in and actually running to the bottom, which means the one at the bottom is going to run first, and the second one, and the one at the top. But if we see them all running, that means that every single one of them in there is running. That's crazy. That's a crazy amount of black powder it's going to make there. And that's just another thing that we got done today. I say when you like it, you save it. That's what we're going to do. Let's get over here. Yeah, look at it backlogging over here. Now, black powder is another one of those things, everybody, that when you start making that stuff, you're just going to have so much of it. You're just going to have boxes and boxes and boxes of that black powder everywhere, for sure. Okay, and just to do something a little fun, we're going to go over here and drop off our extra resources in our extra box here. And we're going to drop down here. And we're going to go try to remember where the heck we put all that black powder. I think it's in the one at the end. Way down here. And then with our turbo fuel. That's smokeless powder. Oh, we got more of them rods we can take over there too. I forgot. That's got to be over here. Really? Oh, that's right. We took some of those out. I keep forgetting. I took some of those out. So I'm counting them down based on how many blocks of boxes I had there. But we've taken some of those boxes out, so they just keeps throwing me off. Keeps throwing me off. We got tons of Nobilis in there. Oh, I don't think we were backlogging black powder this time. I think we were just backlogging the Nobilis. Oh, that's cool. Now I don't have to manage that black powder. I don't think we were backlogging black powder. I think we were just doing Nobilis. Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of Nobilis, that's something we'll work on later on. But now that we've got all of our basics going, right? We've got our iron, we've got our copper, we've got our quartz, we've got our deuterium, we've got our sulfur. We got all of that running and looking so sweet right now. There's another one that actually you should be doing way earlier than when I'm doing it right now, and that is your steel. And of course, steel is going to require us to use a foundry. So we need to get over here and get our foundry on. I don't think I can put a blueprinter on this side, but I can put one down over here while we're working on it. Let's go over here. Just put this right next to where we're going to be working. Oh, I got to get my resources back because I ended up not. Oops, that's not it. Not it. Not it. Where did we put that? Which one did we use? That's that. That's that. Oh, I think we used them up above. Up above is where we dropped it. Oh, yeah, right here. And that's what these are here for. They're here to hold all this extra stuff. Man, I took a bunch of stuff out, too. Got way too much of a bunch of this on me. Take all that out. Don't need that many. So you just need a little bit of each thing most of the time. Maybe one stack ought to do her. Try to make it a full stack. Motors. Full stack of that. Maybe a couple things of motors. I'll just go with one. What else? All of this, all of that. Plates. And we have this, and then one thing of circuits there. That we don't need on us right now. Don't need this. Don't need that much rubber and plastic. Don't need rotors or stators. Too much heavy modular frames. Too many screws. Alright, that looks pretty good to get us going. And we need a blueprinter down here. So now we'll go and we'll click blueprinters so we can see if we forgot anything. Nope, we good. And we're going to put a blueprint designer right there. Oh, we can't because of the overhang. I forgot. Yes, because this thinks that it's here. If I put this down first and then build the stuff over the top, it would be fine. But it thinks it's encroaching the clearance of whatever's up here. Now, we do have some lines run up there, so it would encroach that. But I'm just going to go ahead and move it out. It's okay. we'll just go ahead and fly down and move it out here for now. Again, I should have probably pre-built those into the base while I was going. Actually, we just used the one over on the other side. Should have pre-built those in the base before I started on the stuff up above. Lesson learned. Put them blueprinters down first before you build stuff up above it. We'll just work over here. All right, so now we already have one for smelters, but I think we can definitely get rid of that one. Oh, of course, I don't have enough resources. Well, let's grab some. I know right where it's at. Right in here. Again, eventually we're going to redo every part of the factory, and we're getting pretty close now. All of the nodes have now been run. All we have to do now is basically just build it. Just build it and run it, all right? That's the hard part. Let's see. Assemblers. No. Smelters. All right. What's our mini steel factory? Confirm. Let's see what we got going here. This is our old one, right? Yeah, that's our old one. And that just has 3 smelters that way. Yeah, we definitely want to use our new factory to where the smelters are all maxed out. So let's clear that. And we're just going to go ahead and pull up our current Caterium stuff. And we're doing Caterium A and Caterium B. So let's go ahead and do Caterium A. Oh, we need some more pipes. Always something. Where'd all them pipes go? I don't know. But soon this will all be organized into its own things right there. Let's run that out so I can visually find that again later. Oh, and of course the wrong ones run out. That's funny. Let's grab a bunch of that. A little bit of this. Now what we're going to do is use the template that we're already using, and we're going to make some changes to it that we learned in those other ones we just did, and use that one. So smelters, we're going to do the A one first. Okay, and again, we're going to work on this B connector inside, so don't like that B connector. That's our biggest thing. It's fixing this. Oh, wait, we could have left that in and then put the B connector in the front. Let's put that right under there. Again, we want to route it in such a way that when we're running it to the ones behind, that that they are, you can shut all the ones off behind. And I didn't notice it till way late now, that those ones behind are not actually connected to the B connector. They're connected to the A connector. And so if I turn the front one off, all the rest of them are still on. And that is definitely an issue. Now, I can go and fix it, but now that I know that's a thing and I should watch out for that, I'm just going to do it on all the rest of these. And then if I need to go back and fix it, if I see my factories turning off too often, I can definitely go back and fix it. Or if I just want to fix it because I want to fix it, if you know what I mean. That kind of thing. And then we're going to hit this here, and we're going to run this up over here. Just I think it's going to be fine. I want to run it low. Like down here. Ah, that's what we want to do. I'm going to run that down to there, which will hide it underneath there, and then bring it up through the floor. Now, I like running stuff in the floor so you can't see it. Makes it look awesome. Like that, and that stuff's all connected. There's nothing I need to do with that. I just need this connector to run to the back. We already connected the B. Yeah, that is connected. Okay. And we got that done. Okay, so we got those refixed, but we got smelters instead of this. So we do need to redo our lines anyway, but at least we got that B line done before I forget. And get all sidetracked doing this. Hit G. Just get the lines right here. Get rid of our mergers. All right, now we got to try to get a smelter in here, or a foundry in here. So I don't know how well that's going to go over. This is going to be a double. Oh, wait, we should... no, we should be doing... We should be doing our other one. Nope, we don't want to do that one. We should be doing our other one, which has a double line run in. So we're going to clear that one. And we're going to load in our assembler, our black powder A, which is already going to have a lot of those changes that I was just making already built in. Including the line run down below is already there. And then the line that's coming up like that's already there. Awesome. And that's because it has 2 lines in. So since it's going to have 2 lines running in, we might as well have the one that's already set up for that. We might have to just rework the back of it. But trying to fit that in there is going to be fun. If we need a little bit more height there, we can work on that. But these back runs here can be removed for sure. Pull those out. And let's see how well we can get this in, and we can take that out. Let's go ahead and get our foundry and see if we can stick it. No, I didn't think it was going to make it. Definitely needs to go up. We're going to have to redo all those sideline runs anyway. Alright, we might as well just take these out. All our line runs are running. So we're using an existing one that, uh-oh. Fun detected! Out we go. That's why they call it early access and experimental. I've crashed so many times. I've probably crashed more in this playthrough than any other playthrough I've ever played. But again, we are testing the limits of what can be done. But we got an idea of what we want now, and that's the important part. All right, let's see where I left off with this autosave. Let's see what I was doing in the moment in which it was save lagging me. Could have been a while ago, too. Could have been 15 minutes ago. Da, 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 da. Oh, okay, we were working on it. Yeah, we're working on that. We had the assembler, so it just saved recently. Awesome. That's our black powder assembler. Okay, cool. We can deal with that. That wasn't too long ago. Take out all these splitters. And then all of the lines. Back here. And lift us. I just do them in groups because I find that's just easier. Do them in groups. Try not to hit my lines in there for my boxes. That would not be good. And then I feel like we can just take all of these out because we're going to probably have to bring that up. Take all this out. And so on. Take out our power lines. We didn't take this out. Okay. Then our exterior lines. go over here so we don't accidentally take one out we don't want to take out. Let's take all those out. Because these are of a different height, this is definitely going to have to be redone. But again, at least we have all of our stuff that we did down there at the bottom and the stuff we've done in the back and a lot of the upgrades that we did in this blueprint. That doesn't need to be taken out. I'm going to leave that in for now. This is all going to need to be redone, but probably end up very similar to what we have. And we're going to see how many of these we can get in here. All right, so there we go. Let's start now with the foundry. Actually, we just named this ahead of time so that we'll have that blueprint. Let's going to call this steel. Yeah, steel ingots. All right, what color are we going to give this one? Let's try something different. Let's say green. Steel ingots, no wall. Save. So you can just kind of pre-save it before you even finish it, and this way you're saving it as you're going along in case you do crash or whatever, like what just happened. This way you'll have at least some of your progress. Okay, so put that there. Could definitely give it more room forward. This first one can also just go right in there. But let's make sure we design it so we're designing it the same for all the way up. And merger. That lined up? Oh yeah. Perfectly lined up. I can go in there. I can go there. Alright, we got our outputs lined up. Our inputs probably just as easy. We have 2 inputs. So, but can we get 2 of those in there? That's a real question. The more of them I can get into one, the less factories I have to run. But it doesn't matter. I can run as many as I ever want to run. It's just getting them to go in there. And then getting them to line up. That is definitely not going to do 2. All right, well, we'll just do like we did on our assemblers, and just do it one and do it 2 or 3 high. And I prefer to move this all the way up to the output. That just makes it easier. And then are we center lining this? It looks like it. Yep. Okay, then merger. And like that. Oh, nope, a little too far forward. I could have squeezed the merger in there closer, but I like to have a little bit of room so I can see the actual line runs. Some people like to squeeze it in there, and hey, that's your jam, more power to you. But me, I don't. I like to see if it's actually coming out of the machine. All right. So this bottom one we won't have to fix, but as we go up, those will definitely need to be fixed. So let's say the first one is going to come in there and then go into that one. And then the second one is going to go in this side and through that other side. Take out the lifter because the lifters always screw you over, so watch out for that. That's an input. This one's going to go right to there and right to there. So easy peasy. Looks good. We're doing steel. It's going to have the output, and that's going to work its way upwards. All right, now how close can we cut this? Get away with it. Oh, I think it's going to let us get away with that. Yeah, we can do that, but can we put one on top of it? There's a question. Let's see if it's going to let us stack that baby in there. Yeah, I didn't think so. I feel like the middle one is the one you typically need to offset up just a little bit. So we're going to have to do like a little bit of a higher offset and bring this up. And take all of these out. Wrong button. Okay, let me do that. It's like the minimum I can do. And we can go ahead and again bring this forward. I think I should probably put my thing down first to help me line that up. Where is that at? It's right along that edge. It's lined up to that, and then it's along that outer edge there of the foundation. I use the foundations a lot to line stuff up. And see, this one's going to be coming in from that side, so I can see I've set it as an input. And also you can see it's actually aligning there, so we can just kind of try to get away with a little bit of that. I feel like that'll be fine. And a little bit of this over there. Very nice. And then this one. I seriously doubt we're going to get a third one in there. I doubt it. Say that. It's going to be close. Okay, so again, probably end up going here. Maybe get away with going down one. Yeah. That one's way closer. Down one more. So I could see the top of that is closer. And I'm just going to say that I went in, used a little thing to cut it out, and then did some thing to run the smoke out to the side. Just RP in my own, everybody. Sometimes I do a little bit of clipping in that way. Just RP in the rest. Just put in the fun right there. Oh, we need to connect this over to there. All right, we got to rerun the power on that one. I'm just seeing how many of these I can totally do. Of course, I'm out of modular frames. I do need modular frames. Let's go find some. Laying around over here somewhere, hopefully. This is what I do the most. Hunting down resources. And again, this is what we're eliminating too, so I don't have to hunt these down. This will all be in a set place where I don't have to go looking for resources. Oh, there's some right there. Just grab a bunch of them. Grab a bunch. Okay. Now, let's see if we can sneak one more. Oh, it's going to let me get it in there at least. Oh, yeah. No, we can get that in. I think we golden right there. We all sorts of golden. Of course, my line runs are not going to match up on the top there. I might want to just do myself a favor and try to move it up to there. Let's take this off. Let's see if it'll let me put it up here at this top level. Oh, yeah. And then this one's going to stick out the top. And then we just have to fix the side runs there, but we'll be fine. And this one I feel like we can get away with it just being a little bit coming up like that. This one will be fine. Coming in and going out. We'll just roll with it. So this is going in here, up to there, and then running back the other way. Where's our where are we starting our inputs? Yeah, I think we were running that down. Yeah, I think that's what that little thing was, so we could run this up to the next thing. So that's running up there. So input, and then down, and then output. That runs up to the next connector, which then connects this. Yeah. How are we doing the back there? Let's go look. We can control the direction or whether it runs up or runs down based on how we're going to run it in. We're going to be running it from the top down, so we're going to be running that iron and thing at the top, so we can just make it where it flows down, and then the next one will flow back. Let's see what we're doing. Constructors over here. I think I had them the reverse way. I think I had over here, I had them, yeah, see they're going in, it's going in from the bottom. See how it's coming through here and going in through the bottom? And I want to switch that around because this is not a constructor and I'm not going to be feeding it from the bottom. I'm going to be feeding it from the top because it's a smelter. So again, good to think that stuff through. And so we're going to fix that right now. And again, just remember our directions here. Big time. Okay, and this is not what we're working on. This is not what we're working on over here. That's the other one. Hold on. Let's clear that one. There we go. So it doesn't confuse us individually. Like, what the heck? We're working on this one. Okay. So again, we're going to go greenage up here at the top. Blue going out there. We will color this to the greens. Oops. I did not mean to do that. I clicked something way off in the back. Restore that back to its proper self there. Let's try that again with less fail, hopefully. There we go. Okay, so this is our main input here. We're not going to use floor entrances. I'm going to bring that across and run those into those. And those are going to run to these. Is this aligned all the way down? Doesn't look like it is. Does not look like it's in the same spot as that one. Kind of looks like it needs to go over. Front. Yep. Actually, it's sitting right over the top of those little metal things. I'm just kind of looking how it's aligned. You see the ladders in the center, and then the little tabs there over those metal parts. This is aligned to the center, but the tabs need to go back just a little bit. Great way of aligning your stuff like that. Now this is going to need to go. That door and this door. Oh, I had a double door there too. Cool. That's all got to go. Saving. That's all got to go. Again, thanks for the lurker love. Appreciate it. Big time as we're figuring out our mechanics here, our directions of all of our runs. Let's go ahead and do this. Is going to be what? Yeah, we'll figure that out later. Figure that out later. Now this stuff here needs to be removed. That needs to be removed so we're not confusing that as an input and output. We're just going to add that extra little bit of height to that one. Just so we can still run that stuff in and out. But this one up here at the top will match up and not be totally funky like that other one. Totally funky like the one below. And I find the middle one is the one that, you know, usually is the funky offset one. And then the top and the bottom ones you can get away with being straight. Okay, so in through the top. Let's start at the top on this one. In through the top. And we're going to say the bottom one is going to be the one that's going to be aligned like this. And then again, coming in and going out on that side. And then again into here. And oh, we should have done our thing. over here to go 1, 2, and then input this way, and then down into the splitter. Now what I could do, by the way, is just make this part, and then just plop that part down as a blueprint on every single level. But by the time I do that, I can just have this done. So I'm just going to go with that instead. All right, so that's going to come in. It's going to feed the 2 resources into here. I also did the lifter last, if you notice that. And then this is going to go out right here, which we no longer need the lifter because this one down here no longer exists. And so we can just go ahead and run that like that. And there's one of these that I did that to. I can't remember which one it was, but I did already do that once, so that's cool. So that's the merger. Why did that offset that weirdly? Why you do that? You go in there. And this should go that way. There we go. All that looking good. We tell this to be steel. And that one's pretty much done. So it's going to come in from this side. Go there. We don't need this top one. Top one can be like this. So in, out, in. This one is going to come out, in, and then out. So this one's actually going this way. So this would be the out over here. So we're going to recolorize these. That's the out. And this is something I started doing later in my blueprinting, is actually color coding the inputs and outputs, because it just gets confusing after a while. Like you don't know which one's going what with what. And those ones are already marked down there at the bottom. But we'll come back to those later. Right now we're going to go ahead and do this again. And this is a splitter there. And then 1, 2, 3 there. That down. Do these lines. Do the splitter or the lifter afterwards. Here, make sure this is steel. And run our side lines here. They're going to kind of go up a little bit, but such is the way it goes. Oh, wait. No, running those the wrong way. Running those wrong. We've got to go this way. Yep, that's backwards. Cool thing is you can put one right down below it now and then take out the top one and then just reverse the direction just that quickly. It's so awesome. Or you can put one up above, take this out, grab this one, say, okay, I was running that the wrong way. That's my bad. And then put that baby back down. And now you just reverse the direction of your line runs, which is so cool. Or the direction of your splitters. Much better. Like this. And because I pulled these out, I would definitely redo your lifter and redo your line here. Your lifter is going to, again, screw you over. Okay, so this is going out of there into here and then down and then into this one. It should be running out on that side. Just because I don't trust it, I'm going to do this lifter again. And this line run. And again, we can tell which direction it's going simply by looking on the top. Got the arrow that's saying going that way. 3 lines mean input, so we know it's going in that way. Okay, so now what we need to do is leave these open. I might want to do like the main input another color. I should have been doing that too. Maybe I want to do another custom swatch. Can I make another custom swatch? I think I can only have the one. Nice if I could create another custom swatch. Alright, I'm not going to worry about it. But what I do is I would make a darker green and then make that darker green. But if I change it, it's going to change all my other stuff. I don't want to really do that. Or I can just make it one of these other colors. We have a darker green in here somewhere. Yeah, but it's kind of swapped. Like a gray. Yeah. I could just change it. I could just change it. I've got a different color green here, kind of more of a bluish green, a lighter green. We could just go with a purple. Yeah, that's like our main input there. I'd much prefer it to be green. I can edit this swatch though. I can edit any of these swatches. That was not editing. Edit. There we go. You know what else this thing needs? It needs a button where it just swaps the colors, like you can in like Illustrator or Photoshop. Just takes those two colors and swaps them. I'm gonna go with a nice, real dark green here, and then I'm gonna take this. Yeah. See, that's much better. Then you know it's an input, but you also know it's the primary input, right? So you're not confused as to which input is going in there. I'm going to do that on all my future blueprints there. Especially when you're doing multiple inputs and outputs, it can get real confusing and which one is the primary input. So when you're running your lines later, you'll know where it's going in. Okay, how was I running these in the back? I don't even remember. I think I did an offset and then an offset again. And I think I did something like this. And then maybe something like that with my little runs here. Oh, I had it going the wrong way. Now another way of doing this is just to simply use your wall hangers like that. And then just run that down to the bottom one. And then this one's just going to be a straight lifter because that's easy. Up a little further down. And that in there. And then same thing here, but in the other direction. Now see, I can't go outside the thing or it gets messed up. So we can use our little trick we did earlier. Where we'll run one out and then run the other out. Let's see, we're going to get this one. Which is going to get me past. So it's going to be 1, 2. That should get me past this thing. Again, I want it to be built into the blueprint. Actually, I think I get even closer. Let's move this back by 1. I just get close and then I just nudge it in there because the nudging is awesome. Take this ones out. Take this out. Oh yeah. There we just back to back that. Back to back. And then we're going to go ahead and run this up so that the output of this one goes in the input of the other one. So we'll probably run that one to the top. And then the one here at the bottom, we'll do the same thing. Come on, take that out. There we go. But now we can just, because the one at the bottom is going to be way easier. Kind of feel like you want to go to the edge and then you want to back up by 1 or 2. I'm going to say 1. Yep, that's right. And then run it up, and then you can just look at where this other input is here, and then now you've got them both lined up to the input to the next one, which is actually how I do it on most of my factories. You can see over here. You can see that I have it running, but in this case, it's only a single output, and that one I'm doing a double output. But I'm basically just lining it up so it automatically has all the line runs already done for me. See, that's the whole trick of this one, is that it has all of the stuff done, so you don't have to keep putting all this stuff in, which is what I was doing in my first factories. I was like, okay, I'll just add all the stuff in after, and that just takes so much longer than just making more factories that do the same thing with all the line runs mostly done, than to have to keep redoing the line runs and having a lot of stuff in that thing. Now, of course, you could also have one that's like the line has all of the stuff, and then you have the line runs in between, a smaller factory for connecting all the stuff together, kind of like a little connector, like one of those things you put on the back of your laptop to have all the little connections. When you kind of like a dock. You could totally build one of those out too, but I like it to be all enclosed in one thing, so I do one thing and it's done pretty much. Okay, and these ones are going down, and let's see, that one's going down and going sideways and going in there, and then we got to do the same thing over here. We know that this one's just going to go like that, so that's pretty easy. Then we're going to do the same thing down here, where we go ahead and bring this forward. And see if we can get... This actually is going the wrong way. There we go. Oh yeah, way closer. Oh, this is the one where you only got to go a minimum distance out. That's right. Just the minimum distance out, and then it will run nice and clean right behind there like that. In fact, I could probably get even closer, but that works pretty good. Okay. So in here, and then out this side, both of these are going down, and I pushed it further in instead of bringing it this way. I put it out toward the center of the blueprint. And then these are both going down and coming through there, and then down and around over here. Now, when you make a bunch of changes like this, this is definitely something that you will want to test a lot. You'll want to test this a whole bunch first before you put 50 of these down, whatnot. So we got steel ignet there. But once we have this down, then we can use this same smelter for our other stuff that we want to smelt later on, our aluminum ignet. So we just put that down, change it to aluminum ignet, and we're done. We are done. Now, we're going to need power. So let's go ahead and readjust how this thing is connected. And we'll take that out so we can readjust our power connections here. And we're just going to run that just up there in the corner. And run this back. Then run that one to the corner. We have the corner over here. Or maybe more in the corner. Somewhere real easy for us to run that other one up above. So here. Then right there. Just making it nice and consistent all the way up. Hoping that does not have a roof. Let's give it a roof. And this will be able to poke above the roof, and so I can just go ahead and see if it's actually running, because we'll see the smoke coming out the top. If the smoke comes out of the top on that one, then we're all good, everybody. Pretty excited about to see if it happens. Now again, in every blueprint that you do, I am always expecting something I have to fix later on, right? Again, we've got all of those plugged in. We've got them all on the right thing. This is connected over to there. Let's remember to put our foundation back. Again, this all looks good. Make sure we didn't forget to run any lines. There, let's hope our lifters don't screw us over. Alright, that's all golden. Now I'm actually going to be doing it from the other side on this one. So this side should not have a wall. Nope, it doesn't. And, yeah, I think those are going to be smaller. Or these go all the way up. Let's go see if it has a notch on these. I think these ones go all the way up. They absolutely do. Okay, so that goes all the way up to the top. So that means we got to take that top one out because it's not sitting next to one that has a notch. Some of these have a notch where this part here is a little bit higher than the rest of it. But I noticed actually all of my smelters don't have that problem. All of my smelter stuff down here is at that same level. So we're going to go over here and wait for it to autosave and get this going on. We'll take this out over there. And then this on this side is the one that's actually going to have the wall in there. So we're going to go ahead and put that. Now we're absolutely sure this is all good. We got the connector on the back. Yes. Have we readjusted our doors? I don't think we did. Let's put our doors in. Okay. Unless you don't feel like giving me the door. There we go. Let's run it that way. So we can slide up and look inside there and see what's going on. And then on the other side right here. Yeah, I noticed that you want to aim toward the part in which it opens. Because that just seems to be a little easier for it to understand. I kind of feel like I want to do a double wall. Double door, just for fun. Just for fun on the top, so when you roll up, both doors open up. And you have all this extra room to get in there. Alright, steel ignit's good. This one has a double door too, which is pretty cool. Still there. And then down to the bottom one. Steel. This one slides back because it slides back behind the thing, which you're not going to go through anyway. All right, probably should fix all of these ladders, but I think we're beyond ladders at this point. We'll leave them in for now. These ladders are not lining up perfectly to the doors anymore. That'll be fine. It'll be fine. All right, I think we're ready to put back in the walls on this side. So that when we're running these down the line, they will be properly connected. And we need to tell these things to be over here, steel ignits. Let's see. This is going to be our steel ignits in here somewhere. Oh, I thought they were up toward the top. Oh, they are right there. Right there. What's the node that we're going to be doing this one on? Oh, we're not, we haven't even got that going yet. Okay. Steel ignits here and above. There we go. And we're going to use our iron node, which should become number 6. Over here. We should really double check that our but these actual lines are actually running to these things. Let's go ahead and rearrange that. There we go. Another row in there. Now we got a spreadsheet that's running this, so steel ignits there. We've got our iron ore, which is number 6. Are we running coal number 7 there? I don't think so. I think we're running, we renamed this other, and I think we're running number 7 to our sulfur, which is not even on here. Where'd my sulfur go? What the heck? Did I not calculate my sulfur? Right here. Oh man, that made my brain hurt for a second. I was like, I got my sulfur somewhere. Yeah, we're doing black powder. Black powder. So, so sulfur's number 8. And we're using coal line number 13, it says. Guess it doesn't really matter in the end, but we should probably keep track of it in case we make changes. So, coal ore number 7 should be the one that is going with our steel ignits here. So, we're just going to take this, we're going to rearrange a bunch of this. This is coal ore here, 600 there. This is going to go in here, and this is going to be smelter. Take that out. Okay, so this just gives us our inputs and outputs of our actual raw ore. I guess I could just call this raw too, but actually some of this actually works as inputs and outputs. This, or no, this is all just raw. This is all just raw ore. Yeah, raw. Let's just change that to raw ore. That makes more sense. Raw ore. Right? Are we using it also for our plate? No, it's not raw ore, because we're also using it for our iron plates, and how much iron plates are being output here, and then how much are going into reinforced iron plates. All right, let's just leave it as input. Input works for me. Okay, so steel ignits, we need to go in and actually get out of here for a second. And let's go in here and see what our inputs. 45 and 45 and 45. So as much as we got going in is as much as going out. So 45 and 45, 45 and 45. And we're going to go off of the coal ore, because that's the lower of the two. And then we're going to grab all of our, see, we're going to end up with 3, so it's going to be like this one. Bring that up there, so it does our calculation. So it says we need 5 of them based on that for our steel ignits, and it's going to produce 600 steel ignits per minute. That's going to be a lot. A lot, a lot. Now, I don't know if I'm actually using number 7 to do that. Well, first things first, let's save this again, just in case something goes horribly wrong. Yeah, because I diverted one of those for the sulfur. Well, how do I know what number that one is? Because we don't know, really. We're diverting one of them, which I think is number 13 or something like that, for our other one. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we have a 4th mine of coal. It should be down here. Again, we're rearranging these as we go. It should be down here. That's being used. See, that one actually doesn't go there. That's not number 13. This one is number 13, and number 13 is going with is going all the way down to my atomic power or nuclear power. So we got some numbers to figure out here. Which one? Again, you should definitely know which one is which, because if you go back and you start adjusting it or splitting it or whatever, you're going to be splitting it on a line that doesn't have anything to do with that thing that you're running. And this is when it starts getting tricky here. So we should be using the first number 7. We should probably be using that with the black powder and the sulfur. So let's go back and see where we're running. So let's see. Sulfur is running on the first top one. And we can just back chain this. We'll just follow it all the way back. It's always a great technique. If you're unsure, follow it back until you find the original. And so that is the top one. And the top one is the first box over there. Okay? Good little trick. First box. See if we're lucky in our trains here. Our train's not here. Okay, so that's this one right here. So that's going to be the back node when we get to the other side. It'd be nice to go and label these up here too. I'm really tempted to label these. I wonder if you can label them on the inside. Let's see if we put, can we put signs on the inside? No, I don't think we could. I didn't think we could because that would be inside the thing. We could label them on the outside though. What node is what? Right here. And this is going to be coal. I'll give us something to do while we're waiting anyway. Coal. And then we want to select, and then we want to change our layout so it has like text underneath it. Oh, what? No text underneath it. Alright, fine. We'll use a different one. Fine. Square sign, we want to use a square sign point. Oh, alright, small billboard. Can we get that in there? Oh man, we just put it down right here. Too big. Here it comes. Nope. That's my other train. That's my other train, but the other one's on its way back. Yeah, maybe maybe just something that labels it. Over here. Yeah, right there in the center is nice. Can we just get a thing with the text underneath? That's what I want. Maybe we can put it right in the center. Nice portrait sign. I think that's what I want. Yeah, there we go. Shenanigans. I don't want it to have that background, though. There we go. Back to element settings. We'll do coal. And then we'll say N0... I can't remember what number is 9. Coal. All right, so yeah, we got to label those big time. Come on, train. We got to figure out what nodes goes to what goes to what. Because this one's being used right now, and we'll go and we'll make more signs when we come back. We were waiting for our train. So it'd be cool if they added a teleporter to this game in the very late game. Like you really get all your stuff built up, and then it takes like a massive amount of resources, and then you can build a teleporter. Just, teleport over there. That would be cool. Alrighty. Yeah, it looks like our quartz is caught up too. Notice how the line is already filled. And so you can see it's going to grab a few of these and fill them up, especially the sulfur here. But you can see that the quartz is no longer missing every time it comes over here, which it was before. And we can see that all that stuff is lined up. Sulfur, and the quartz just got entered in there, and now it's nice and full. That's what you want. All right, off we go. And these two are the quartzes here. I should look at what quartz lines is what. I should probably make a diagram. Let's see, we need 6 of them. So car number 1 is sulfur. And I would do it in the spreadsheet, but I'm going to do it over here real quick, and then we'll do it later. This is quartz 1. Quartz. There we go. 3 is quartz. 4 is coal. 5 is coal. And 6 is coal. Yeah, we should have noted that ahead of time when we were running our lines, so that when we're doing this train, we know what node from that side equals the node on this side. Now, it really doesn't matter on the sulfur because we only have one sulfur run, so this one doesn't matter. But the other ones do, because I already know what the number of the sulfur one was. That's for sure. And so I wrote 1 through 6. I wrote sulfur, quartz, and coal. And then when we get over here, we're gonna trace down which node is going to which car. And then when we get to the other side, it'll let us know which one is on that side. So this one right here, we're going to go do that one first. Let's go. And I think I did these in order. This one being the first one. I think this one is actually number 7, which is the one that's running up. And this one is, yep, number 7. All right, so that first, the one in the very back is number 7. N07. Right there. And the one that's going off by itself should be number 13, I believe, if I got that right. I always change it later, no big deal. This is actually number 12. Number 12 is what that is. But I got that as a quartz ore. So this one should actually become number 13. So let's change this one to 13. I think I meant to come back and do that anyway. Change that to 13. Because that's for my nuclear power, that's for separate stuff. So this is 7. And then the next car is the top one, which is going to this one. And I believe this one should be 8 or 10. Huh. 7. Oh, 8 is sulfur. Then this is 9 and this is 10. Okay, so that means that the next one is actually 10. Man, I got these little spun around here, but that's okay. That's 10 in there. Can all be worked out on the other side, but the only thing that matters is that I know exactly which node is going to which factory. So in case I make any changes, I will definitely know what's what. Okay, and then we're gonna also have to check our quartz to know which node is what. And we'll put this also in our spreadsheet here in a minute. Okay, now just to double check, we're gonna go ahead and chase down this bottom line and see where that ends up. Yeah, that definitely does end up in that other one. As high as I can go before I start to fall. Let's see, I can't make it over there on this side, but there's a hypertube on that side, so we'll just drop on down. Whee! Go in the hypertube. Okay, now we know some stuff and some things, right? Now, again, if you forget or you get sidetracked and you forgot to write all that down like I did, you can always come back, look at it, make sure you got it squared away, and then back to work. Right over here. We can also look at it from up here. Maybe run this out just a little bit so we can peek around the corner here. Okay, first one's going down. Routing on the top. Yeah, so this one here, which is the second one in, is going down and going to the one to the far side, which is number 10. This one's number 9. And so, yes. Okay, a little out of order. This is 7, 10, and 9. And that's okay with our trainer. I think our train's way off over there. So we'll just hoof it over there. And actually, we can, now that we're not doing our train, we can just move the side so we don't get hit by the train. And make notes to use later. So, let's see, main train. And of course, car number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then the first one is sulfur. And so the sulfur is in, what's the number of our sulfur one? Number 8. So N08 is the first car. And actually we'll put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here. That's better. And then we got to do quartz, and this coal one is N09, N10, N07. All these logistics, super important in the long run. Coal, coal, coal. And I'm just, oh, you guys can't see it. It's just a little off the side there. And what I'll do is I'll move it over here so you guys can see that a bit better. Right over there. Take it out over there. There we go. Main train right down. Actually, we'll move this over. There we go. So that's basically what I'm doing, just notating what train is what. And this is going to be quartz here. Like which car it is, like car number 1, number 2, number 3, going in the original direction, obviously not coming back, is this. And then I'll just reverse engineer it when I get to the other side, that the thing's reversed around the other way. And then we got to figure out what the quartz is. Of course, here's our train. We can just go ahead and try to jump on it. I like the fact that it doesn't spend a long time waiting here. Unless it actually has to fill it up like it's doing now. And it just fills it up. And away we go. That's because those particular things are starting to be used. The other coal ones are not being used. So it just loads that one and then moves on, which is awesome. And if it can't load anything, it just sits there for a few seconds and said, nope, can't load anything, I'm out. Which works great. Okay, now this one's going to be a bit trickier, because this one goes a lot further down here. Man, I should have noted that. Should have noted that. All right, let's go. Whee! Do a lot of jumping off of stuff, just trusting that my power's on down here. All right, hypertube on. I think we didn't have to have it on the whole time. Just on when we need it. All we need to know is which one is the top one and which one is the bottom one. And then when we get to the other side, we can then run up and see what they are up on the top. So you can see I've run my quartz all the way down here. And of course I build my gigantic mega extractors here with 10 boxes of backlog in both of them. So yeah, it's a lot. All right, let's go see what the number of this one is. Right through here. Go on, get down in there. There we go. All right, this one is 12. So that's quartz 12. So I'm not sure if this is it. So let's just guess this one's 12 and this one's going to be called 13, no doubt. Or is one 11? No, one's 11 and 12. So one's 11. 11. And this is 12. Just to kind of make a note. And then we'll go double check. Yes, whoop, that's 11. Okay, we done screwed something up there. No, that's right. It's 11 and this is 12. All right, there we go. Okay, we had that right. Okay. Now, does it equal that on the other side of it is the question. Okay, so this one, which is number 12, is at the bottom. And if you were really a genius, you would have all run this the perfect way and put them all in order in your train too. But you know, there's a certain level where I'm just like, I'm good. I'm good. Right there. Okay, so we got to turn this on this side, and we always come back and turn that off remotely all the way from our base over there. So again, number 11 is on the top. Let's make a note. This one's on the top, and this one's on the bottom. Right there, just double check that. So again, this is 12. That one is going on the bottom. All right. Now we know which node goes to which line, and then we're going to go find out to figure out which goes into each box, and then we're going to label it on the other side. We could label it over here too, but it don't really care here. I'm running the lines on the other side over there. That's where it matters to me. Okay, so the top line is this one. Is right here. So top line, which again is number 11. 11 is going to be this one. We could have took our hypertube, but we can just, again, follow it. And that one's going. Go down. Come on. Down. Oh, you're going to be like that, are you? You're going to be like that, are you? Uh-oh, something screwed up. Well, let me go down. There we go. Remember, it's an alpha game, everybody. It's an early access game. All right, it's trying to trip me up is what it's trying to do. We're going here, and then is that going in the first one or the second one? That one's going in the second one, so it's 11, then 12. Double check it. This one is going in the first one. Yeah, so 12 in the first one. 12 is the one closest to the sulfur. So that would be in car number 2. So yeah, that's backwards. See, and 12. See, by the time you get over here, it gets routed backwards. So it's not in order on the train, but again, as long as we know the numbers, that's all we care about. And there we go. We'll take that out. Actually, we just leave that in there. What do we care? What do we care? We'll leave that in there. Okay. So now we got to use this to straighten out what we're doing on the other side. And then we'll know which node is going to the sulfur right now. Which one of those coal nodes is going to the sulfur, which coal node we're going to send over to the steel, and so on and so forth. Might even label it down below in my line runs that I have down there. That would be a pretty good place to label those as well. Let's see if our train's coming up soon. Doesn't look like it. Oh yeah, there it is. It's kind of weird that train shows there before it actually got there. But there you go. I'll get over here so we can just jump on. Whee! Boop. We're going to run to this side of the train. Watch it do the magic. Get that quartz. Get it going on. Oh, and I forgot to do that Polypop reward. There we go, 1,000 kids caps. I don't remember if I did it earlier. We'll get in there. Sometimes I'm real bad on those requests, everybody. Obviously, I'm just focused on what I'm doing. We're running over again. Hopefully, we don't have another incident like we did today, where my body just said, nope, not getting up, and just slept through a bunch of alarms. But let's see how it goes. We'll try not to stay too late. But then again, we tried to do that yesterday, didn't we? Very cool. Now, the cool thing on the way back, it's just going to go full speed because it's not picking anything up on the way back, so it's going to get that stuff back just that much faster. Look at this cool shot. with our mega extractor stuff down there. I love the way those turned out. Those turned out awesome. And just learned that new trick where I could just use a single foundation. Too awesome. All right. So again, this one is our sulfur. Now, see, second we know which ones are sulfur, we know all of them. We know the first one that picks up on that side is the sulfur, and these ones here in the back, these are the coal. And we know that coal one's being used because it just put it in there, which means it's been running the coal out. Now, see, I think it's better to have it rolling out to a box, and then it empties this entire thing out while that's running, and then it just keeps emptying into a box until you have a bunch of backlog of boxes, and then it never has to take that time to, you know, stop there. And that's what I'm doing on the other side, way down there on that other train. And I feel like that worked much more effectively. I can get a lot more resources over here and backlog it before this, but it's working okay. Okay, so now let's start with the front. Actually, let's do ourselves a solid by hitting the middle mouse button on that. And run up here to the front and label this. Right here. Boom. Shenanigans. That one. And then this is going to be sulfur. Let's see. Where'd you go, sulfur? Be up toward the top. Right there. Select image, and then this one is going to be, what's the number of this one? N08. N08, sulfur. Looks good to me. There we go. Now we know the name of that node, and we know it's in there. Now, we didn't really need to worry about it because, you know, things. But we can put that as number 9. There we go. Same thing. Change it to this. And this one is going to be, now if we did this right, it's going to be quartz N12. So if we look in here, quartz. All right, so this is 12. In here, quartz. N12. Quartz. Quartz there. All right, N12. So again, now we've synced up this one with that one. And again, the order of the train from the front one backwards, if I'm facing in this direction, is sulfur, then quartz again. So over here, I'll label this one. Again, that one's quartz. Over here, wish a way you could pick this up. We didn't have to do that every single time. I guess I could blueprint it. I could blueprint it and then I wouldn't have to do it, but oh well. And again, this one is in 11. Quartz. Whoa. It dawned on me I called that quartz wrong. Totally spelt that wrong. Paste that back in there. And 11 quartz. I'm like quartz like in measurement, in volume, and not in resources. What the heck is going on? What is going on? I spelt this right up there. Alright. My brain just like totally like had a brain freeze there. But that's what happens when you have sleep apnea, everybody. It's a terrible torture. Alright, so that's quartz there. And then the next one should be our coal. And that's going to be N09 and then 10. So let's go ahead and just make this easy by doing this. 09. I don't know how easy that was. Coal. Coal here. 09. Not sure if I just type it. And then this one here at the end was 7. All right, now we know what's what with what. Now we want to run these. When we're running these down, we're gonna need to know that same thing all the way here at the bottom. We have these running in a sequence so that we know it's going to be 7, 10, and then 9. 7, 10, 9. The way we have them run. Ooh. Turn my light on. So yeah, this is 7, this is 10, and this is 9. And then they're going to end up 7, 10, 9 down here. So the one that we're using right now, I believe, is number 7. Let's go see. Looks like it. Okay, now we know it's node number 7 that goes with that sulfur. All right. I think that was my guess. Let's go see. Let's see. What was it? Yes! Oh my god. I actually had that right. Let me move it up so you guys can see it. I actually had that right, everybody. Check it out. Where'd it go? Right here. Coal, number 7. Move up, move up. There we go. Coal number 7, coal node, and then number 8, the sulfur node. So I actually guessed that correctly. Amazing! I don't know why I don't have zeros in front of these either. Why don't I have this as 0, 1, 0, 2. I can just copy these down. Oop, 0, 2. Oh, because it's truncating the, won't let me do the number. Yeah, it's not letting me do it as a number there. Because it's a number, it's automatically taking the 0 off. I can tell it not to do that, but oh well, we'll just leave it now. Okay, steel ingots, smelters. We need 5 smelters, and we know that this is, yeah, this is node number 7. And so it was, oh god, what was it? 7, man, I should have wrote that down. It was 7, 10, and then 9. 7, 10, 9. So the next one, belt-wise, is going to be like this. Belt stack is going to be the reverse of this. So 7's going to be first. Then it's going to be 10, and then it's going to be 9. So the belt stack would be that way. Important to know for later. Okay, so the next one we're going to use is 10, and then we'll have 9 left over in there. So yeah, the next one we're going to use is 10. Okay, now we got all that figured out. Good time to save. Let's save it, even though it probably just saved it 2 seconds ago. We'll save it anyway. I wish I'd save it when I was idle. Like when I'm sitting there figuring out some calculations and I'm not doing anything, I'm just sitting there, that would be a great time for it to auto-save. If I'm in the middle of pulling something or doing something, it shouldn't interrupt me to save at that particular point. More that when you're idle for more than 30 seconds or a minute, you should have an option to turn that on. All right. So, again, wow, my brain. This is going to be number 10. Number 10. Okay, so the one that's going over here to do steel beams over here for steel ingots is actually number 10. There we go. Now we got it going. And we should probably just move this down below all this other stuff that we already have done. Down here. Oh, did not want to do that. Wanted to move it, not stretch it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Chill, chill, bro. Dude, that scrolling, man. That scrolling is nutty. Alright, just using my scroll wheel there. Use my old scroll button on my mouse. Alright, because this is all done up here, so we can just move this back up. This is all golden up here. We should make these green. We should make those green, but I will just leave it. Because now we're down here and we're working with steel ingots right here. So iron ore number 6 and coal node number 10. is what we want to run. And gosh, we're running over too. Let's see. So we got to get our steel node, which is over here, and run that up as well. And then we're going to combine those together. We can turn our zooping off. We just need one on each of these. Oh wait, we just need the, yeah, we need the double line run. Again, look how much nicer that is, everybody. You're not running those all over the place. 10,000 here and there and everywhere. Nice and run through the thing. Ah, man, that's getting crazy. Also a touch of lag that happens too sometimes when you're doing this. It's like lagging in the background. It's got a lot of stuff going on. And then this one, what I'm going to do is just bring it back up. 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. Sometimes I double click when I shouldn't have. Just take it out, put it back in again. I think it's souping, but it's not. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And 6 right there. And then again, rise this back up again so that you're not wasting your vertical space. And so we're going to bring that coal up. Bring that iron up. And then we're going to go ahead and utilize the bottom part here to cross-cut the coal here. Now, I could just do that, but that's not going to be nice to do. What I want to do is I want to bring it up and then manage it a bit better. Or bring it down. Which in this case, maybe I will do. See how I like that. It's bringing it down and feeding it at its own level. I don't really have that many more runs to run when it comes to my raw resources, so I think we can get away with that. Let's see if I like the way that these run together. Yeah, those run good. I find the 2 runs really good. The 3 one is the one that gets messed up, and the 1 one obviously works perfect. So, but 2s usually work good when you're going side to side like that. And now I have my coal and my iron all together, and we actually know what one that is. Oh wait, I did the wrong one. That's funny. That's funny, everybody. I went through all of that to get the thing, and then I almost did the wrong one. I want to use the top one, everybody. I get the bottom one. It's the one that's going to run on. Too funny. All right. Now, we got places to be, like right here. So this is actually going to divert down into there now that we've got that under control. Actually, we could have probably backed it up even more when we get that factory done. Okay, so back to our smelters now that we got that all figured out. Best to go and figure all that out and come back and then work on your smelters when you're not confused as to what's going on. Okay, so this is going to be changed to... oh no, that's what it is. That's what we're making. Why does that look like the wrong one? That looks like the other one. That one looks like iron ingots. I don't know. Seems weird to me. Okay, so this is let's just say it's, which one's the slower of the two? The coal node, so 10. So this is going to be in 10. And it's going to be steel ingots. And it's coming in a maximum of 600. It's going to be 600 and 780. So the coal's coming in at 600. The iron would be I-80. So I just put the kind of the first letter of the thing in there, which should help me a little bit. And then that should be golden. Yeah, that's totally showing the wrong thing, and that's probably because it's being lit up by the emissions. I don't know. Looks the same to me, but whatever. I think it just has to do with the shading. All right, I'll put our thing back on again. Still like this. All right, there we go. Let's go over here. This is going to be the same in 10. And we'll just rename it here. All right. And then hit enter, so it accepts that. And we got to change this one down here too. Grab this whole in part. almost forgot to change this one. Still ignits. You're going to say 600 on the actual thing. Okay. And 10 and 10. The node is coming, because that just reminds us what node this is coming from. Okay, and then we have our things. Did we double check these? I think we did earlier. Did we double check our outputs? Did we check our output lifters? Oh, we got to work on that. We got to work on our output lifters here. There we go. Glad I double checked that too. This actually doesn't need to be in here. That's just extra resources, so we just take that out on the bottom level. It's only going to go one way. It's only going to go that way. And that just saves you time and resources. And it's going to come out over here, but I don't see it aiming out that way. Let's see. That's going there. Oh, this is not connected. That's going out there. Alright, how about here in the top? We're going in and out the other side. It sure is. Okay, and we lift that and run that in there. We're going to definitely do a bunch of testing on that. But I think we're looking good, and the left side should be out. Okay. We've got our B connector down there. We've got our connector in the back. We've got our inputs and outputs. Looking good. All the way to the top. Alright, I think that's looking pretty good for our A version of it. Let's go ahead and save that. And now we need a B version of the same thing. So I'm just going to go ahead and take this out. We don't need this anymore. And see, the cool thing is we can just do the one from the back into that one. And then this we don't need. We don't need that. We don't need our hypertube entrance. We don't need the sign. So again, it's going to feed this way into there. This will feed, this will feed. The ones in the back will go up to that. Again, it's like designing it front to back so it matches up across. It's pretty tricky, but totally doable. And then we have our connector there, which will connect across, and then we'll call that the B version. Now again, we'll just, you know, kind of peek in here and make sure they're actual smelters. And not that I have it on the wrong thing. And these are all the ones after the first one. The first one's going to have all the control over running on the other ones. And again, we want to make sure that we're running that correctly. Okay, now we're just going to simply put a B on this. And then we're going to save that. And then we're going to clear that. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and see if we can get into some trouble here. Let's get this cleared. And we can finally actually get to some building here. Let's put these, oops, edit, put these into our assemblers, like this, and we didn't create a subcategory, did we? We did not. Still ignits, and put B in first and A there, and move that to the top, and apply all of that, and nicely organized. Right over there. Okay, now we're going to run, oh, we got to go over here and use our blueprints and tell it that we want one of these. And how many more do we need? We need 5 total, so we need 4 more of these. Right there. And we got some more loot to look for. Always the one that I open, it never has the thing that I'm looking for right here. We probably should consolidate some of this stuff down too, because some of these boxes are half full. Come on, autosave. We could probably downscale a lot of that. That's so much of that because we're pulling out lines. When you're pulling out lines, you're going to get a lot of that stuff back, and before you know it, you've got way too much of everything. Right there, and we need modular frames. That's probably the trickiest thing that we need. But because we're taking... oh, I took it out. Because we're taking a bunch of stuff out, we're getting those modular frames back. And we could go do that, but we are also producing modular frames now, so we can go grab it out of there. as well. We can grab it out of here. We got our plates here. Stack those up. And get some extra. Wire. Where did I put that wire? Which one? Yeah, a little bit, but not really that much. Just a teeny bit. Alright. Well, let's go do this the easy way. Let's roll up here, check these boxes one more time, and if we can't find it, we'll just go grab it. There's some right there we could use. And how about modular frames? Yeah, a little bit. Need those plates. Get rid of this. It's always a whole bunch of like little stuff that backlogs in my inventory. Coal there. If you're not watching it, you get a whole bunch of just random stuff in your inventory that you don't need at the moment. And again, none of this stuff. Okay, so over here we have a bunch of modular frames going. And we just go over here and look right in the box, and holy mackerel, we got a whole bunch of those. And put the small one back. And that's the goal. The goal is to move from having all of these exterior boxes and external boxes to having it all nice and organized within the factory itself. And then I can just walk along, grab whatever I want whenever I need it, right across here. And of course, these are like the finished goods up here that I would go and grab. The only exception that I don't have up here, which is a finished, that you can use as a finished item, would be my quartz crystal. Quartz crystal I have down below. Yeah. I definitely don't want to, and silica down there too. But most of the time you need one stack of quartz crystal and it'll last you like a lot for a very long time. So you don't have to worry about it that much. Okay, so we got those done in there. We got all of our other stuff. And if we need more, we can come back and get it. Okay, right over here, we're going to build this out. Take all this out. Make sure that we actually left the front edge this time. We messed that up last time. Let's go over here and organize this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the same distance as what we already have there. Again, we want to get this smelting going. And once we get that going, then we can... next time we can work on our black iron and all of that stuff. But, you know, really the smelting is the #1 thing you want to get going. Wow. Well, what are you doing, mouse? Totally out of control. Going out here to make sure there's nothing in the way. And also we can go in and check and see if there's anything underwater. I don't see anything. Don't see anything hiding underneath there, including boxes and other stuff that we might have missed when we're taking stuff out. But that looks like it's ready to rock. So let's get our blueprints, our first one, which is going to be our A steel ignits. And this is like my forging level down below here, the smelting level. And then up above is going to be my finish level. Okay, smelter in. Go ahead and connect this power across. Yeah, all of this definitely needs to be fixed. I can see already that it wasn't run. That this part where I was running it backwards, it's not. Oh no! I put them up here. That's right. I did do those as a B. Yes, it's because I had the power separate. Ah, no, that is right. Okay, so at least we're not going to have to do as much as we needed before. But I should have done it down below when I was originally doing it. But oh well, we got it revised now. And what I'm going to do eventually is go through and shut down every factory and walk along and see if any of it's still running. Because I feel like there's something that we need to go fix with that. That's for sure. All right, this is our steel ignits over there looking sexy. We need to get our resources in here and then go from there. So we're going to go ahead and raise this one up as high as we can to use our vertical space right there. And then this one, we'll go ahead and use our little wall hanger thingy to go a little bit that way. And go inward and not toward the next one so that not running there. Oh, wow, that is almost perfect. I'd only done it back by 1. Right here. The reason why I want to do that is because I also want to take these inner lines and run them along the inside. The ones I'm actually going to run are going to be the outside ones like this. To run out there. That one to run there. And then these inside lines I'm going to run there. But I don't like the way that that's going to touch these other lines. So I kind of feel like I'm going to move this back even more so. Maybe like this. And then bring those forward. Alright, let's see how I like that. These also are going to need to go like this, just so they can turn the corner nicely. Okay, and we need our steel from over here, which actually probably be fine. That one's just going to go straight. And straight. And then we can just bring that forward. Bring this one forward. Whoa! It made me jump. Getting nuked over here. Thanks for bringing that nuke raid love right into my channel. Appreciate it big time. We are working on our line runs. Ooh, don't like that either. Don't like that either. We're going to definitely fix that because that's ugly. Oh, God. We got to start from the top. Work our way down. There we go. Right there. Welcome, welcome. Who's showing the love over here? Cheyenne Keyboards. Thanks for coming in, showing the love here in the thing. Don't spill on your keyboard. It's a Cheyenne raid. Keep moving forward. Hey, thank you, thank you. Thanks for bringing your awesome community into mine. Welcome, everybody. My name is Kismet. And I think we're on an ad break. So those who can't see me, I'll just wait till the ad break is over. And then I'll give you a shout out and all that stuff. Let's see what you were playing while we're waiting for that ad break to come through. Again, sorry about the ad breaks, everybody. You know, that's Twitch trying to make a dollar bill. Twitch trying to make a dollar bill out there. Let's give you a shout out while we're waiting. Makers and Crafting. Oh, I wonder if he's doing Legos or something cool like that. Legos or art or something. I guess we'll find out here in a second when those are done. I forgot I could look up and see if it's doing it too. It actually, I can see it on my main panel there that it is running one. Alright, we're going to turn this like this, make this nicer. And then we're going to run that up to make that nice and clean. There we go. And then nice around there. Then these ones are going to go off that way. And these ones are going to feed into the front. Like that, very nicely. He also plays SF. What is SF? By the way, Constant Conrad, I appreciate you having that Twitch Turbo, which does help the stream and helps all the streamers that you watch, by the way. You don't have to see any ads, but you do help support the streamer anyway because they get credit for those ads. So 1,000 kiss caps for everybody in the chat, for all my Twitch Turbo users in the chat. Appreciate it. Satisfactory. Oh, we also play Satisfactory. I played a little bit. I only played it since it launched. Played it through 40 times or so. I played it a lot. And as you can see, we are really going to town. We're tearing down the hot mess, and we're making this super sexy, right? Look at this hot mess over here. Let me trigger you guys. All the peeps that are coming in. Wait until 45 seconds are over. I'm just going to be right here for all the people who can't see or are watching ads right now. And they're going to be like, oh, God, no, not the spaghetti. Please, 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 no, Kismet. Not the hot mess. And I'm showing people how you get to a hot mess and then how you clean up a hot mess and you make it into something beautiful. Look at these beautiful factories all lined up in a row, all set up so they can go a chain from one to another. Super easy to drop down. You can even multi-stack them on top of each other like I'll do. I got A and B versions. A version for the front one, which controls all the rest of the factories, and then B versions that just are kind of like clones of the first one, but the only control is in the front. But we'll get to that in about 1 second. There we go. All right, welcome everybody back. Sorry if you're watching those ads. You can blame Twitch for that because, you know, they're trying to stay in business. What can I say? There you go. And thank you, Cheyenne Keyboards, for coming in. How was your stream? Feel free to let me know in the chat. Appreciate you coming in. Appreciate all you Twitch Turbo users as well because guess what? It helps support my stream and every other streamer out there using that Twitch Turbo. Appreciate you. I gave you 1,000 kids caps because Constant Conrad there was actually didn't have to watch any of those ads because he had Twitch Turbo. Really, really great use. So again, how was your thing? I see you were in Makers and Crafting. What were you doing in Makers and Crafting? Inquiring minds want to know. I'm an artist myself. If you're new to my stream, my name is Kismet. They call me the Wasteland Tycoon because I dominate every game that I play, including a lot of Fallout. Of course, we're going to play some Starfield when that comes out. I have massive sponsors, including Bethesda Gears, Elgato, Blue Yeti, all of those. You can check them out down below. I literally give away thousands of dollars worth of free stuff here in the stream, which I absolutely love. And pretty awesome here on the stream. So you can see me play games like Satisfactory, 7 Days to Die, Valheim, and so on here, as well as other games that I do play from time to time. I play whatever I want. I am the OG, everybody, the original gamer. I've been gaming for 50 years, half a century, probably before most of you were born, but not all of you. But not all of you. Some of you are old school like me. So I've been playing a long time. My first gaming console was the first gaming console, the Magnavox Odyssey in the early 70s. I absolutely loved gaming my whole life. Consider myself a gamer my whole life. I don't care who knows it. I don't care who goes, oh, you're a gamer, whatever. I said, that's right, I am. I'm going to enjoy it until the last minute of my life, so screw you. I'll play whatever I want. I'll do whatever I want because you answer to no one and neither do I. You can do whatever you want. If you like a certain type of music, like that type of music. If you like certain type of games, go ahead and enjoy that game. If there's a certain console or thing that you want to play on, boom, you go play on that thing. I don't care what platform you're on. That's ridiculous. All I care about is we get to play together. That's the most important part, right? That we get cross-play. That's what we want for everything. I want to cross-play everything. I don't care if it's a multiplayer game. It should have cross-play. You know, that's it. No further discussion needed. Now, the single player, you know, and they're trying to sell consoles, whatever. I still hate that because it doesn't do anything for the player. It's only doing it for the corporation. So if they're making exclusives, well, that doesn't help us as the gamer. It just helps them. I think it's dumb. I think that everybody should be able to play whatever the heck they want on whatever they want, right? That's what I think. Yes, Turbo's great for keeping your VODs longer than 7 days. Oh, well, there we go. There we go. But again, if you have Twitch Turbo, you can avoid those ads. Again, Twitch kind of crazy with those ads, everybody. They're trying to stay in business. Remember, the people who ran Twitch are no longer there. They are all left. Now you got the Amazon people in there, and they're like, this thing is not making any money. How can we make some money on this thing? So, again, I appreciate you guys sitting through those if you have to. But, again, Twitch Turbo. Even if you, and I'm one of the few people on Twitch that'll tell you not to subscribe to my channel. Go get Twitch Turbo first, because this way you're not only helping my channel, but you're also helping every channel that you watch. Every single one that you watch will get the credit for those ads, even if you're not watching them. So, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Definitely a good deal going on right now. Of course, you want to subscribe to my channel too. That's up to you. That's all on you. It's not required. You come in, relax, take it easy, hit that follow button so you know when I go live. Now, since you guys just came in, I'll give you a quick little tour of what I'm doing over here. Now, again, I played the game since it launched. I bought it on the Epic Game Store. This, if I was asked, Kismet, we're going to make you a game. What game would you want? This is it. This is the one. I love building, everybody, and I love all the logistics and the line running and more than just doing the thing. And you can see I got a lot of stuff running there and actually double running. I'm dual running from the original boxes, so I'm getting 1560 right there instead of 780. And you're like, Kismet, how you doing that? Well, I'm going to show you that as we go along. But this is my factory here. Now, I've already built up the factory, and I could have finished the game already, but there's a certain point when it's like more than just making a factory. It's making it beautiful, right? Now, I'm about to trigger all of you, so get ready for some trigger warning. Trigger warning, chat. Get ready. Here we go. Now, we've got these beautiful line runs running over here, right? We've got that. And, of course, you guys had Twitch Turbo. You sort of saw a little preview. And then, of course, we got the hot mess. Now, I do this on purpose because, one, it makes me laugh because I know it triggers all of you guys. We got the hot mess back here. This is called the spaghetti. Mama spaghetti back here. And you're just running it in the moment, right? Oh, I need this over here, and I need that over there, and I need this over here. And that's, oh, man, that's not good. That just starts getting compound and getting worse and worse. We took a lot of it out. There was a whole bunch of it right here, too, that I do in the early game just for fun. And then I come back and I say, look, this is how you can make it even more amazing, by integrating that stuff into the blueprinting. Now, blueprinting have a huge leap forward in Update 8. If you have not tried Update 7 or Update 8, I would definitely try both of those. But I've played every single update since it came out. I usually start over from scratch every single time. And you can see that our line runs are looking pretty sweet here. They're all managed and running underneath here. Now, most of the time, by the way, I'm not going to be down here, so I don't have to even look at that, because I'm going to be up here like this, enjoying the wonder that is not line runs, because that's called an underrun, where you run it underneath your base down there, and then you don't have to stare at it. But down here, we've got all that. So we're taking all that hot mess, we're using our blueprinter, and we're replacing all our old factories here, which this is a terrible thing to do, by the way. Look at how many hypertubes are running here and all that power that's being burnt. I learned that by doing that. I said, oh man, I don't want to do that. I want to have the ability to turn my hypertubes off no matter where I am, anywhere in the whole entire base. So what we did is we changed our idea of the way that we want to build our factory. So instead of jamming as many constructors in as we can, we wanted to have all the line runs automatically already built in. So what we did is we reduced the size, and we left 2 areas on the front and the back where we could run all of our lifters, and we could run maybe a cool sign on there to tell you that that is iron ingots, and of course the priority switch. The priority switch allows you to put that in. Look at that, everybody. Now that's pretty sweet. The priority switch allows you to set priority groups. Now, the first group that I want to go off when I lose power, hypertubes. All of them off, right? Now, if there are some that I want to use, I can go ahead and just pull that one as a higher priority, maybe one of my main ones that I'm using. But if I've got some node way out in the middle of nowhere and I'm not using that hypertube times 50, right? That's a lot of power being wasted every single second. Now, the priority switch allows you to fix that. It allows me also, even though way over there I have my quartz way out in the middle where we just were, I can turn that off just by clicking that right there, and now those hypertubes are off. Way out, that's like 3,000 away from where I'm at right now. I just turned that off from over here on any of these priority switches, and I can put it right next to my hub, turn things on and off as I need. And also, it will automatically start to cascade when you don't have enough power. Now, I've got enough power. Right now, I'm using about 5,000, and I have 19,000 power because I have nuclear power and oil power running. No coal power and no biofuel because as I move my way up, I go ahead and obsolete that previous stuff and then use that coal for making resources and things, and then use the oil for power, and then eventually I will not need oil power anymore, and I can use that for resources, and then I will go ahead and just have nuclear power. Right now, we have 4 nuclear powers running, and I could have 10 of them running right now, easy. And we're going to have even more. We're going to get really obscene with our power toward the end, for sure, for sure. But for right now, we're just chilling around 19,000 power, looking good. Now, each one of these particular factories are built around the concept of, instead of having a big bunch of boxes like this, which I usually do, and having it run over there, let's think of a different way of doing it. Let's integrate all storage into each factory. So each factory has its own individual storage, and that's what's going on right over here. And you can see that we have 3 of them in there on this one. And then when I make a second one, guess what I do? Now I've got 6. Now I've got 9, and so on and so forth. And you can see that some of these, they go back a little ways. Over here, oh, look at them cool line runs, all sweetly straight and everything. And so as they go back, they're backlogging more and more and more. And that's one of the ways that I play, by backlogging the resources. And then while I'm building, and then once I'm ready, I have, boom, I have the next thing I can build. And then I can add a few extra, right? A few extra constructors, a few extra assemblers, and it will burn up that excess and just make it that much faster in there. But I still figure out my inputs and outputs and all of that. And I'm the type of person that takes it and puts it in a spreadsheet. That's right, I sure do. There's all my nodes running right now, their inputs and output speeds, including all of my stuff like wire, copper sheets, Caterium ore, quick wire, all of that stuff. So I don't have to remember it in here. I got it right there. Makes it nice and easy. Now, of course, you guys can check out that spreadsheet right there. You can make it yourself or use mine, whatever you want to do. Feel free to check those out over on there. There's a bunch of tabs at the bottom. I think the tab name of that one is Sat Inputs, right down there, or Satisfactory Inputs, right there. Big time, big time. Yes, yes. I actually put all of my VODs on YouTube. I'm one of the few people who do that, who are just absolutely insane and puts it all over there. I put every single one, whether it's like a 5-hour video, 5-hour stream, or a 20-hour stream. And those take a long time to process, by the way. They take a really long time, especially at a 1080 HD. A lot. Imagine it was 4K. It would take like a week and a half. That'd be crazy. So up here, we have the remnants of the old factory, right? Where we were using manufacturers, and we were using the old factories here that we're going to tear down and use this new mentality of having the built-in storage like this. Now you're like, well, Kismet, why are those all open? That's because I'm going to put other ones right next to it. They're built to sit right next to the other one. And you're like, well, Kismet, how do you get past there? Well, we also built in the ability to bypass right underneath there and go all the way down. We built that in as part of the thing, right? And we lifted the boxes up just enough to get by there. We also have some cool doors that just slide open instead of trying to go in those little stupid little doors, which started to frustrate me after a while. I took those stupid doors out and redid it, so I didn't have to do those doors. And then what it does is that they change. So you have the A version, which is the version in the front with your connections, and you got your hypertubes here that you can turn on and off just by a switch. And then I can also jump in here, and it'll take me to the back of the factories. This way I can start from the front or run in the back and work the back. I also have a connector back here, which can basically turn off the one in the front. So if I have a hypertube right now, I've got cable back, and I can turn the hypertube off on the one in the front because this one is connected into that power. This one's actually not doing anything. It's just sitting here, but I can go in and I can connect and utilize all of these as well. I turned it back on again. See, it's great. It'll work throughout the whole entire factory of whatever you're trying to control. And you can see we've got all of these connected. So this one chains to the one in front of it, and so on all the way to the front, which is where our inputs are. And then as our inputs come down from our other factory over here for wire, we're running the wire up and coming down into cable. And then that just goes ahead and feeds in there. And then that feeds out. And then we've got our cable here, which eventually will run to our next stage, and so on as we go further and further up toward our train levels. Now up here we got a bunch of trains. Now this is too much to show you it all, but there's a bunch of train levels running up there that are doing a lot of the work for us. This one right here is for my nuclear power, just bringing separate nodes for that one. We've got another one right over here that is bringing my primary resources, which is the ones we're working on now. Then we also have trains that are bringing our Caterium and our Bauxite, because I'm right in the center of it all, everybody. This is one of the greatest places in the game to build your base, because you start with pure nodes right there, and then you're by everything else. Meaning there's nodes all over the place. So you've got your coal nodes over here, you've got some sulfur, you've got some quartz over there, and then up over here we got our Caterium, and then we're bringing that down. And then our uranium way out here, and then we're grabbing that uranium and we're running that uranium down, which is running over here to our nuclear power. So really everything is being brought from over there to over here. Now I did do line runs in the beginning, but once I had trains, and I eliminate those line runs, and I just use trains because trains are way more effective, use a lot less resources, and also are a lot better for when you're running it as well. And you can see we got something going on down there. Let's go check it out. Let's go check it out. And again, these are the old factories that are going to be replaced. These factories are actually double stacked. So you have the lower part of the factory, which is basically what's called an underrun, and then you have the upper part of the factory. So you can just run your stuff underneath like this. Pretty cool, right? And then you have your actual thing that's up above right here, which are all your refineries in here, and set up making smokeless powder right in there right now. And so on. And then, of course, we have all of our other stuff over here, which we have, just a smidge of oil power. Just a tiny bit. A little bit there. I could be even more impressive if I went over here and I looked around the corner and there was a bunch more. That's 66 oil ones running. Then over here, we have all of our stuff that we are pretty much starting on and or started on. And then we'll expand this when we're done doing redoing all of our other stuff. But over here, you see that we have that nuclear power running. I have so much nuclear power backed up over there, the rods that go with the nuclear power, that I could literally stop the production now and it would still run for 40 real-life hours right now. All 4 of those, by the way. Not just one, all 4. So yes, I do like to backlog my resources and then revamp at this point. And this is how I like to play through the game. I like to get to a point where, okay, I'm just progressing. And then when I get to a point where I'm at the highest end, where I'm doing aluminum, I'm doing my nuclear power, I'm doing my oil power, right at that stage, I like to say, okay, we could do this better. And that's what we're doing right now. We're doing this better. And again, what we're working on right now is redoing our steel production. So all of this steel production, the smelting, is going to be down in this lower area. So that's what we did. We went in, we made a blueprint for it, and here is the A version of those steel ignits that we're going to be producing, and we are now running that in over here. And what it's doing is it's backlogging those steel ignits there. And you're like, why are you backlogging steel ignits? Why don't you just run it in the machine? Well, while I'm working, why not have it backlogging? In fact, we're going to build a whole bunch of these here in a second. Because I'm using my calculations here to know that I need 5. If I'm going to bring in 600 coal, I need 5 factories because I have 3 things per factory. So it does the math for me. I don't have to worry about it. And it just so happens that I have it queued up over there on the right, and you guys are going to watch me put them down and connect them all together right now. Let's go. Let's do it. All right, so we need our B version. Our A version, again, is the one in the front. And our B version is this one right here. And we're going to look at the way it's aligned. Oh, wait, that's not aligned right. If you don't align it right, you want to escape out. If you've already hit H for hologram, I do, and then line that up. So now we've got the arrow facing this way, and thus it lines up to the previous one, which was also facing that way. Now what we can do is, since we have all the resources on us, we can just hit H, and we can very quickly build ourselves out a whole bunch of steel ignits factories here for us to do. And this is actually why I absolutely love the new update, the update 8. Because this is just nothing short of amazing. Big time. Big time. Especially if you understand the concept and how to work around the fact that it's so small. And because it's basically a 4x4 thing. Oh, we're done. I think we're done. We did all of them. Okay, that was quick. Let's all run to the front. Now, again, these are all designed so the front of one and the back of the other are aligned in such a way that it's going to work. Oh, it's going to just do the AB first, but that's okay. So all of these are connected. So these are steel ignits here, and this is all being run down over here. And then this first factory, right over here, these smelters in here, are being produced. Now, of course, it can't produce it fast enough to match the input. So that's where the rest of your factories come in, right? And we've got this aligned perfectly, so we can just go ahead and align these right here. And now it's going to take the excess from this factory and run it into the next factory over there. But we do need to go in and connect our power together. So we're going to go in here, connect that power over there. Now I usually come back and do these lines later. And then we also want to connect our output here so that it goes there, works its way down the front boxes, fills up these front boxes, and then backlogs itself into these 3 boxes and those 3 boxes and so on and so forth. Figuring out the logistics of that is what I love to do. I love to do that kind of advanced building. Now remember, this is not, your first day. You get blueprinting later in the playthrough, and it's pretty fun once you get it down. I feel like it's better to have less constructors and less smelters in each factory, and then have all of the ability to connect from one to the next than to have 25 smelters in there all jammed in there, and then it's hard to do the inputs and outputs of that particular thing. I much prefer to do it the way I'm doing it now than the way I was doing it before. Okay, now we're looking around for some resources over here. Did I not bring some of this up? I could have sworn that I did. You can see we've got a lot of boxes over here that we need to clean house of. These are all empty right here. Why are these all... What's I going to do there? I'm going to do something with those. Oh, I think I was going to move the thing from over here. That's what I was going to do. All right, we don't need to do that yet. We'll leave those there. Okay, we need to find our stuff that we got over here somewhere. Right here. There we go. We're going to need a bunch of those. Maybe not that many. Maybe, always when I'm in the middle of something, this save. The thing that drives me crazy is save. Keep up the good work. Off to bed. Have a great rest of the stream. Thank you, Cheyenne Keyboards. Appreciate that. Thanks for coming in and showing the love. Let's see. Did he say what he was working on? He didn't say what he was working on. Oh, okay. Anybody's left from Cheyenne Keyboards in the chat? Let me know what he was doing in Makers. In the Makers category. Inquiring minds want to know. What was he up to? Was he playing Satisfactory and being in the Makers category? I don't know. I don't know if you can do that. Can you do that? If you can, I want to do that. Okay. So over here, this is where we're going. Steel ignits, and we're going to run our lines here. What's the other thing that we need? No, we're good. Okay, so running that, running this. We got that run. We got those running up. And we just needed to do that. There we go. And we got our double line run. Oh, we ran out up there. Okay, really important to figure out where you left off. Up here. That's where we left off. We were running our runs in and back. All right, did we run the power? Doesn't look like we did. Let's do it. Right there. And then we'll start to see that stuff run. Really what you want to see is something going up this one right here. And this is why I have these this way, so I can see the interaction of it coming in and going out. Oh, I see some stuff going up and back. There it goes. All right, so that's making that, that's smelting that stuff down nicely. All right, next one. Into here. And then we're going to run that. Ew. I don't want to do that. There we go, and then this one. Running back into this factory. Again, all these factories are built to be modular, so you can just run one into another, and it makes it really nice, really quick and easy there, as long as we don't screw it up. There we go. And then over here, back over this way. And I have a set up, set number 10, so I can just have all the things that I need for all this connecting. And then in the back here, we're going to go ahead and extend this out just a little bit. So we're coming along here in this hypertube. We take a hit to the face. We can try to keep ourselves from flinging off into the water. Right over here, we're going to go ahead and put an entrance on this one since it's the very back one. And then we're going to run that to there so we don't see the wire. This runs nice and clean in the back. And then again with our little connector here, right to there. And we're going to test that hypertube simply by going to our circuit breaker. We're going to go ahead and look for steel ignits hypertube. Turn that on. It's working. All right, let's go. Let's see if it goes all the way to the front. We're going to test it, and then we're going to turn around. I'm going to go all the way to the back and name that one properly in the back. There we go. And then we get this. We just copy this. Control-C to copy. Then back in there again. Now, if it works one way, most likely it's going to work in the other direction. I just go there to test it and then grab the name and bring the name into the back. So I don't have to type it again. Right back here. We know it's exactly the same one as the front. And then back, hitting enter, and that's good. And that factory is rocking. Now, we're going to go up and over, and we're going to look for smoke. Look at that smoke going all the way back. Now, again, remember this. Just this part right here is the factory that we're working on, but all of these ones are looking good. Now, some of these in the back are not on, and most likely because, look at this, all of our iron ignits are backlogged here. See, and we're backlogging at every step. So my actual extractors are backlogging 10 boxes of raw ore, and then we get over here, and then it's backlogging this. Now, why do I want to backlog it? Is so that I can burn up that excess later when I'm actually going to the next stage and the next stage and the next stage. So it's just doing a lot of the work for me, which saves me for waiting around for it to make that iron ore later, or make those iron ingots later, because it's already made them while I'm working. And you can see that it's coming down the line. Now, we've got 5 of these. Now, one of the things I suggest you do to make it a little easier on yourself in the long run is to get this going. Oh, I can see that's no smoke going there, which is telling me that that does not have power. There we go. And so you want to see that stuff going in and smoking up on the top there, because these are all the ones that are getting it first. Now, what I can do is, since I have a box full of all this stuff, I can double run the lines. And so it will feed into my factory just that much faster. Now, right now, it's running pretty well, but at some point, it will get to a point where it slows down a little bit. And what we're going to do is we're going to infuse the back part of this with the extra resources that we might have. So we're going to go ahead and do a merger. Let's do a merger up front. And a merger. Oh, not there. Come on, mouse. Work with me here. And a merger toward the back. This way, when we run our lines, it won't be right next to each other. Won't be in each other's way, hopefully. It's weird that that one goes up. It looks like just a little bit further up. Okay, now they're going to be in their way this way, but not in the way going vertical. So we'll go ahead and take this one out. Now we got those aligned, and we're going to turn this one like that. And then we're going to go ahead and line up off of our extra lines that we have run, which we've already kind of thought through way back over here. And you can see we've got our extra line here. And we're just going to turn this one. We're going to turn this one this way. We're going to change it to a single. We're going to change that one to a single. There we go. Just to kind of control it coming around the corner. A little easier. Like that. And then we'll get our double again. And we've got these line runs in the way, so we want to kind of run it out here where we can get to it. And so this one's going to go to the right one. And then this one, just easier to control so they're not clipping. And then, there we go. Or we could have done two and then the first one and the first one, the second one and the second one. Either way, I just think that's a better way to control it. And then we're going to run it some more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And we're going to bring it up some more so we're not wasting our vertical space there. And bring that up. Now, if you really want to be diligent, you would come back and you would take out all of this stuff, which doesn't have any line runs on it, and you replace it with, say, a wall, just so that it looks proper and that you don't think that, oh, wait, why is my lines not running over there or something? Throw yourself off later. Now, the rest of this is pretty easy. The one on the right, I'm going to go ahead and infuse in there. And I got to be careful that I don't infuse it in the right or in the wrong one, which I do have it reversed. Right, I have it reversed there, but that's okay. We can get that fixed way back here in the back. So the coal one is the one we want on the right, or we could just reverse the direction of those. Coal is on the right, and iron on the left. Now you definitely want to take all this out. Hope you don't end up with too much stuff in your backpack. And we're looking okay for right now. So this time we're going to reverse it. We're going to put this one on this side. And that's why I did the singles, by the way, so I can come back and I could change it if it was wrong. I could have looked at it first, I guess. Oh, and let's do the inside one first, because that's easier, because it won't block that one. And there we go. So it really allows you to easily change which one goes to what. And then coal first there. We're going to infuse that coal. And then we're going to extra infuse our iron. Now, right now, again, it's no big deal. And that's because it's starting to backlog all of those. But that is really going to be really super helpful later on when we have a backlog. When we have backlog and we're burning through that backlog. All right, so that is that. Those factors are all up and running. I can see they're running all the way down. Super useful. Super useful to get those steel ingots going. Now, what we have after this to do is we have to revamp our other factories up above here. We'll try to find an opening here. Over this way. We've got to redo our stuff here along our line. And this one's actually going to be way down here. And we'll take out all of this stuff down here in one big fell swoop. Again, those were smelters on the top, and then down below were the actual production. And you can see I have a little bit of connection across. And then we can hit G to just get those old school Mark IV belts. Oh, look, I'm dropping stuff. I'm dropping stuff. Ah, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't want to do it. Get rid of this raw ore. Get that raw ore out of there. Come on, holding down control, and so it gets all of it. Let's go ahead and save as well. All right, over here. All right. There we go. Let's go down and get these boxes because I hate these boxes. I hate them a lot. A whole lot. There we go. Oh, we got to go in and, oh, look, we left out that corner one. We have to go in and fix all of those later. What we want to do is build out the rest of our factory here where it will have all the steel production. And then we'll just run the smelters from over there. We'll run it up, run it down the way, or the steel ingots down the way, and then we'll split those steel ingots into 2 separate lines. Now, how many steel ingots are we producing? That's when we go over here and we check out our spreadsheet. Right now, we're producing 600 per minute. That's a lot. It's a lot. So we can go ahead and split those between the ones we want. Now, we're going to use more steel beams than steel pipes. I actually find that you actually use more steel pipes than steel beams in the long run. In the short run, when you're doing tier 4 belts, you're doing a lot of the stuff with steel beams. But this one right here, we're going to just split it in half and then let it build whatever it needs to build. And then we will have those as a thing. So we're going to do steel beams and steel pipes next. Now, to do steel beams and steel pipes, those are going to use not the constructor, but the assembler here. And, I mean, not the assembler, the constructor. Duh. I meant to say that the other way. Take that, reverse it. Over here. And it's just going to take those steel ingots and run them in. So it's pretty easy. Now, if we have 300 going in, we know it's going to be 100 times whatever we're running in, right? So it's going to be 10 times this of what we're running in. So basically, we're going to need 10 of those, 10 of these constructors easily to get that going. So 30 in and 20 out, and we can just go in here and say, okay, the steel pipes are 30 in, 20 out, and then we'll look at our beams, which I think is much easier because it uses half the thing, but it uses more steel ingots, but it uses half of 30 that goes out. So 60 and 15. 60 and 15. So it's definitely going to need, you're going to need more on your per output, but you end up using less steel beams in the long run when you're not using them for actual things. So really what we want to do is produce a lot more steel pipes. And so we're going to end up making a way more steel pipes, probably twice as much steel pipes because the input is half the amount. So we're going to end up doing twice the steel pipes than we would do of the actual of the beams. Then the rest of this, it just auto-calculates the rest of this for me based on how many constructors I need, my inputs and outputs, and over here, my inputs there. And it says that I need 2 factories for steel beams, and I need 4 factories for steel pipes. But that's actually not true, because over here, it's going to have 6 constructors per, so I literally need 1 factory for steel beams, and I need 2 factories for steel pipes. Probably the least amount we've needed of anything. All the rest of these, I need 7 factories and 6 factories. And what's the one with the most factories right now? Let's see. Reinforced iron plates is using 8. We got screws, which is using 10 factories. I think that's the one that's got the most. 10 factories with 6 things per factory, and we're outputting 2,340 screws right now. On a single node, by the way. That's a single node, and actually that's a split node. We're putting 585 out of a 780 node into there, so it's not even at full speed. If we ran that in there at 780, forget about it. We'd have way too many. And of course, we have to split those into separate lines because it's faster than 780. And then we'll run those lines to our various production later in there. So yes, we got to get that going. So next time we will come back and we will work on all of that. So right now, though, we want to go ahead and save our game, and we want to go ahead and rest up, come back. We're going to play some Fallout 76 later today, which is Thursday, and then also Thursday night. And we're going to come back, play some more Satisfactory on Friday after our Lego and building stream we're going to do, which I'm going to be in the makers category as well. Up and down. Thank you, Jockers. Thank you for hanging out in the chat. Appreciate you. Let's see. This thing takes forever to save. There we go. Let's go ahead and jump on the Kismet love train. Let's go. All right, everybody, we're going to roll on out of here. But before we do, we're going to take a quick moment to tell you guys what's going on, what's coming up this week right over here. There's my schedule. You can find that on all my social media, by the way. You can find that schedule. I'm going to be playing later today, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, some Fallout 76, hopefully with my crew. And then Night Crew, also some Fallout 76. Try to catch up with that season. The season's over next Tuesday. So get in that 76, get your stuff done, come and join us. We're going to grind out some serious amount of stuff, probably shoot off nukes left and right all day tomorrow or later today, and then all night just do nuke after nuke after nuke, because that gives you a lot of XP shooting off them nukes. And then, of course, on Saturday, we'll be back playing some 7 Days to Die with my Teamwork Tycoons team. And we are building a gigantic mega mansion. So if you want to see something really cool, you think Satisfactory is cool, come check our mega mansion at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on Twitch for 7 Days to Die. It's going to be super fun. We're just finishing out our kill boxes, and we're going to build out all sorts of electrical fun in there as well. Going to be super fun. Now, also, thanks to all these people scrolling by. Thanks for all the sub love. Thanks for all the follow love and all the raid love. Appreciate that big time. Now, you can't help out the stream tremendously by just taking a quick moment and popping over to that youtube.com, where I keep all of my streams as well as highlights, guides, all sorts of killer stuff over there, and include entire playthroughs in different playlists and whatnot I have over there. So feel free to check that out. Over on YouTube, hit that subscribe while you're over there. Pop onto Twitter, hit that follow. Check out the Discord, check out the website, especially check out the Patreon. Patreon.com/Kismet over there is the best way to support the stream. Remember that 95% of your contribution on Patreon goes directly to the artist or to the creator, unlike here on Twitch, where they take half of everything, which is very, very difficult to get this stream going. But I do appreciate all my patrons right down there on the bottom, popping over their Patreon, and you can become one too. Get your name at the bottom of every video and every stream. As long as you're a patron, I do keep your name down there, and appreciate every single one who does take that extra effort. Appreciate it big time. Now, speaking of giving you guys some love, here's a bunch of Kiz caps for future giveaways. There's 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 caps, and that's why you stay all the way to the end of the stream, so that you guys are getting all the love right over there. I gotta click some buttons over there too while I'm at it. You guys are getting all the love right here in the channel. Again, I'm gonna see you guys later today, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, for some Fallout 76. We'll see you all next time. Appreciate each and every one of you. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norma. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button. We'll see you all next time. Bye.
Hey, thanks for watching this video. Help support more videos just like this one and keep the Kismet love train a-going by dropping by my Patreon and showing your support. Big thanks going out to Resident Spike, Rotisserie G, JC Hunter, AMZ, Carlos, Jeremiah, the Notorious TDK, and Scriplin. Click to watch more videos, and I'll see you next time.